Good morning, Bathurst. We are live from Mount Panorama. All eyes on New South Wales, Australia, from wherever you're watching, nice and early here in Australia, or whatever time it is, wherever you're watching around the world. The campers here at Mount Panorama are awaking for what will be a wild old day. This is the Repco Bathurst 12-hour, and the sun is still about an hour away, so we're going to be starting the race today in darkness. Whatever you had planned today, cancel it. It's race day here at the mountain. Jack Perkins, Garth Tander. This is one of the special days at a very, very special morning. G'day to you, Jack.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning all. It's a great start to the day here. It's dark, 12 hours of racing ahead. And how far can they go? Last year they did 2,000 kilometres, which is 2 Bathurst 1,000. So this is the ultimate endurance race. When we walked out of our door today, Garth, we walked into fog, but we get here and it's beautiful.
It's strange because normally when you come up to the racetrack just out of town here in Bathurst, the fog gets thicker. So we were a little bit worried that the conditions weren't going to be able to get racing under green at 5:45 this morning, but nice and clear up the top of the mountain. You mentioned that it's dark for the first hour or so, and it's one of the most spectacular hours of motorsport that we have here in Australia. Racing as the sun comes up here at Mount Panorama. I remember when I did the start of the race back in 2016, you're racing towards Skyline, you can see the sun coming up. It's hard not to get carried away with how spectacular the vision is and not focus on driving the race car, but it is a really, really special part of the day.
Let's chat about that Pirelli shootout yesterday here at Mount Panorama, and with all the big names inside that top 10, Jack, it was Sheldon Vanderlinde who stood up in the WRT BMW.
Yeah, absolutely. He did a fantastic job in that BMW to post what was ultimately the quickest time in the session by nearly 4/10 of a second over Brock Feeney, who qualified second last year, really stood up in that session. So we've got BMW and Mercedes on the front row, and on the second row of the grid, we've got another Mercedes and a Porsche. So all marques represented there at the front. So it's going to be interesting to see how this first stint shapes up, and with the various drivers starting the cars, just what the strategy is in these tricky nighttime conditions that Garth touched on.
It was a shame that we lost a couple cars in practice yesterday. It looks like those two cars have been scratched, the Mark car and the KTM that went in at the Albert. But the good news, Garth, all the GT3 cars that have entered for the race have made it through to race day. I'm trying to think if I've ever seen that here before at the 12 hour.
Well, even as you go back as far as Friday practice, and all the cars, we got through Friday with no red flags in any of the practice sessions, and sort of sat down on Friday evening going, geez, that ever happened here at the 12 hour? Because it can bite you. We know that Bathurst has massive consequences if it goes wrong, but all the GT3 entrants are going to start this race, which is fantastic news. It means that all the outright competitors are in the game, and it's going to be an exciting race. You mentioned strategy early. There's been a few strategy rule changes, and Chad, you'll get into that a little bit later, but that makes it a very interesting race strategy-wise. So I'm really curious as to who starts this race, because that makes a big difference with the pit windows much later in the day.
Yeah, there are some serious stars in this field as well, and it's a very deep field, probably the deepest we've seen since about 2020, which was a win for Bentley that year. Guys, there's a genuine third of the field that could walk away with the big trophy today.
Yeah, there is, absolutely. It's wide open, and that's what's going to make it such a great race. And like Garth touched on, the strategy starts now. Who starts the race? And they nominated that last night, so that's a little bit of a cat and mouse, if you like, to see who you're racing against. And that's really going to set up the rest of the day. And I think the big thing will be keeping out of trouble. We talk about it quite a lot in endurance racing, but especially in these nighttime conditions, you don't want to trip over someone, you don't want to get any damage to the car, and you've got to make sure you're there for the full 12 hours.
12 hours of racing. It's going to be like a crazy, crazy day that we always get here at Mount Panorama, but the weather could play a big factor in that as well. There's storms forecast for later today. It's going to be hot. Shay Adam, we're going to see some pretty crazy stuff here at the mountain. I can see on the grid it's pretty crazy because there are people everywhere. Good morning to you.
Good morning to all of you guys up at the head of the grid. They're starting to clear things off now, and that's good news for our pole sitter because it means that there is clear track ahead for Sheldon Vanderlinde. Yesterday you earned it, one and done basically, to go out there on the mountain, but now it's a completely different ballgame. How have you slept last night and got yourself ready for this one?
Yeah, first of all, good morning to everyone watching. It's amazing to be in Bathurst for the first time doing my start. First time doing the start. It's something really special. I did the outlap earlier. Super dark on the mountain as well. No natural light from the outside, so it's going to be a tricky start for sure. I think it helps having a clean side to ahead. But yeah, obviously it's a long race, so we need to kind of keep it clean in the beginning and yeah, see how it ends up. But I'm super excited to get my first start going and try and keep these guys behind for the first hour at least.
Last year, you guys ran, same crew, same team, everybody's familiar with the car. It was one step off the podium. What did you learn from last year that you've thought about for 12 months coming back into the race today?
Yeah, last year we were nowhere near the front on the grid, unfortunately, so we made a big step forwards on the car as well with BMW. The team knows the car better since 1 year, so yeah, I think we're just way more comfortable as a team. We have the same lineup as well, so it's obviously we know each other well, and that's important for the race here, just to get the chemistry going and make sure we don't do any mistakes.
Do you think it'll be easier for the start of this race with these BMW headlights, having no one in front of you? You can turn on the high beams and start flashing the kangaroos to say get out of the way.
Yeah, I have to say the lights are really good on this car. I was quite surprised. I had the low beam on and put the high beam on, almost blinded myself just from it reflecting off the wall. So it's, yeah, it works really well, and that's obviously a good sign when you go into the dark.
Good luck today, Sheldon. I know that yesterday you were lucky. Today's when you need it.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Marcus Winkelhock, you've been coming to the Bathurst 12-hour for many, many years. Just tell us how special this first hour of the race is.
It's quite special because, you know, we don't have the 24-hour light, so the first 15 minutes are not that easy. Then it's always the risk with the kangaroos and stuff like this, so it's like it's quite a special one, definitely.
We've been teammates a lot of the times in the years gone past, and you usually start the race. So I came and found you, and you said, no, not starting this year. Why is that?
Too old. No, yeah, as you said, I was starting many times, so now it's time for this young gun.
You got Ricardo Fella starting the car. He qualified, so we'll jump over and talk to Ricardo. Qualified first Audi on the grid this year, Ricardo. Second year here for the 12-hour. Tell us how this car's feeling.
Yeah, it feels quite good. Now a small BOP adjustment, so we should be hopefully in the game for this long race, and I'm really looking forward to drive into the day now. It's always a cool experience. I did the start already last year, so I'm looking forward.
Yeah, tell us about the strategy. I mean, we get caught up thinking how exciting the first hour of the race is, but really it's about staying out of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw last year what happened with the factory Audi. It can go very quick. But this year we are starting a bit better positions, so the risk is maybe a bit less.
Good luck, go well.
Thank you.
Mara Engel starting out of grid 3, starting to strap into the car here. How are you feeling ahead of this 12-hour race?
Yeah, good. Obviously great to be here again, and always a special time starting this race so early in the morning in the dark. And yeah, obviously we're hoping for a good day and a strong run.
Can you tell us how you prepare for these nighttime conditions? Anything interesting on the dash, or you just need to make sure the headlights are on?
Yeah, I was going to say mainly the lights. That's the main thing you want. No, just get everything set up for the start of the race. Obviously nice to have a few more minutes to do things calmly, and then get ready for action.
And you're partnering with David Reynolds, one of our local heroes. When's he going to jump in the car?
He'll be in after me, and obviously it's great to have Dave on board. He's such an amazing character, and obviously one of the fastest drivers around this place.
All right, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
What a sight that is, the grid here at Mount Panorama. A lot of these cars will be shared by 3, sometimes even 4 drivers, and 28 cars will be ready to take the start of what will be a very long day at the mountain. What will this place throw our direction today as we race up towards 5:45 p.m. local time today? And down here in the Pirelli pit bunker, we're going to be able to break down all the strategies and break you through all the rules that you need to be across the course of the day. And I'm just going to start with some of the basic race facts here that we need to take care of. As we know, Mount Panorama is the venue. Last year we got through 323 laps, exactly what Jack Perkins was talking about. We hit that magical 2,000 kilometre mark, and that was with a 4.5-hour blast of green flag running to the end of the day. Something new for this year, we've got a full course yellow. If you watch a lot of Formula One, it's very similar to the virtual safety car. That's never been seen here in Australia. So how will that change today? The fuel window, you usually get about 30 to 40 laps, but they're actually going to be limited to 32-lap runs. That came out yesterday when they were talking about the balance of performance to keep it fair across the entire field of cars. I know this looks like an awful lot of numbers and facts, but what we're talking about here is driving time. So for the pros, they're allowed to do 5 hours and 40 minutes maximum. For the bronze drivers in a pro-am team, they've got to drive for 3 hours, which includes an hour in the second half of the day. But as we saw last year, the bronze-ranked drivers, like a Kenny Habul, who's racing in the pro class, they don't actually have a minimum time. So there's a different way that you might be able to break the strategy up. We'll talk about that soon. When we talk about fatigue, you have to have a minimum 1-hour break in between your stints, so that there's no chance of any incidents occurring through fatigue. And then, like we talked about, that full course yellow is here. Similar to a virtual safety car, when it's announced, the teams will have 15 seconds to slow down on track, and they'll be given a 15-second warning before going back to green flag. Could anyone score potentially a free pit stop as all that's happening? So let's just quickly chat about strategy before we go green today, because there's a few different ways you can break it down here. And I want to go back to 2020 when the Bentley M Sport guys got the win here with Jules Gounon late in the day, and that was a really nice way of doing it. 10 stints, 9 pit stops. They shared evenly the driver time across the course of the day. Importantly, they kept Gounon fresh for a double stint towards the end there, and they were doing 28 laps and 30 laps. That would fit nicely in what we're trying to do today. But the different way of cutting it last year that Kenny Habul and the Sun Energy team used to win that race was something completely different that we'd never seen here before. And it involved Kenny just doing this one stint very early in the day, which cleared him out for the rest of the day at that point. So then Lucas Stoles, who's the red driver, and then Jules Gounon, who's in white here, were able to share the car for the rest of the day, and on they went until, look at that, 32 laps at the end there. I'm expecting something very similar for your best drivers to be double stinting towards the end of the race. So are we going to see a similar strategy to that? Well, this year we've got 3 teams who are trying what we call the loophole strategy, where essentially a bronze-ranked driver could win this race outright. We're seeing that with Brad Schumacher in the Audi, and Liam Talbot's going to try something there as well. The real key to making this strategy work, though, is you've got to get this part of the day right. If you can hide that driver potentially in a part of the race where there's a safety car, if you can avoid going a lap down in the early part of the race, that could be the race-winning strategy right there for the drivers who are trying something a little bit different. We'll be able to track all of this live throughout the day. It's what makes this race so exciting. But before we go green here today, it's time for the Australian National Anthem with the Australian Army Band.
Australians, all let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is good by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Beautifully done by the Australian Army Band. What a terrific way to start the morning here at Mount Panorama as we count down to the 21st running of a 12-hour endurance race at this incredible place just inland from Sydney in the great state of New South Wales. 29 cars sit on the grid with a talent-packed roster of local and international superstars, and a race that we go into feeling like we have absolutely no idea how this is going to play out. Richard Craill, John Hindhaugh and Garth Tander with you in the commentary box for the next 12 hours and a little bit. And this is where we're playing today. We're about 180 kilometres inland from the capital of New South Wales, over the beautiful Blue Mountains, and to what used to be called the Bald Hills, just outside the town of Bathurst. And this is the Mount Panorama Circuit. 6.213 kilometres, 174 metres from the lowest point right down where we are on pitch straight to the top at Brock's Skyline. 23 corners, all of them providing some form of unique challenge that you don't get anywhere else in the world. A good lap somewhere just over 2 minutes, and pole position yesterday was set by 24-year-old South African Sheldon van der Linde. BMW on pole for the second time in the GT3 era in Bathurst 12-hour history. First South African to get a pole at Mount Panorama as well. Sheldon will start the race alongside Mick Grenier in the National Storage Racing 888 car. 29 cars should take the starter this morning. John Hindhaugh, good morning to you. Just on 15 degrees at Mount Panorama, so it is a cool morning for what should be a hot race.
And that's the perfect description, Crail, see, for this race. I've been coming since 2013, and this is my 10th race. And a lot of things have changed. The depth of the field, the quality of the entries, the amount of people that are here. It's much more. It's absolutely packed. I'll be surprised if it isn't a record crowd. What hasn't changed is the track, the character. The face of the race is Mount Panorama, and that feeling of doing the first lap when you get here on Monday or Tuesday in your hire car at or under the 60km/h limit when it's still a public road, and that
Race
tingle
to safety car
that
proceed, safety
out.
car start. The event has commenced under safety car.
That feeling when you head out up Mountain Straight, you just get a tingle. And that's not just me saying that. That's the drivers, whether they're the first timers or they've been here many times. There's a personality and an atmosphere to this race that is unbridled and absolutely unrivaled anywhere in the world, and that's including some of my favourite places to go, like the Nürburgring Nordschleife and the Le Mans 24 Hours, and we've just come back from the Rolex Daytona 24, but everyone is on edge right now, and we always say it, Mount Panorama and the mountain delivers, and now we've got to find out who it's going to deliver to the top step of the podium in just on 12 hours' time.
Garth Tander, you've done this before. You've taken the start of this race. This first hour, it's one of the most special hours of motorsport for a spectator. Great for TV. What's it like behind the wheel of a V10 Audi R8?
Well, you start this race and you're always thinking, all right, 12 hours. We've just got to play ourselves in carefully. We've just got to get the car warm, bring the tyres up, get the brakes up, and then we'll just wait for the sun to come up and we'll get cracking. And you think all that, and you say all that, and then you roll up Mountain Straight as the driver's doing for the very first time, and that goes completely out the back of your mind, and I'm getting to the front as soon as possible. So it is incredibly tricky. Don't let our I mean, we can see there at the Audi cutting just how dark it is. Our cameras actually do a very good job of making it look lighter than it actually is, and I can tell you it is pitch black out there, even to the point where as I was driving in this morning with Chad Nolan, we were looking for the moon to see if there was a moon actually up, because it felt so dark. And when you're driving the race car, particularly across the top of the mountain here, as you enter Reed Park, exit from the grade and up to McPhillamy, it's really hard to pick your marks. It's really hard to see exactly where those walls are. And then as you drop down here, down out towards the grade, to know where to position the car. So it's a very challenging 45 minutes of the race.
Just on 14 degrees, just a little bit more at the moment. It's going to be quite humid today. Top of 29 degrees forecast in this region, but as Chad touched on at the start, there is a forecast of some thunderstorms. It's been quite a strange week weather-wise here in the central tablelands of New South Wales, and lots of storms have been sweeping over. For the last 4 days, they've either gone to the north or the south of the circuit itself, and they've missed us completely, but who knows how this is going to play out today.
It's about a half moon. It's a waxing gibbous moon today, so it's about a half moon, but
we took the morning off this morning.
Yeah,
it was so dark.
Sitting down next to the telly, but to watch the race for the next 12 hours.
We should confirm the race has officially started, and you heard the voice of James Taylor. He's the race director upstairs from us in Motorsport Australia Race Control. And it's slightly different procedure to what we might usually see, because he confirmed that the race has started behind a safety car. Rather than just having a formation lap and then the green flag, they've actually commenced the race behind the safety car, which basically gives them the tools to run it for as long as they'd like. And the word we're getting from upstairs is that they're going to run 2 laps, which is consistent with what they've done here for the last 2 years. Give them 2 laps to get heat into brakes and especially tyres. We talk about the tyre warm-up task that are these GT3 cars, that it takes some time to get temperature in. So they're going to give them every opportunity to get temperature into tyres before they let them loose.
And Garth, you were saying going into qualifying, it was taking 1.5, maybe 2 laps at prep speeds for qualifying. Now, at 80 k's behind the BMW XM safety car, you can do some prep, but you're still not going to be as if you were taking off on a hot lap.
Oh, that's correct, and obviously no sunlight at the moment, so no track temperature relative to what we've had in practice and qualifying, so that also slows the tyre warm-up procedure. So from memory, last year we were seeing it was like 6, 7, 8 laps for the tyre to actually come up to pressure, because also remember, you're now pressuring the tyre to do 32-lap stint. You're not pressuring the tyre to do a 3 or 4 lap qualifying run, so you run a lot lower starting tyre pressure, and then the tyre takes longer to come up because there's less pressure to build in the tyre. So this 2 warm-up laps is almost the hardest you'll work throughout the 12 hours, because you are swinging on that wheel, you're using a huge amount of brake pressure to get temperature into the brakes and let that radiant heat from the brake rotor go out into the rim that then makes its way into the carcass of the tyre. So you have to work so hard here to make sure you have tyre temperature for when we go green at the end of these first 2 laps.
Is it more efficient to do it that way and drag the brakes or to swerve left and right? We see a bit of both going on.
Yeah, a lot of both. And with a car with ABS, you can do a lot of both at the same time. So you're actually putting load into the sidewall of the tyre. So when you're weaving left and right, you're putting load into the sidewall and effectively trying to distort the sidewall and get the rubber to move left and right from the contact patch from the inside of the rim. And then obviously from the brake rotor, you're trying to get that heat, and you're trying to get the heat come out of the brake rotor into the aluminium rim, which then goes into the carcass of the tyre. That's the important thing. Getting into the carcass of the tyre, the core of the tyre, not so much the surface.
Confirmation the safety car will be in this lap. So let's have a look at this race, shall we? You saw in the Pirelli pit bunker before the start with Chad Nail on last year, this was the quickest endurance race, the fastest race run in the history of all endurance racing at Mount Panorama. 323 laps, just over 2,006 kilometres were both records, and the race run at 167 kilometres an hour average over 12 hours. It was a brutally quick motor race, and there's no reason to expect why this year, with an increase in the depth of competition, won't be the same. There's Maro Engel, desperate to add a Bathurst victory yesterday. He said in the press conference last night, having qualified third, said maybe that's the change. I've been on pole twice here before. You don't need to be on pole to win this race. Perhaps that is what gives me the opportunity, what opens the door for him to grab a Bathurst victory. Thomas Randall will start car 222, the Scott Taylor Motorsport, the all-Aussie Adventures outfit from that Aussie team with Craig Lowndes and Cameron Waters. But this is a world-class field, 94 drivers in 29 cars. There are 8 former winners of this race for 13 12-hour victories. There are more than 350 Supercars Championship race wins on this grid. There are 8 winners of the Nürburgring 24-hour, 8 winners of the Spa 24-hour, 4 Intercontinental GT Challenge champions, including the last 3 in a row, and some of the world's best, most talented racing car drivers. This is as good a field as we've seen here. Cannot wait to see how the next 11 and a bit hours plays out. I say 11 and a bit because it just makes the task seem a little bit less daunting than 12.
So coming down Conrad and the safety car to come in, that BMW XM. Only the second time that BMW M has built an entire car. And if you're as old as I am, you will remember the
confirming safety car lights are out. Lights are out on safety car, weaving must cease.
You'll remember the brilliant M1 and the Pro Car Championship, and you still see 1 or 2 of those on the road. Well, the XM is number 2 from BMW M Sport, and that has been leading the field round. No weaving allowed. And it's a restart from the back of a safety car, so it'll be line astern. So good news for Sheldon von der Linde at the front of the field in that number 32 BMW M4 GT3. Oh, little bit of weaving. He's put the hammer down, coming down to the final corner at Murray's, and he's got a decent gap here. He'll see the green flag as he comes through, and that's a super start for the pole sitter as he goes through. Mick Grenier caught a little bit napping there, and it's what, 8-10 car lengths as they head up Mountain Straight for the first time.
So we're green finally on Mount Panorama with 11 hours and 49 minutes to go. Sheldon van der Linde starting the BMW, Mick Grenier starting the National Storage Racing Mercedes-AMG. Maro Engel is behind the wheel of car 130. Laurent Vantel, the Belgian, back in car 912. Lucas Stolz starting car 75, the defending champions 2 times over. First of the Audis is Ricardo Feller, Sheldon van der Linde.
And until those tyre temperatures get up, Garth Tander, they're going to have to be really careful at pretty much right across the top, because that affects ride height as well as grip.
Yeah, you can hear the cars bottoming as they made their way into the cutting, and they'll bottom even more now as they make their way across the top of the mountain. Van der Linde with just over a second lead over Grenier, and it was a great start, restart, or start, however you want to call it, for Van der Linde. And the reason you want to get up the road a little bit is because you don't want those headlights flashing in the rear vision mirror and annoying you for this first run across the top of the mountain. You can just focus on those tyre pressures, see what sort of car balance you have, see where you have gone with your tyre prep so you know how much grip you have, and focus on making your way across the top of the mountain nicely this first time of what will be many tours around Mount Panorama.
The other thing with the start of this race is that this first hour, as challenging as the conditions can be from a visibility standpoint, it's often the best conditions the cars are going to get to produce some performance. Sure beats an espresso shot, that.
Good morning, Bathurst. Here is your alarm call from the Pirelli Speed Cup. The sights and sounds of the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12 hours getting underway. I don't dislike, actually, a single file start. It's a little less exciting down in the Hell Corner the first time, Garth, but it gives all the drivers a chance just to, if you like, to play themselves in. I think that's the first overtake we've seen at Turn 1 Held Corner, and it's come effectively on the second green flag lap.
Yeah, and I'm with you, John. I like the single file start because it can get hairy, the run down in Turn 1 on that first lap, and also the run up Mountain Straight into Turn 2. So as they continue to sort themselves out at the end of Turn 2, I think it's Jamie Whincup in the 88 AMG Mercedes, battling it out with Harry King and Maxi Goetz.
Called himself a retiree yesterday,
Yeah, he did,
didn't he? Jamie Whincup?
Semi-retired.
Semi-retired, having just punched out a low 203 to go right near the top of the practice session Saturday afternoon. That's the Johor Motor Racing 888 number 88 car, off the back of a great deal of success in recent weeks in the Asian Le Mans Series. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim and young West Aussie guy Jordan Love will drive that car.
And touch. Now, that was the WM Waste GT4 car, wasn't it? The Artura getting a little bit of hip and shoulder there early on.
Chaz Boston started that car this morning, so fair amount of experience there in the local search IRC GT car. That was the car that had big damage yesterday. They've done a huge amount of work, bolting in a new rear end, and that car back on track, and contact nice and early. So 15 minutes in, Sheldon van der Linde by 1.2 seconds early on.
Well, this is a nice, sensible pace to be going to start with. Just to put it into context, Garth and Quilty were talking about how chilly it is. The best lap time we've seen is a 2:10. Now, granted, the line astern and they're full of fuel, but we saw people coming out for 1 hour sessions earlier on in the week, Garth, and getting straight down into the 5s and 4s, second or third lap out. So that's how tricky it is out here at the moment.
Yeah, you can see the tyres coming in now, second actual push lap of the race. The first flyer, Sheldon van der Linde, was the fastest with a 10.1. The second lap, it was Michael Grenier who was fastest with a 2:06.9, so some 3 seconds faster on the second lap. Oh, there goes the 46 BMW M4 around the outside of Maxime Martin. So we've spoken about the BMW all through practice and qualifying in the lead up to this race, just how fast the car is in the first sector. I think we got a bit of a window as to why the car is so fast in the first sector, rounding up Kelvin van der Linde in the number 22 Audi around the outside in the braking zone into Turn 2. It's a very Craig Lowndes-esque move that we've seen here in the past.
1994 was a long time ago, Garth. Yeah, that's an interesting thing. The BMW is going really well, and of course they're the only car with forced induction with turbocharging in the GT3 field here this year in these cool conditions. Now they say it's always darkest before the dawn. It's actually half a degree cooler now than it was when the race started. So the temperature's just about to bottom out and then start rising as we get one of the AMGs. That's the STM car of Thomas Randall shortcutting at Brock Skyline. The best change they've ever done to this race. Yes. They've actually put that tarmac apron there on the runoff. It used to be a gravel trap, and it used to be Carnage Central. So he got away with one there, Thomas. That car was in 12th position. I was just missed the shootout yesterday.
I was just about to say.
Attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty drive-through to car 47. Breach of safety car protocol.
David Russell behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG. It's a breach of safety car protocol. There's a couple of elements that could be. It could be weaving once the lights were out. But we are being told by Motorsport Australia Race Control it's actually overtaking before the control line. So you are not allowed to pass another car before you get to the control line, which is right there under the Repco bridge. And Davey was quite a way back down the field in among some Invitational and GT4 cars. So I wonder if he might have just been getting past a slower vehicle at the start there and just slightly misjudged it.
The first vestiges of that almost Etruscan orange sky just beginning to break through.
Oh, this is the coolest hour of most.
Just fantastic. Mother Nature must be a motor racing fan when you see Gulf blue and gold and orange in the sky at the start of a motor race. Absolutely gorgeous, and this is why we've got such a big crowd here and so many of you watching all around the world. The first 45 minutes or so of this race, stunning.
Stunning view for Maro Engel. In a couple of laps, it'll be blinding light as the sun pops up over the Blue Mountains. Sunrise about 30 minutes from now. This spectacular opening hour of the Repco Bathurst 12 hour. Sheldon van der Linde, South African, leads the race, 1.2 seconds. Lap times continuing to tumble. Mick Grenier is running second, Maro Engel third. So BMW, Mercedes, and then the first of the Porsches is Laurent Vanthoor in the number 912, and that's the view down Conrod Straight.
That's such a good shot. The Sunday morning commute into downtown Bathurst moving a little quicker than normal today as they make their way down into the chase.
So, Garth, were you a tinted visor guy for the early start, or just
I was a tinted visor guy for the start because I'd have the visor up in the dark, and then as soon as the sun broke, visor straight back down, so that you didn't get exactly what Rich spoke about, the sun in your eye as you make your way across Skyline down into the Dipper.
Absolutely Batmobile from the back end of
Chaz Mostert.
It's Mostert, yeah.
McLaren Artura GT4, so turbocharged V6. And David Russell into pit lane, so missed it. He's got a drive-through penalty to serve for overlapping or overtaking prior to the control line, following what was effectively the race start when they went to green following 2 laps of safety car. That will count towards the safety car tally for the day. We'll keep track of that for you. Meanwhile, a little bit of shuffling going on a little bit further down the order. So having bowled wide at the top at Rock Skyline, Thomas Randall recovers the spot and sneaks up the inside of the Hallmark Property Group car from Team MPC down at Murray's Corner. Nice pass. West Aussie Dean Fiore driving the number 9 Audi. And then Kelvin van der Linde in the 22. Rare you see Kelvin being passed at Mount Panorama.
1 passed and 2 outbraked. So Maxime Martin didn't quite get the lap out of the BMW he wanted in the Pirelli shootout yesterday. He's making up for that now. Up a couple of spots from 9th to 7th for that car. Here's another view on board the 46 BMW M4. Uses the toe nicely, switches out. And ultimately, Kelvin didn't fight this one too hard. He certainly knows there's a long way to go in this race, and probably also knows that these are probably the best conditions for the BMW horsepower-wise as well. So keep your powder dry for a fight later in the day when it really matters.
And the BMWs did struggle, John, last year when it got hot in the middle of the day. This car, the leading car right now, already getting to traffic, and it was so close as they go past Bridges Mount Panorama. That's one of the risks that is going to be part of today's motor race, is that traffic, and we've seen it throughout 6 practice sessions and even qualifying, that with just 6 more cars than last year's race, traffic has played such a bigger role in trying to get a clean lap. So it is going to be a big part of today is negotiating the class cars.
Not that you could see it there, but that was the bright orange Vortex 1.0 with Lionel Amarige behind the wheel, and went offline quite significantly at this time of the race. Not too much penalty for that, but you're told in the driver's briefing if you can't just stay on your racing line. And I've said that there is quite a bit of debris, surprisingly, on the outside, running up towards the tree and up towards the top of the map.
Yeah, that's right. That is certainly something that you do have to be well aware of as this race progresses. the marbles, the rubber debris, the tyre debris that gets discarded to the outside of the racetrack, and that continues to build as the race goes on. So should you find yourself out wide letting the faster cars through, it can take up to 3 laps to clean the tyre up again. And if you're consistently forced offline, you may never clean the tyre up again. And that becomes an issue for the slower cars, because then they continue to lose more performance. It's like a snowball, it gets worse and worse the more you try and be more and more polite.
It can feel like a puncture, can't it?
Yeah, and the car shakes so hard. So you often feel like there's something failing in the car, but ultimately it's just pickup, what we call pickup. Talking about pickup, the speed's starting to pick up at the front of the field. Just looked at the sector times, and Michael Grenier, a 50.9 in the first sector, starting to get down to some pretty saucy lap times. 32.2 across the top from Aro Engel. So the 2 AMG Mercedes in second and third starting to come to life.
Just a reminder of the classes and the categorisation, this being a class race, so you can tell who's where with the colour on the timing totem on your left of screen. Green is the Pro-Am battle, voice or watches. Silver class with the blue. Invitational class, the pink, that's going to be a really cool race. There's some proper talent there. It's being led by Tim Slade. Nick Percat in there, and young gun Ryland Gray squeezed in between 2 of his supercars heroes. And then the GT4 class being led by Chaz Mostert in that McLaren. Chaz handed the reins over to his younger co-drivers. Job to qualify the car, but he got the job of starting this morning. There is Valentino Rossi. Celebrated a birthday on Friday. It was Matt Campbell's birthday yesterday. Snuck that one
flew under the radar,
yeah. So he had a pretty good day in the Manthey Porsche. Former winner here. Valet has done a super job this weekend. Lines for the autograph session, and the public appearances have just been ridiculous all weekend, as they were when he first arrived last year. And his co-driver Maxime Martin, one of the most experienced GT and endurance racers around the world, has the task of starting car 46, and he's already up 1 spot to 7th. Sheldon van der Linde continues to lead. I'm interested to see where race pace settles in GT at the early stage of this race. And last year, they ratcheted it up really, really quickly, and we're doing 3s and 2s within that first hour. I'm keen to see where they sit, especially with the different pit stop rules that Chad touched on at the start, where there's now a timed pit stop to put fuel in the car. And what we think that's going to do is take some of the need to save fuel out of the equation, that you'll be able to run the car flat out for a stint more often this year, perhaps, than last year. So we'll keep a lap time check on it for you, just to see where they settle into.
You were talking about Max Martin on there. He was up to 6th, so Ricardo Fellas got back past him there on that last lap. And he was one of the cars in that 46 who was moving forward. So he's back in front of Kelvin van der Linde again now in the number 22. A nice spread of makes: BMW, Mercedes, Mercedes, Porsche, Mercedes, Audi, BMW, Audi, Porsche, and Mercedes for the top 10. See that quickly.
If you're a Lamborghini fan, David Wall's in 17th in the Wall Racing Huracan GT3 Evo. Brand new car. They've had a really solid weekend, and dramas for the 19 Racing Ginetta G55 GT4. Already, it's Hizzy behind the wheel of this car, young English driver.
Oh, well, Hizzy, yeah, great opportunity for this young man. He impressed mightily in the Dubai 24 hours a couple of weeks ago, and that is not good news at all. V6 engine, I think, has expired. There's something. Is that a brake? Right rear brake?
Yeah, at the back of the car, so it's either exhaust or brake that they were a little bit worried about as they pushed the car into the lane. So, get the driver out, which is a smart move.
He's done well to get it back to the pits, so we stay green as we are in the early running here at Mount Panorama.
The beauty of this race is that you can recover from something like that and get the car repaired if possible and get it back onto the racetrack, so it doesn't necessarily mean game over. It was quite a late addition to the grid this year, just to bolster the GT4 field. A couple of internationals linking up with Paul Buccini, who's a very experienced production car racer. part of GT4 racing, the race within a race. And this is a race flat out. The back half of the top 10, through the kink, sparks flying. And the lap times continue to tumble. Pace continues to increase. So we've already got the rear bar off this car, punching in beneath and firing or something.
Maybe exhaust on bodywork or something like that. At the rear of the car, you can certainly see where the exhaust, that's where they're blowing that fire extinguisher. So potentially the exhaust rubbing against the floor, the diffuser, and just potentially getting a little warmer than what they would like.
Colin White, one of the drivers, knows probably more about Ginettas than anyone other than the company themselves, and it is not averse in endurance races to picking up the tools. He'll have been on the baking putty this morning. It's his pre-race snack of choice. And, he'll know exactly what's going on there. He is the master of MacGyvering, is Colin. And a never say die attitude from him. If the team need any motivation, he'll be providing it for them. Starting to grip up going up the mountain, Garth, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. And Richard Crail was talking about lap times last year versus what we're seeing at the moment. Last year, the fastest lap of the race was Kelvin van der Linde. He did that on lap 169 of 322 laps for that car. So you'd say in the middle part of the day. And then other cars did low twos on laps 13 and 14. So we're starting to close in on that territory now. So far, fastest lap of the race of 2:04.39 for Lucas Stoltz aboard the number 75 Sun Energy 1 AMG Mercedes, the defending champion, sharing that car with Jules Gounon and Kenny Habul. So that's one to keep an eye on. Currently circulating in 5th spot.
Merckx and Lawrence Vantor have come back to Sheldon van der Linde as well. In fact, almost everyone's come back to Sheldon because out of the elbow, 3.5 seconds coming in the top 8 cars. So there's now something of a freight train for the leader all the way back to the bottom half of the top 10, down to Harry King in 9th position, the second of the Manthey EMA Porsches. So there's the BMW. Mick Grenier, young Canadian driver who made his debut here last year for Mercedes AMG team Gruppe M, and got to stand on the Bathurst podium. Done some racing in Triple Eight in Asian Le Mans and some of the endurance racing they've been doing in the Asian GT Championship. Will Brown watching on. Looks like he's going to be next in line to take over from the Canadian in car Triple Eight. Smiles down at National Storage Racing. A little nap early in the program. You get to sleep in early on Sunday here because it becomes a very big day at the office with not many opportunities for a break as we roll into the second half an hour of the Repco Bathurst 12 hour.
I thought I'd come down and see my mate Will Brown. You're getting ready to jump in. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy were you didn't have to start today's race, mate?
Yeah, I was at 11 about that. I was pretty happy. It's not as bad as it was in 2022 when me and you raced together, but it's always a bit scary starting in the dark around here, but Mick's doing an awesome job. And yeah, just keeping that second place right now.
Yeah, you're in good stead, and all reports are the car's handling quite well. Have you heard much from Nick in the car at the minute?
Yeah, no, I think he's pretty happy with the car right now. It's obviously pretty early in the morning, so the times are pretty fast. But no, I think overall we've got a good car today, good team. So we just got to keep it clean and see how we end up.
And let's have a look what's in your hands here. You've got a little dicky seat. Is this what you put in to make sure you're nice and comfortable in this Mercedes?
Yeah, that's right. I'm not very big, so I need to boost myself up with a little booster seat. So yeah, chuck that in and then I'll be right to get up on the wheel.
Go well, mate. We're looking forward to watching you out there, all right?
Cheers, thank you.
Down in the Ginetta garage with Owen Hizzy. And Owen, they're actually backing up a new car. How much bodywork can they pilfer off this one to put on your car?
It's exactly the same car, so everything in that car can go into this car. So yeah, so that's all what we're doing, taking spares away from that one to put onto this one. It was unfortunate that dry shaft let go after the back straight, and then unfortunately it then caught fire. So not the best start, but rather it go at the start than the end.
And you got the right crew guys working to try and fix the car. Should be able to get it back out?
Oh yeah, we should easily be able to get that back out. It's just one of those things that we just can't control. But knowing the team, the car and everything, it shouldn't take too long.
Thanks for the chat.
Thank you.
Oh, what an absolute disaster. It's been running fine all week and then pulled the drive shaft out. I wonder if he maybe just ran across the back of a curve or something and it's rattled it out. It can happen. Happened to me when I drove one of those. Lost the right drive shaft at the rear. Should have remembered that.
You can whip down now, give him a hand to fix it then, John.
No, that is not a very long time since I picked up spanners, and it goes back to my early days of driving when we all had to keep our cars on the road ourselves. If that was a Hillman Avenger, I could whip the gearbox out and change the clutch for them, no problem at all. That was my speciality.
Our leaders now starting to make their way through the GT4 competitors. Chaz Mostert, new experience for him. He's usually the one doing the lapping, not being lapped. So Chaz currently leading GT4. So trying to get out of the way, but not go too far out of the way, because he'll be well aware of what we were talking about earlier. Get the build up or the pick up on your tyre and how that can affect your performance. So Chaz staying full right as the BMW comes by. There'll be an Audi come on by very shortly. There he goes, Kelvin van der Linde. Those two duked it out for pole here a couple of years ago.
And that McLaren is not a slow race car. They can do 2:14s at this place, but it shows you just the level of performance these GT3 cars have got. It's really spicy at the front now. This massive freight train of cars all the way down to Harry King in 9th position, locked together. 5 seconds covering the top 10. That's Jamie Whincup.
Get him back, Chaz. Get him back. There you go.
Oh, you'll love it.
Yeah, that's right. Chaz will be loving that.
He has got no chance, but shows the nose. Whincup's got problems of his own because he's got Maxi Goetz in the Caltex Craft Bamboo car just behind him as they power up the hill. But that little bit of lap traffic, so 12 laps, and they're into the front of the GT4 cars. And this was particularly wild with Vantor getting up the inside of the Mercedes AMG. That's Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel. Hugely experienced Mercedes guy, but it shows you how challenging it could be when you get into these cars at the top of the hill, or there at the kink on the run up to the Audi Sport cutting. And Sheldon van der Linde is the pioneer at the moment, trying to squeeze his way through traffic and keep an eye on Mick Grenier, who's tucked up behind the Shell BMW.
Poor Lena Lamoureux, again in the vortex there, was right round the outside of the Audi cutting, almost riding the wall, just proving how you've got to be right on the game and keep the concentration going. I think probably the GT4s is going to be one of the hardest cars to drive here because of the fact that they are quicker than some of the cars, but they still have the GT3s going past them, so they're going to have their eyes in the back of their head for that one. I'm not sure that one was just drifting across the top of the mountain, guys.
Bubbles. Not like camp smoke, all other kinds of things I've seen at the top of the mountain.
Seen lots of things at the top of the mountains. Bubbles not one of them.
West Ham United fan, obviously.
There wasn't, I don't think you can get to this point and add something new to the I can't believe it happened at Bathurst book, but there you go. Bubbles at 6 minutes, 6:18 and 40 seconds on a Sunday morning. That's outstanding.
We'll be asking questions later.
This battle is really cool, and we've seen this the last couple of years where they all get into a rhythm early, but they're lockstep with each other in this battle for the lead, and indeed in the top 10. And these races, the last couple of years, it becomes, as it gets hotter, quite difficult to overtake. And we were talking on lap 3 about the marbles offline. And this is something of a track position race. You want to be the leading car. The further up the grid you can get early, the better it is for you to play your strategy out over the course of the race. That's why they're so intent on fighting for track position nice and early on. Good morning. It's not a visage most people like to see, is right? It's
very early.
Oh, hang on a second. We appear to have
thank you very much.
Delivery.
That looks like that's a John.
That's a John, thank you.
Excellent. There'll be a Garth here.
Very nice. This is the most important part of the race.
Yeah. Outstanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Is just life-saving at this time of the morning.
That was one of the best announcements that we could have had, that Mac Cafe is back just over the other side of the track from us. Good health.
It's the only way we got you back for the race this year, wasn't it?
True,
Make sure we had coffee before 6:30.
One of the great partnership announcements that's been made, I think, is the supply of commentary coffee. Thank you to McCafe. That is outstanding job. While we tuck into these, let's pop down and say good day to Jack, who I don't think has coffee yet.
No, you're right, Richard. Feel free to send the coffees down to pit lane. But I've actually been watching down here at the inside of turn 1, and I'll be keen to get some feedback from Garth Tander on this. I've been watching the brake rotor glow, and typically when we come on camera, there's no cars coming past. But the front engine cars, the Mercedes, a lot of front glow versus rear. So we know you can adjust the brake bias in these cars from the front axle to the back axle in terms of when you apply the brake, how it works front and rear. The rear engine car, the Porsche, a lot of rear glow versus front glow. So interesting to see how the brake temperatures are working in these conditions. And whilst it's not quite daylight yet, we will get to see a little bit more brake glow. It's a really cool sight here into turn 1. See if we can keep the camera rolling here, because I believe Sheldon van der Linde are coming through the last corner now. And you'll be able to see exactly what I'm talking about, because the Mercedes has a very front-weighted bias, and the BMW at the lead, front and rear glow very, very even. So very interesting to watch that down here at turn 1.
It's a good point you make, Jack. With the this time of the day is really the only chance we get to have a good look at things like that with the brake rotors glowing. And you mentioned weight distribution, and that's got a lot to do with it, hasn't it? Obviously the BMW and Mercedes front engine, so a lot of the brake energy working on the front axle, whereas the Audi are mid-engine and the Porsche with the traditional rear engine. Because there's a lot more weight over the rear axle, you can have a lot more brake performance to the rear of the car as well. So that's why you'll see the rears glowing more on those mid and rear engine cars. We speak a lot about the glow ratio, which is effectively a visual way of checking the temperatures front to rear. And this 45 minutes to an hour is really the only time in Australian motorsport where we can check that out, other than doing testing at night time. So a good pickup from Jack there. Just one of the many unique things about GT3 racing. It's funny, the traffic sort of came in waves, didn't it? We got the GT4 cars, we're done and dusted with them, and now we're trying to chase down the back of the Invitational cars, and then it's on to the back of the GT3 cars for our leaders. So a bit of clear track now for our leaders.
Harry King nicked the fastest lap a little while ago with a 2:01, a 2:04.1. That's now come down to a 2:03.4 for Lawrence Van Toor. So the speed's picking up. Here's Tim Slade having a wee look.
No, that's
the
Lamborghini.
Lamborghini, excuse me.
So that's David Wall, just making his way around the vortex.
Tim Slade did an awesome job in qualifying. The ICGT running to a 2:06 maximum lap time, and he did a 2:06.07 to qualify the car. Couldn't get much more perfect than that. This is part of the huge appeal of this race, and I love that in the sides of those AMGs, you can see almost all the way up into the engine. You almost see up to the headers. It's so cool.
They opened those out a few years ago because they had problems with tyre pickup getting caught where the exhausts go through the sill, and you can get serious fires out of that.
In the AMG cars, even on a really overcast, gloomy day, you can see the exhaust glowing, so they certainly run very high exhaust temperature on that car.
So we are coming around to 6:25 in the morning at the mountain.
And John, the pace continues to build, so there's still an array of colour on our timing screen, which indicates that there's either personal best or session best sector times being punched out. So Lawrence Van Toor on lap 15, into the 16th now, with a 2:03.49. So the pace, as the light increases, the lap times come down. And this is pretty typical of what we see in this race, where it is something of a happy hour at kind of the wrong end of the day, where cars are just humming along nicely and punching out good lap times. So it's still Van der Linde by 0.6 of a second. That margin's been pretty consistent since the start, somewhere between 6 to 10 car lengths. BMW continuing to lead.
Harry King leads Pro-Am in 9th, with Jamie Whincup second in 10th. Best of the silver cars is Luke Yilden in 14th position in the 44. Invitational is Tim Slade. He is in 17th position in that number. Superb looking and sounding number 91. The white car with the Martini livery. They've all been pretty well behaved at the moment. I'm impressed with this. You don't win a race on the first few laps. I am getting the absolute Paddington stare.
I'll just message James Taylor to get the safety car on standby, should I? Because I think we've been pretty good this weekend from a commentary curse point of view. We've done all right so far. I don't think it's not a thing.
It's not a thing. I love that commentators think that they've got some control over the curse.
I like to think we've got more influence than we actually do. As you're learning, as you join our
I can tell you right now, as you're fanging around Mount Panorama at 6:25 in the morning, you're absolutely not thinking or worrying about what the commentators are saying.
If you are, you've got bigger problems.
I'm heartbroken.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, John, but I would have thought this far into your broadcast career, you would have figured that one.
Wind picking up at the top of the mountain, that is something to keep an eye on.
Sort of coming into driver happy hour now, because you can see.
Yeah.
So the cars were loving the very start of the race where the cooler conditions. So you had car happy hour for the first 40-odd minutes. And then we'll have now about 20 minutes of overlap where you go into driver happy hour, and then the temperature starts to rise, and then the tyre will go away. And it'll then start to lose lap time as the sun breaks, the UV comes in.
This is Maxi Goetz in the Craft Bamboo racing car. Actually, to have a squiz about where he is in the timing, but there's a little timing error from the transponder in the Caltex car. So he is actually just on the outside of the top 10. Nicely experienced German. He's been here plenty of times. There's Grello. Porsche, Laurent Vanthoor squeezing past. He sits in 4th place. So Sheldon van der Linde continues to lead. The margin 0.7. BMW leading a pair of Mercedes and a Porsche. Bright and early in Bathurst, bright and early on Sydney Harbour as well. That's a fantastic shot of one of the world's most beautiful natural harbours. It's got it all, blue waters, fantastic tourist attractions. There's some hidden beaches as well. And within walking distance of the city, some pristine bushland too. And of course, the Botanic Gardens not far away from the Opera House and the bridge. Great part of the world, just a couple of hours from where we are now. And I know a lot of our international visitors go and do the touristy thing either before or after the race. Mercedes AMG drivers spent some time on Bondi Beach. A couple of Mercedes AMG drivers, I'm told, a little bit worried about some of the wildlife in the sea at Bondi and refused to go surfing, which is unsurprising. Our colleague is off to the Hunter to go and drink some wine.
No sharks for our colleague. Lots of wine, though, coming up next week. Which
Chatterbox giving me a couple of really nice recommendations to potter up there in the Porsche and see a bit more of beautiful New South Wales.
Double check on Jack's wine credentials. I'm not too sure.
Goes all right.
Does he?
Jack Perkins with the...
Perkins or LeBrock?
LeBrock. Sorry, Jack.
Our coffee's got international reach. Just got a text message from Kevin Estro saying, hope you're enjoying the coffee.
Kevin, wish you were here.
Such a shame he's not here because been part of the Porsche factory outfit for a very long time and was due to come this year. It was in the Bathurst 1000 last year with Penrite Racing. Did a great job and was due to be racing there this weekend. Shipping delays meant that Porsche could not make it.
Yeah, Hub Auto worked so hard and they were on the verge of flying a car here, but it wasn't going to get here until Friday and it was just too big a call to make. Yeah, you get the feeling Kevin would have been smack in the middle of this battle pack.
He would have been right at the front.
Yeah. Awesome driver. He was really good in the supercar last year.
He did a mega job. A really good job.
Outstanding, yeah. The Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific region represented by the new team Phantom, but new team name, and this is their first ever race, but being helped out by Timo Bernhard's lads and lasses.
And they're actually, John, going all right.
Yeah.
13th, so they're up a couple of spots. They missed the shootout. Jackson Evans is behind the wheel of that car, and they've just gone pretty quickly. So they're in the low 3s, as are now the top 15 cars in the race, all in the threes or very much near it. This is that leading battle. So Maro Engels come back to the rear of the national storage car for Group M. And Vantor's gone with him, and Lucas Stoles has gone with him. And oh, by the way, Ricardo Feller's there too. And you can probably throw Maxime Martin into that mix.
45 minutes in since the start of the race, and just over 8 seconds cover the top 10. So no one getting up the road just yet. Jamie Whincup, 10th spot. It's actually Jackson Evans in that Phantom Global Porsche just set the fastest first sector of the race, 50.5. I'm not sure that car did a 50.5 in qualifying. So tells you a lot about track conditions when there's no sun on it and it's still nice and cool.
Lena Labarouche again right in the middle. I think that's the third time that Vortex has been lapped, but they're in their own race. They just want to get through this one. French bespoke race car builder. It's one of their first efforts. They've got a new for 2024 car, did some development on it in the Middle East at the back end of last year, and then raced in the Emirates a couple of races in January. And that's the new car, the 2.0 Vortex. That is an all-carbon fibre chassis on that car. Hopefully, we'll see that coming over here next year. Talk about the international reach. We've talked about this in the past. Racing drivers want to be here. Hello to Robin Liddell, Stephen McAleer and Jordan Pepper, who are all tuned in around the world at various times. They're spread across the globe. It's 7:30 in the evening in the UK. Gentlemen, let's have you over here shortly.
Well, Jordan Pepper won with Bentley.
Yeah. He did.
2020, first South African to win here. Sheldon Vandal into the first of his countrymen to do the job in qualifying. So this is on board David Wall, former Cup Australia champion, GT champion as well. A little bit of AC. Only 14.5 degrees outside at the moment.
A bit more than 14.5 degrees inside the Lamborghini right now. We were talking yesterday in qualifying how you can sort of relax at the end of Conrod at 280k an hour, and that's a pretty good example of just one-handing it into the chase, just adjusting the air vents. I can tell you just how powerful those air vents are. You've actually got to run with your visor down because it blows that hard, it dries your eyes out. So I was just marvelling at this lead bunch. Every time we take a shot down Conrod Straight or up Mountain Straight, the first 8 cars are all in the same shot. They make their way down into Forest Elbow, line astern. And if you listen, start of a 10-lap sprint race.
Yeah, absolutely. If you listen carefully, you can hear them bottoming out. Hashtag B12HR. If you are joining the conversation, hello to John Smith. I'm not sure where you are. This might be a silly question. Could the cars bottom out at the dipper? Not just there. Well, it's 3 or 4 times across the top, particularly when you're full of fuel. Yeah,
so it's full of fuel in the cooler, denser air as well. There's more downforce. So that was one thing I really noticed. We tested here. There's a test weekend or a test couple of days in November. And we started testing in the afternoon and then tested again the very next morning. And you really do notice the difference in downforce, just how much the car was bottoming for the same ride heights across the top of the mountain in the cooler, denser air. So that's what will be going on right now, and as the day goes on, we talk about the tyre going away, but you also lose a lot of aero performance as well. Let's hear from Chad.
Just a little strategy update. I went for a walk up and down the lane to see who's got a helmet on, and I wanted to focus on the 3 bronze drivers that are entered in the pro class to try what we call the loophole strategy that we explained earlier. You can see that Winkelhock has got his gear ready to go, so it looks like maybe they'll be trying something different there compared to Liam Talbot next to him has got the helmet on and ready to go. So the Audis are actually looking to split the strategy there. I went down to Sun Energy 1 at the very top of pit lane, and they're sort of hedging their bets. Both Jules and Kenny Habul have their race suits on, but no helmets yet. So still waiting to see a late call. It was Kenny hopping in at the first driver change last year, but that was after Luca did a double at the beginning of the race.
It's a good point, Chad. Thank you. And I think if you're Audi, you're mad if you don't split your strategies between those 2 cars. If something goes wrong for one, your other one's still in the mix. And just to recap on that driver time scenario, and it called it the Kenny rule, because they read the rules better than anyone last year and worked out that if you entered a bronze-ranked driver, so an amateur driver by the definition of the FIA, who seeds all the drivers around the world from platinum down to bronze based on ability, success, career, history, age as well, especially. If you put a bronze driver in a car that's entered in the outright class, there's no minimum driver time requirement. So only has to do 40 minutes of the race, and then your two professional factory works awesome superstar drivers can do the rest of the day. And it basically becomes a two-car or two-driver entry for the rest of the day. And that is what won Sun Energy won the race last year. Audi doing the same thing with their two cars, the number 2 and the number 22, with Liam Talbot in that car, the orange car, and Brad Schumacher in the number 2 KFC entry. So get that driver out the way as early as you can. It sounds harsh, it sounds callous in a way, but both of those guys, Kenny as well, fully prepared to do the absolute minimum, because ultimately, at the end of the day, the trophy looks exactly the same.
Exactly. They don't mention any of that in the fine print when you look back at the record books. So being used to great effect by the Sun Energy One team in years gone by. And it was actually through the COVID period where it was the Pro-Am race that the team sort of tweaked onto this and thought, hang on a minute, we can make this work for an outright deal. And that's what, and we all scratched our heads like, that's not going to work. And they made it work last year. And like you said, Rich, Audi have now decided, hang on a minute, there might be some value in this. So
with 51 minutes in, these cars running, and the fuel capacity in a GT3 car varies mark to mark, and it's part of the series of checks and balances called Balance of Performance that SRO, the governing body of global GT3 racing, applies to all the cars to equalise the performance. Anywhere between 105 and 115 litres fuel tank capacity. So they've now 22 laps in at about 3.5 litres a lap burn, somewhere in the vicinity of 80 litres of fuel gone. And the idea is, from an SRO and a governing body point of view, is that a stint will be somewhere around 32 laps worth of fuel. And that will work out to be about an hour and 10 into the race. So that's why the theory is you can do this race on 9 stops, all going to plan. I say all going to plan, which rarely goes to plan at this place.
Yeah, our Radio Le Mans statistician and strategist Paul Trustwell actually does do strategy for teams now. He always says, if it all goes smoothly, and you can almost hear him putting the brackets in, which it rarely ever does.
You can speak brackets with the infliction with an asterisk in it.
Yeah, yeah. Trusters does
I love being in those strategy meetings when they say it all goes to plan and all the drivers just roll their eyes going, show me a race where it's all gone to plan, because it never does. And that's the mark of a great team. It's how you bounce back when it doesn't go to plan. On board here again with Calvin van der Linde as we make our way up Mountain Straight. You can see that big green light on the light module just to the right of the driver. And that's showing us that we're under green conditions. That's actually the light module that shows when the safety car comes out, when full course yellow comes out, or should the worst happen, we go red. That actually flashes inside the car and the drivers get that information firsthand. And then you can see the counter on that counting up right there. That actually tells you the stint length. But it always goes a little bit out at the start of the race, because we've currently been going for 53.5 minutes and it's showing 58 on the counter. That's because that works from when the ignition in the car's turned on, not from the start of the race. So the first stint's always a little bit out, but it resets when you have your pit stop. So the next driver that gets in, you get a very accurate readout of how long you've been in the car. So that actually tells you where you are in the stint as a driver, because you have an understanding of how long the stint's going to be.
And we've been talking about minimum driver times. The regs in terms of maximum driver times, well, get out there and drive as long as you need to, really, but you must have an hour's break in between getting out of the car and getting back in.
Talk about getting in. There's one of our superstar drivers, one Valentino Rossi, suiting up to get ready to jump aboard the number 46 BMW M4WRT Mercedes. Spoke to Valentino yesterday, said, so you're going to start the race? Basically, in the best Italian, no chance, was the reply, and I don't blame him.
I feel like he has the ability to pull rank.
I think you can pull rank pretty heavily when you're Valentino Rossi.
The driver time regulations, basically no driver can do more than a double stint. So 150 minutes cumulative in the car at any one time, and then you have to jump out for that 1 hour, which is why last year we saw Luca, Stolz and Shulgunon basically piggyback between the two of them at the end of last year's race, and that certainly helped them get to the checkered flag, claim an amazing victory. We're riding on board with that 46 BMW. It looks like Valentina will jump in. We were just on board with a 22 Audi with Kelvin van der Linde, and he might have heard Garth Tander in his ears, perhaps because he just punched out the quickest lap of the race at a 2:03.31. So there's still plenty of pace aboard, even 24 laps into this stint, somewhere in the vicinity of 8 laps away from the first round of pit stops if they go right to the very end of their fuel window. So just settled down at the front as well, and van der Linde just pulled a second or two away from, it's 1.2 now, from Mick Grenier. They've just started to separate themselves a little bit in that leading freight train as we go back and have a look at the IRC GT of Daniel Gillison. You might be wondering why the beautiful blue livery is interrupted at the back with some black. Well, they had to raid the spare parts bin. The body of this car is based on a Mercedes E-Class coupe. The only OEM bit on it are the headlights and the tail lights. And it turns out they're quite hard to find, which is why one of them's still missing.
Not many of them in downtown Bathurst on a Saturday night.
So they actually lifted the entire rear end out of a car that was running in one of our support races in the combined sedans race. So it finished racing yesterday. No support races today for obvious reasons. They parked that back to back with this car, which the entire rear subframe had been detached and removed, and plugged the new one in, gearbox, transaxle, the whole lot. And this is the reason why.
And it's lucky that this is a bespoke racing car and they could do that just a foot or so offline. And a huge incident at the top of the hill. It wasn't just the hit, the first hit, it was their second hit, Garth, that did the damage at the back end.
Certainly that second hit, you can see the energy go through the car, and significant damage to the back of that one. So great job by this team to get the car back out and running again. Daniel Gillison, who's been involved with this Mark car and IRC program for quite some time, done quite a few miles in these cars. So smart play by the team to get him in at the start of the race. The first time the car runs after its rebuild was the start of the race. So best to have someone who knows the car very well, understand and make sure that it's all working properly before they get into the grunt part of the day.
Remarkable job on the rebuild too, and these cars are designed to be very modular. There's only 8 bolts that hold that entire rear subframe, which has got the transaxle, the alternators mounted on the top of the gearbox at the rear of the car for weight distribution. Really impressive stuff, and that team worked hard. This is the Manthey EMA Porsche Boysell Pro-Am class car, just giving the wall a scrape at the top of the hill.
Harry King getting up close and personal. That's exactly where we saw Adam Hargraves have that moment yesterday. So
that was 11.5 inches. Wow. Harry's a very stylish young man, and he just fancied a set of white wall tyres on that car.
Yeah, he did that in the Carrera Cup round here when he made his Bathurst debut in October. And please remember, it's not a Carrera Cup race that goes for 25 minutes. He's got 10 hours and 59 to go at Mount Panorama. So a full hour of racing already ticked off at the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour for 2024, the 21st edition of a 12-hour endurance race at this venue. There was an additional one tacked in at Sydney Motorsport Park in 1995. And Sheldon van der Linde continues to lead the race for BMW and Team WRT in car number 32. His margin is 1.1 seconds over Mick Grenier, the young Canadian. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th place. 2 old rivals, Maro Engel and Laurens Vanthoor, 2 of the very best exponents of GT3 racing in the world, both of them with a success at this place, both with Alan Simonson Pole Awards to their credit, but both looking for an elusive Bathurst victory. And both, you feel, in with a shot of achieving that today. These 2 cars among the favourites. And Porsche especially. The Mercs we expect to be strong. The Porsche has been flying under the radar quietly all weekend. Matt Campbell did some Matt Campbell things earlier on in one of the practice sessions. He wrung the neck of it in qualifying, couldn't get that ultimate pace to get the car to the pointy end in the shootout, but they've looked really strong. And Porsche's strength, Garth, comes in racing conditions. They're a lighter car, so they're a little bit lighter on their tyres over a race distance, and they burn just a little bit less fuel relative to their cars around them. And in years gone by, we've seen the Porsches extend a stint by 1 lap, 2 lap, sometimes 3, just to give themselves a little bit more flexibility when it comes to strategy as the race plays out.
Certainly have. So Van Thor trying to make his way past one of the lap cars, Daniel Gillison. Finally gets that job done, leaving Forest Elbow for the run down Conrod Straight. Let's hear from Shay in pit lane.
A little bit of fun, guys. We're talking about all the second drivers getting ready to get into the cars. Well, how about the second and third drivers who had to get to the track early because their way in was otherwise blocked? I'm talking about the Sun Energy One guys staying at Kenny Habul's house on Conrod Straight, but unfortunately for them, their method of transport in had to be before the race started because, well, there's a race going on in Kenny's normal driveway. So he is here, Jules is here. They're both ready to get in the car, not yet, later on in the day. And local intel had it last night that Kenny would be in the car somewhere around 8 o'clock this morning. So we still have a bit of time before we'll see a driver change for Sun Energy One.
It's a good point, isn't it? I hadn't even thought of that.
It's not a problem I've ever had in past in my racing career that I had to be at the racetrack because I live on the racetrack. So well publicised that when an opportunity came up, some real estate came up available on Conrod Straight, Kenny Habul, big fan of this race, or Bathurst growing up, and he just had to grab it. And he actually texted me last night, said, why don't you come around for a drink? And gave me the address, and it was XXX Conrod Straight.
Yeah. That's got to be one of the coolest addresses. Anybody who lives around here, to be able to see it, that's my address.
Yeah, something Conrod Straight. And isn't Manthey's address in Germany the Nürburgring?
It's not far away. They're at Moy's Path now, just off the back of the dog to get hurt. And yeah, but there might as well be, in fairness.
Might as well be number 15 for Rouge or something along those lines.
That'll be WRT. That's what Tom Voss lives just round the corner from Spa.
There is property for sale on Conrod Straight at the moment.
You keep tempting us with this.
Well,
Rich will have it he'll buy it before the end of the race.
I had a lot of tickets in that 200 million Powerball that was going the other week, and I was very disappointed that I wasn't staying there this weekend because lucky numbers didn't come up.
I'll get the real estate website up for you, Rich, and you can start putting bids in.
It's a bit beyond my means, Garth. The 5-time Bathurst champion, so I think should be able to get up there in the property market. They're just driving past it right now by the view.
Is there room for Chad to land his helicopter there?
He could like land a private jet on that driveway. Yes, definitely.
True enough.
This is that leading group of cars. That incredible shot down through the fastest corner in our sport, and the kink braking just before 100 metres uphill into the chase. Did a very sneaky, I'm sure I was allowed to do it, but slow lap last night as I departed the circuit. And it's one of the great scenes is there was a group of kids playing cricket in the sand trap at the chase. And I just thought that was very, very cool. What a great way to spend a Saturday evening.
Play kick-to-kick footy up at Skyline.
Yep. Yeah.
You just don't want to kick it too far because if it rolls over Skyline, it takes forever to go and get it.
You can't just ask the neighbours to chuck the ball back, can you?
Back over the fence, please. Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, that'd be somebody down in the paddock. It would just keep rolling, wouldn't it? One of the great kicks of all time.
This Porsche in 4th place, as the stint has gone on, has just got better and better and better. Talking about the bright green and yellow car, it's called Grello for obvious reasons, famous colour associated with Manthey, and Ventor's just set the quickest lap for that car all race, a lap 28. And Harry King in the sister car, slightly older generation car back in 9th, set the fastest first sector of the whole race. So as the stint goes on, these Porsches are just getting better and better.
Grello has its own merchandise line, and when it was named that, of course, it's a German team, but we couldn't decide whether it was green or yellow, and so it was called Grello. But that's the English, not the German. And it was, I think, probably one of the first of the modern era cars to get its own merchandising line, and it's been very successful. And the guys at Manthey have kept it on, and they've embraced it completely. We've seen Rexy and Roxy, of course, for EO, also Porsches. And I suppose if you go back far enough, have things like the Porsche Pink Pig and its 20th anniversary of the BMW art car this year. We're looking to have a BMW art car actually race in the top class at Le Mans. The Jenny Holzer car didn't ever race. It took part in practice and qualifying, I think, the V12 LMR. But it didn't actually race that year.
Audi were the kings of coming here with unique Bathurst deliveries in the early days of this race. The first year with Phoenix Racing, that was Audi Sport Team Joseph the first year. Phoenix the next, they rocked up one car, had a big red-back spider on it. The other one had a big kangaroo sign. They really embraced it. Good-looking model cars too. As we jump back on board with Maxime Martin in car 46. Jackson Evans has just set the quickest lap for the Phantom Global Racing Porsche, running in 11th position at the moment, 2:03.3. So 29 laps into a stint car. Yep. I know the conditions are very, very good, but the pace that these cars are producing at the moment is still really impressive.
Yeah, well, I mean, we often talk a lot about the tyre going away throughout the duration of the stint, but in these cooler conditions, lap traffic right at the wrong spot. But Maxime Martin gets around there at Solomon Park before the run down here into Reed Park. But we often talk about the tyre going away throughout the stint. And that's where the loss of lap time is. But when there's cooler conditions like this and the sun hasn't taken effect on the racetrack, it's the actual fuel burn of the race car getting lighter. It has a greater effect for the car going faster than the tyre going away and losing grip from the tyre performance.
Bit of Macca's.
A hot cross bun? No, I'll have the coffee back, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're probably hot chocolates, right?
I'm sure they are.
Yeah, not so happy about the hot cross bun. Or was that Richard Crail in the background because he's not getting a hot cross bun? Yeah. Oh, Michael Grenier up the inside of the 702, and then that's when we picked up this shot on board with Maxime Martin, the 702 catching its breath right where you want to put your car. So
that's Jeff Emery in that invitational.
And have a look in the rear vision mirror, you can, or the camera, you can see Calvin van der Linde coming in for the kill. So it's had that one covered from all angles there.
You don't pass at McPhillamy Park, Kelvin. And
he's
into
the first
the
pit
lane.
stops.
That is Kelvin van der Linde. The orange and blue number 22 Audi. So first scheduled pit stop. Out come all the plugs, radio, water.
And Goats behind him as well.
Yeah, so Craft Bamboo Racing doing the same. So 30 laps into the race and an hour and 7 minutes of running and the first round of scheduled pit stops. See a driver change, and that's Liam Talbot jumping in, reigning Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia champion. He's the bronze driver in this car, so you'll expect him to drive now, and that may well be his job done for the day, as long as he gets 40 minutes plus a little bit under his belt in this stint.
Now, they're not changing tyres on that car. They're having a look at the front end of the AMG that's in there.
And the difference in regulation this year, and they can be a little bit more relaxed with their pit stops, is that there is a minimum time in pit lane you must adhere to when you are doing a stop that includes refueling. And it's 85 seconds. And that is from the line at the start of pit lane to the control line at the end. And if you go beneath that, there is quite significant penalties that will be applied. And that's why he's just sitting there minding his own business. Very early in the weekend, they worked through and did practice of this, timing it out. What's the transit time up the 345 metres of pit lane itself? How long does that take? Pulling into the bay, pulling out, and then all the associated settings.
Yeah, and the driver will have, we talked about the timer in the car that was counting the stint up. What you also have, and the team's program into that readout, is when you leave your pit box, you have a plus or minus, and you have a red light and a green light. Green light means you're good to leave pit lane. Red light means you've still got to kill a bit of time in the pit lane before you turn your pit speed limiter off. So the drivers actually have a lot of work to do here. Here's our race leader into the lane.
222 was in the lane as well. Scott Taylor Motorsport, Craig Lowndes jumped aboard that car. A good guy at car racing, so he'll be all right. His first stint of the day. And Sheldon van der Linde pits from the lead. Mick Grenier pits from second as well. The National Storage 888 entry. So that will hand the lead over to Maro Engel with Laurent Vantor in the Porsche now second. So they're running a little bit longer. You'd expect them all within a couple of laps of each other given the early running's gone SC free, barring those 2 laps at the start of the race.
They made some changes on that Lamborghini. They were putting the jack holder underneath the left rear, and they only took the left rear off. So maybe some adjustment, maybe some spring or damper adjustment.
A damper adjustment or ride height adjustment under the rear of the car. I was curious that they didn't put tyres on the Van der Linde Audi, and I think one of the reasons for that is for Liam Talbot, who's the bronze driver, you don't have to worry about the warm-up phase. Yeah. You can leave pit lane and get straight on it. So there's potential to actually make a bit of time up in these first 2 or 3 laps after the pit stop, because you're not dealing with a cold tyre. You're just getting out it, getting straight on it. So Kelvin would have known that they were going to double stint the tyre at the start of the race, so maybe didn't take all of the performance out of the tyre as well. And with it being cooler right now, this is the time. If you're going to double stint tyres, do it now. Yeah. And then that buys you more tyres and more flexibility later in the day.
Well, actually, we saw the 22 Audi, didn't we, getting passed a couple of times in that early phase, and that will have been exactly what you're talking about. Huge burn out coming out of the lane.
Talk about cold tyres. There you go.
Got the traction control cranked fairly low in that car as well, I think. So Will Brown aboard car 888 for the first time, his first stint in this race and first racing stint as a driver for 888 Race Engineering.
Just curious, did they do tyres on the Will Brown car, the 888 car?
There's a net gain there for the number 2 Audi as well.
Yeah, and the BMW, the 32 BMW, so they potentially judged the pit lane time better than 888 did.
And Audi have split their strategies, so Marcus Winkelhock being shown now behind the wheel of car 2. Ricardo Feller started that, but Liam Talbot jumped into the 22 car. So those 2 Audis now are going slightly different directions. Brad Schumacher will drive car 2 at some point today. He's the bronze driver. And we were talking about the Kenny rule, that different kind of rule that those cars are operating to. This is a cool sight. It was fantastic last year, and it hasn't got any older. 12 months later, Valentino Rossi jumping aboard a GT3 car at Mount Panorama.
Last time he won an endurance race, he was on 2 wheels, and Colin Edwards was his co-rider. It was 81, Suzuka 6 hours rather.
Will Brown.
Problem for Will Brown?
No, looking really racy and putting the pressure on the number 32 BMW with Charles Wietz behind the wheel, the young Belgian driver who's struggled getting this car back up to speed, and Brown switched on very quickly.
This is the difference between a warm tyre and a cold tyre. So BMW took tyres, we saw them do that. Will Brown on a much warmer tyre.
And that's Marcus Winkelhock in behind.
If Wietz doesn't defend down here in the final corner, Brown's going to have a send. Because you've got to get it done. So we're trying to get a bit of tyre temp, disguising it as blocking.
Right, okay. Just page 3 of the Racing Car Driver's Handbook.
That's how you do it, Rich. You've got to always have a secondary story. So Will Brown knows he's got to get this done early. So Wietz defends again and then comes back at the line for Will Brown.
What's
going on here? Oh, there's the Murrow angle, AMG. So they've all converged.
Valentino Rossi's jumped all of them.
Yeah.
So 46 out of pit lane, going over the hump now.
Wow. How have they done that? Well, is that an overcut?
Yeah.
Yeah,
one extra lap.
One extra lap.
Valentino on a cold tyre. They took tyres on his car as well. So they'll be to the back of the 46 BMW very quickly. So no time to play yourself in for Valentino Rossi. Here they come. This is for the effective lead of the race.
Well, the interesting thing will be Vantor pits now from assuming the lead in 9-1-2. Teammates.
WRT.
Hold your breath moment early in this race on the run up to Reed Park, and the teammates almost get into each other. This is playing perfectly for Manthey EMA, because these guys are walking across the top of the mountain, dueling with each other.
How's the intensity of Will Brown's first 5 laps as a 888 employed race car driver?
He's going to be fine, isn't he?
What's all this about?
But they're slowing each other up, Garth.
Yeah, they are.
So while the pit stop times are going to be the same for every car, it's the in and the out that are going to make the difference in this race.
And hot and cold tyres is the decider right here. Both of the Manthey EMA cars are in the pit lane at the moment.
I'll be shocked if Vantor's not leading this race after this.
Vantor knew it too. He set the purple sector in the first sector, the fastest sector of the race on his in-lap, and a personal best sector in the middle sector on his in-lap. So they're absolutely maximising the overcut here And while this battle goes on between the two WRT BMWs, just hold our breath for a little bit here. They're trying to be polite to each other, and by trying to be polite to each other, they're costing themselves bulk lap time.
Oh, this is Vincent Voss will be on the phone to these two, and this is the... Well, I suppose if there's two BMW M4 GT3s wide, nobody else is going to get past them.
So Wirtz did an 11.2 on that lap.
This has cost them the race lead, because Ayhancan Guven, the young Turkish driver, in his first start at Bathurst in car 912, is clear of pit lane. He's up the road, and 75 with Jules Gounon. Talk about good guys at car racing. He's cleared them as well.
So's the 911. Yasser Shaheen's come out up the road, so it's Porsche 1-2.
But they're still going to have to warm their tyres up, but at least they're doing it in slightly cleaner air, and they're not having to worry about going offline and defending.
The Porsches are miles up the road from these guys. This has been a huge win for Manti EMA.
Those in-laps from the two Porsches. Harry King as well did a personal best. So the 911, the middle sector on his in-lap was a personal best as well. So Manti EMA played a blinder early, but to do it this early, they've shown everyone how to do it later in the race. Oh, there's Yasser Shaheen. So he's needing to bring a cold tyre in. So here they all come at him now. So what happened to Valentino Rossi last lap is happening to Shaheen this lap.
And the Porsches take longer to get their tyres up to temperature. Both Porsches have lost 10 kilos overnight, the 991 and the 992 versions of those cars, as they're part of a rebalancing.
10 kilos overnight, just like that.
We can POP you, Rich. No worry about that.
Fantastic, please.
That's balance of pudding.
So we'll get everyone to the start-finish line and recheck for you, but we've seen a massive shuffling of the race order, and it's all come down to in and out laps. So the overcut has worked. Stay out longer, with tyre warm-up being so important in this race. I think we've just seen a bit of an example about how this race is going to play out today.
Absolutely.
So there's the new effective race leader, Ayhancan Guven, young Turkish driver, one-make Porsche star in car 912. David Reynolds finds himself in second place. So there hasn't been a massive amount of gain for car 130. They came in third, they come out second. Jules Gounon behind the wheel of car 75. The big losers out of that have been the 32 BMW. They've gone from the race lead. They're now in fifth position behind their teammates in car number 46, with Valentino Rossi gaining ground, and Will Brown now sits in sixth position at the back of this queue.
Mick Grenier is out of the AAA Mercedes, and Mick, you got the honor of starting the race. You had only one car ahead of you the entire stint. How well do you know the back of that BMW now after staring at it for an hour?
Yeah, I mean, it looks a bit the same than in quali yesterday. They are quick in sector 1 and 3, a bit struggling in sector 2 compared to us. But they have good straight line speed, so they are difficult to race. But yeah, there was no risk taken in first stint, especially in the dark. I mean, there's no point to risk. There was a fuel save game. I think we fuel save a bit less than other cars that stopped a lap later, and then we lost, I think, 2 or 3 spots. So I think now we're running P4, but it's a long race.
Do you think the Mercedes will get stronger as the heat of the day comes into play?
Yeah, normally the heat is good for us compared to turbo cars. We have to wait and see. It's a long race now. Everyone was playing the fuel game, but yeah, we will see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sheldon van der Linde started from pole, led the whole start and the opening stint of the race. Tell us about those conditions there.
Yeah, honestly, mate, not easy out there. I underestimated how hard it is in the dark to get around this place on the mountain, especially when you're the leader. You're always the first to arrive to dust and so on, so it's not easy, honestly. I was trying to stay focused. I saw the Merc coming mid-stint as well, so they've definitely got good pace, which is not surprising to me. They're also very good on the tyre during the stint, so I'm pretty sure that they'll be good at the end of the race as well. But in general, very happy with the car. It's feeling good out there. It's obviously still quite cool, so the car will change a lot in balance towards the end of the race. But Charles in the car now, and yeah, he's having a nice battle with Valentino, so it should be good for the fans to watch as well.
Yeah, any chat within the two teammates to get Valentino out of the way, or you just run your own race at this stage?
No team order so early on. I mean, it's only 1 hour into the race, so we all do our own thing for now. Hope there's no contact, obviously. We want to keep the car clean until the end, but you never know at this race. It's very tricky with traffic at the moment. A lot of very slow cars on the mountain where you just can't pass, so tricky.
All right, thank you. I'll just quickly spin the camera around. I've seen some cool live telemetry before in here in the garage. They've got live video from the cockpit. Very cool indeed. I'll be watching that throughout the day.
Thanks to Jack Perkins down there with Sheldon van der Linde. What a great stint he did, leading his first laps at Mount Panorama. Let's have a look at how this has played out. 5:45 a.m. this morning. The race burst into life after 2 laps behind the safety car in front of a packed hill at Hill Corner. And a beautiful sight, as always, one of the best hours of motorsport in Australia. And it was the BMW leading the way early, and the sparks were flying. You get the vibe from what we've already seen. They're going to continue to fly for the whole day. There was some squabbling early on as people worked out what they had beneath them and where they wanted to run. And that was Chaz Mostert right in the thick of the action.
It certainly was one of the invitational cars coming on by Chaz. Thomas Randall was going forward early in the race, and then Maxime Martin around the outside of Kelvin van der Linde at the end of Mountain Straight. David Russell was aboard the number 47 Superbarn Supermarkets car. They had to come through for drive-through for a start infringement, and then this, the Gonetta, a bit of an issue with the drive shaft in the lane. Hopefully they'd get that fixed to back out. David Wall, a bit of a moment getting past the Vortex, and then Harry King finding the limits across the top of the mountain in the number 911 Shell Porsche. And then it was pit stop time, and boy did it kick off once the first round of pit stops started. Will Brown starting his life as a 888 race engineering driver, and then the on-track battles was just epic for the first couple of laps, leaving pit lane, cold tyres versus hot tyres. And this, if you're in a BMW garage, you are holding your breath for 2 laps while they sorted themselves out. Ultimately, Valentino Rossi held position, currently runs 4th in this one, but there was a couple of laps where it was wild.
And through all of that, car 912 was able to grab the lead. Now this was unfolding while we're looking at those highlights. So car 222 coming out of pit lane right into the midst of a battle pack as well. And the leader going through. So Lowndes behind the wheel of that car, and the Mark II entry squeezed off the road straight up the hill to Griffin's Bend. This from the Sun Energy One racing car with Jugunon behind the wheel. So they get past STM. That is our race leader. Yankan Guven behind the wheel. Oh, squeezy over the crest. It is barely 3 cars wide on the run up to turn 2. Visit New South Wales Corner. Here's how they stand on the Pirelli leaderboard after almost 90 minutes of racing so far. Fantastic fast start to this year's race. Laurent Vantor started car 912. They've got some gain through the pit stops. Car 130, the Mercedes next. Sun Energy One creeping into it in 3rd place. And then the 2 BMWs with 32 having led the race early back to 5th position. Jamie Whincup, nice job early in car 88. That car sitting just outside the top 10. Craft Bamboo car running well. Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of 222, and you can see the class cars. So the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura GT4 car 25 leading the way over the AMG GT4, and here is confirmation of your class leaders. So Guven leads the race. Shahin leads the Boycell Pro-Am class. So he's out there against a bunch of pros now. Luke Yulden leads the silver class. That's the blue highlight, former Bathurst champion. Cam McLeod is a superstar young driver doing a really nice job behind the wheel of the IRC GT car, and they are leading the invitational class. Their pyjamas to racing today, which I completely understand. Cool morning on the mountain, just on 14 degrees when this race started. Nice and crisp, especially at the top of the hill where it can often be a couple of degrees cooler up there. Still taking some time to get some temperature around, still showing about 14 degrees outside at the moment, but the sun has poked its head up over the Blue Mountains, and we're into that dawn couple of hours now while everyone sorts themselves out.
So the differential in lap time between those fast in laps, Garth, from the 2 Porsches, we had them down in the 3s, didn't we? And they're turning. What are they doing last time around? 6s?
5-0 for good.
5-0.
So peak lap time for that car was a 3-3. So the full tank having a big effect on the performance of the cars. And as they get lighter, the performance will come back.
All right, so let's dive into the Pirelli pit bunker, guys, and we'll chat a little bit about the pit stops that we just saw so we can break down a few of the new rules that were introduced. We heard Rich talking the fans through some of those that we just saw on screen. And the two biggest changes, fellas, that we've seen this year are these two top-line items right now. So minimum 85 seconds in pit lane. And that is from the moment you enter pit lane to the moment you exit pit lane. And it's because it's the easiest way to keep track of that through the timing screen. So what that means is that a lot of the time you'll be sitting stationary for about 20 seconds once the pit stop is done before you get moving. The other big change this year, which sort of slipped under the radar before we got here, is that you were allowed to refuel and service the car, change tyres at the same time. That last year was fuel first, tyres second. As always, the car has to be switched off, which is very different to what we're used to seeing in this part of the world of motor racing. And the speed limit is 40 kilometres down pit lane, which is substantially slower than where it is in a lot of places around the world. And someone's just dived into the pits, and that's the number 9 Audi making a second stop very early. So I'll get on that in a second. But let's just quick over to some of the other things that are going to matter here. You may have noticed that there's some armbands being worn in pit lane, and this is what the colours mean. So white for the car controller, you'll have one of those. You're allowed 4 refuelers. They've got the orange armbands. Changing the tyres, you're allowed 3 mechanics, and they'll be using 2 rattle guns as well. So you can't change 4 tyres at once. You can either do fronts or rears or right and left. And then the driver assistant can get in there to change drink bottles, help with the driver change, the radio, the cool suit system, anything like that. So when you're watching the pit stops today, just a few things to watch out for. Speeding in pit lane, there was a lot of drivers doing that in practice earlier in the week. Making sure the car is always off during a pit stop. Not always pitting during a safety car. That has happened in the past, but with the 85-second minimum, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them taking whatever pit stop chance they get. And for the first time ever, guys, we should be seeing drivers pitting during a full course yellow. I can't wait to see how that one in particular, like it does in Formula One, will change the course of the race today.
And a lot of that's going to come down to where you are on the circuit. Yeah. And that is the only bit of rolling the dice of full course yellow. I think it's a great way to neutralise the circuit quickly and to get back to racing quickly. But it's a little bit of a roll of the dice, because normally the leader under safety car, of course, would get the first chance to come into an open pit. It will depend where they are. And we should say, by the way, that full course yellow could be the prelude to a safety car. It can, if you will, get upgraded to a safety car if necessary.
First time we've used full course yellow in Australian motorsport, really, at this level. So a lot of the international teams potentially have a little bit of an advantage there on how to react should that fall and whether to take a stop or not. So that's something we'll need to keep an eye on. It's a bit of a change in strategy.
That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. That's old school Bathurst coverage, isn't it? Where they had the camera at the top of the hill and a grainy, just in colour shot that you'd see the two Moffat Ford dealers going side by side.
You were headed to that shot. I remember that one as well.
That's awesome.
So this car came to the lane just previously. Oh, it's made contact with the inside wall. Lee Holdsworth. So lucky that there wasn't a secondary contact there. So you could see hit the inside wall and ran him wide.
Might have done a tooling there on the back end of that car. Lee wants to put the Powerball on, because that was very, very lucky indeed.
So it came to the lane and they're back out again now. So obviously not too much damage to that car. So smart from Lee to bring it back to the lane and have a bit of a check and make sure that's okay before pressing on. You can recover with 10.5 hours to go from something like that. If you don't come to the lane and something bigger happens, then you can't recover from that. So it's good heads-up racing from Lee.
Maybe if Lee wins the Powerball because of that save, he can buy us 4, 5, 7.
One-time Bathurst 1,000 winners. So he's a real estate man now, so he's all over that. So I reckon he's probably already got a bid in for 400 Conrod Straight.
So with 90 minutes into the race, let's just take stock, shall we? And car 912 is leading. So that's the Porsche. Really good sequence through the pit stops. We were talking about in-laps and out-laps, and the sector times that Laurens Vanthoor punched out. He was in the lead, he shuffled himself to the front, he had clear racetrack. It was a mid-1, potentially, that he could have done had he completed the lap.
Wow.
It was head down, proper head down stuff. Attacked the pit entry and got the car in, so that really helped that team get to the front. He's been chased by David Reynolds, who is, for this weekend, a factory Mercedes AMG driver. The margin officially 1 second. Jules Gounon, 3-time winner of this race in third place. And this is great news with the number 56 Ginetta being pushed out into the lane.
New drive shaft, and they are trying to knock it out of gear because it was put in gear by the new driver. I believe it's Paul Bussini behind the wheel. But the car will get a little splash of fuel before it then rumbles back out on the racetrack. Excellent work by Team 19 to get this car repaired back into the race, and now it's all about having fun for all 4 of their drivers.
And this is another purpose-built race car. There are Ginetta G55s for the road, but there are a race car put into road trim. Battle for position out on the track, and that's cleaned up rather nicely as the Audi comes through on the Porsche. And that was as easy as you like. Luke Yielden making up position and finds himself in 10th place now in that number 44 Valmont Racing Tigani Motorsports Audi.
What's going on up here at Griffin's Bend? Heart of racing, Mercedes AMG gobbles up another AMG car. So the M Motorsport car, Jack LeBrock behind the wheel, slow getting out of Griffin's Bend.
Leader coming across the top of the mountain and down into the Repco Dipper. The Grello car. Aycan Guven, Turkish racing driver of some repute, also pretty good on the sims as well. Races at a very high level in iRacing, and more than holds his own in that side of things as well. And at the moment, he's the better part of a second, Crilsey, ahead of David Reynolds in second and Gilles Guillot in third position.
I went through my records, and I will be corrected if I'm wrong, but I could not find a record of a Turkish national racing in an endurance race at Mount Panorama before. Correct me if I'm wrong. Certainly not the 12-hour. Good morning, Aaron Moon, if anyone's going to know.
Noons.
Be the sleuth. But yeah, he's doing a nice job. He's been a consistent in one-make Porsche racing, much to the bane of all the Aussies and Kiwis who have been going overseas to race in Porsche Super Cup or Carrera Cup Germany. Matty Campbell, Race Guven, Jackson Evans as well, Jordan Love in recent years. As we watch this battle between the National Storage Racing Mercedes AMG, Will Brown behind the wheel. He's got Marcus Winkelhock chasing him down. A hugely experienced German, a guy that's won everything in long-distance endurance racing, Spa and the Nürburgring combined. World Challenge, Intercontinental GT Challenge has been successful. He's been associated to the Audi brand for a long time. 9 visits to this place now as well. Co-driver to our mate Garth up here in the commentary box for a couple of years as well at the Jamek Racing and Melbourne Performance Centre team. And the leader is just in traffic. We'll get to the lane in just a sec, but Guven's getting held up by the vortex here, and that's just going to allow David Reynolds to close in, and he's got a Ginetta he's trying to get past as well. So this is incredibly busy, and Reynolds is going to try and thread the eye of the needle through all of this. We talked at the start that traffic was going to play a bigger role in this race this year, relative to the last 2 especially, and that is proving so.
So Philippe Bonnell in the vortex, catching up to an outlap for the Ginetta, which is effectively an exploratory lap because they've just bolted the new drive shaft into the right rear of that. Everybody played together very nicely, but proof, if proof were needed, of just how high the concentration levels have to be at all times here. And not only for the drivers doing the passing, but for the drivers being passed as well, Rich, because they've just got to hold their line at that point and not do anything unexpected.
Sorry, Chad, we had a little bit on there just for a lap or 2.
Well, I thought I'd give you an update on the Lee Holdsworth Audi performance car. I spoke to Dean Fiore, co-driver, and the engineer on that car. They said the steering's not bent, but I thought I'd have a look at the right front wheel, and you can see the outer bead on the rim where it's made contact has bent that in. It would have caused a bit of vibration in the right front. Lee would have felt that come in. They put another wheel and tyre on the car, and they're back in the race.
Thanks to Jack Perkins down there in the lane.
with Chad doing a very good Jack Perkins impression, in fairness, with that Mission Impossible mask and everything.
Good pick up from Jack there, because you probably could have pressed on if you're Lee Holdsworth and got away with it. And you might do that at the end of the race if you're in the battle for a podium or for the win, but given it was 10.5 hours to go at this stage of the race, far better to come and check it and make sure it's okay. So smart heads-up racing from Lee Holdsworth there to double check, make sure all's okay. Now, there's a bit of a calm has fallen across the top 5 cars again after that. Say that, and there's a McLaren taking a fight across the top of the mountain.
It's always the worst spot as well, isn't
I know. And you can't, I mean, the lap car guys, they do everything they can to get out of the way, but often you'll jump out of Silman Park there and not know they're there, and then you drop down into the grate, and all of a sudden there's a car there, such as the closing speed across the top of the mountain. So Guven has got up the road a little bit here, 1.7 seconds over David Reynolds, and that's the traffic effect. Almost an elastic band, it'll keep stretching and contracting as you make your way through the traffic, depending on where you find them. But we've had a full hour and a half of racing, 1 pit stop cycle, and there's still 7 seconds to cover the top 7 cars. So that battle for the front pack was 10 cars before the first stop. It's whittled down to 7. Jaden Ojeda in 8th. Number 77, Craft Bamboo, AMG Mercedes is 21 seconds off the lead.
Talbot in 22, so remember, bronze driver aboard that car, which is a pro car, needs to tick 40 minutes off, but ideally this is the car. They will go the full stint with Liam behind the wheel. If they can do 70 minutes like they did in the first stint of this race, that will be more than enough for Liam to have cleared what he needs to do in the race. And then it will be up to his teammates to do the job, Ricardo Feller and Kelvin van der Linde, for the rest of the day. That will become a 2-driver car. So they're okay. They're still in this race, but there'll be swings and roundabouts with the Audis, because Marcus Winkelhoff, we think, will hand over to Brad Schumacher at the next stop. But Audi have split their roles. So number 2's next stint might see them drop down the leaderboard, but as long as they stay on the lead lap, that's fine.
There we go. Okay. At the chase, that's the Ginetta facing the wrong direction, but there was another car involved there.
I think it was the Lamborghini.
I think it was the Wall Racing car.
Yeah. So the Ginetta getting out of harm's way. Still showing David Wall at the helm of the number 93. Wall Racing a Lamborghini Huracan. There's Yasser Shaheen behind. Yasser currently running 12th, looking to put the Lamborghini 1 lap down.
Just getting a few notes on the socials about this mandatory 85-second stop. One thing that we should say is it applies all the way through the race, because people are asking, does it apply for a last stop late in the race? Yes, it does, is my understanding.
No, I think it's just if you connect the fuel rig.
But I was just going to say, yeah.
If you connect the fuel rig, then that makes it an 85. So you can't splash and dash, but you can come and take tyres.
Right, yes, it's tyres.
Yeah. So it's more. So, but that means you can't put fuel in at the same time,
and you can't change the driver.
And can't change the driver.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding, without getting into the bowels of the regulations, but it has taken away that splash and dash option towards the end of the race that we've seen some teams use. So we will see a different strategic element in the last hour and a half of this one than what we've seen in previous 12-hour events here at Mount Panorama.
So you need to get your fuel numbers right for your last fuel stop. Yeah. That makes that one absolutely crucial.
I don't think a huge amount changes in the fact that you need to do your final pit stop within the final 75 minutes of the race. You tick that box, you're good to go to the end. An hour and 38 into the race, 10 hours and 19 to go as they race down Conrod Straight. Race leader heading up through visit newsouthwales.com corner, run up to the Audi Sport cutting. Guven now 2.9 seconds in front, and just keep a look at the trend of those Porsches, because they got better as the stint went on in the first stint of the race. So let's get a little bit more of a larger sample size in this second stint, see what they do as this race progresses on, and that's going to give us an indication of where they're going to stand later in the day. Remember 12 months ago, Matt Campbell came on really strong at the end of last year's Repco Bathurst 12-hour and was harassing Jules Gounon and bouncing his Porsche off fences in his pursuit to try and get the race lead. Porsche's traditionally strong late at Mount Panorama. See if that stands up today. Two BMWs, meanwhile, in pretty good shape. 4th and 5th place in Valentino Rossi, hanging on to the back of Jules Gounon.
I was about to make the point that Valentino Rossi not letting triple race winner Jules Gounon get up the road here in this stint. So we saw straight after the pit stop, Valentino Rossi fighting hard for track position over his teammate Charles Weirts. And it was worth the fight because now the tyres come in and the doctor is going to work on the back of last year's race winner in Jules Gounon. So we are still curious to see how the BMW goes as the sun continues to rise and the temperature continues to rise also, because that was their Achilles heel last year. They were super fast in this part of the race last year. They're doing it again this year, but the question mark remains, can they do it when the heat comes in? And the humidity as well, I think, will be an interesting factor for this car. The only front-running GT3 car that is turbocharged here this year, going up against all the naturally aspirated variants in the AMG, Mercedes, the Porsche and the Audi.
And if it's been one thing this week, it's been humid all week long. A lot of moisture in the air. That will play a role. This is awesome from Rossi. He was good last year, but he's now a driver that's had 12 months worth of really solid experience behind the wheel of the M4 GT3. So he's a sharper implement himself, let alone a year's worth of experience under their belt with this car for Team WRT. They only switched to this car from Audi, years of being a factory Audi team at the start of last season. And they performed really well. They won at Kyalami actually a couple of weeks after Bathurst last year in what was a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. They had some success later in the season. But this is a really sharp outfit. And as Garth said, the only question, what do they do in the heat of the day? How do the cars go in the heat of the day? But for mine, there's no questions over drivers. And certainly in this car, they've added Raffaele Marciello this year, and he's a guy that's done awesome stuff in Mercedes over the years in the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Former pole sitter, ridiculous overtakes, all of the bits and pieces. So looking forward to seeing the guy they call Lello behind the wheel of car 46 as this race evolves. We're on the banks of the Macquarie River in the central tablelands of New South Wales in the vibrant regional centre of Bathurst. The perfect mix of old and new. That's one of the great distilleries here. Had the fortune to responsibly sample some of that product. It's fantastic. There's rivers, there's bars and restaurants, arts and crafts, there's music as well. Some music coming in the middle of the week as part of the Bathurst Superfest, with the Thrifty Bathurst 500 coming your way next weekend as well. So this really is the place to be, and that is the scene. It is genuinely one of the most beautiful parts of Australia. Rolling hills on the other side of the Blue Mountains, especially at this time of the morning.
It's not called Mount Panorama for nothing, is it?
It lives up to the panorama name.
You absolutely cannot go for trades descriptions violations there. It does what it says on the tin, or on the side of the mountain.
On the side of the mountain, quite literally. This is a Mercedes AMG and BMW fight with David Reynolds. Gounon just behind with Valentino Rossi and Charles Weirts. We go back to Will Brown in 6th.
I like the way that we started the first hour of this race. It was a bit of jabbing, a bit of feeling for where the cars were. And it's just getting turned up the intensity a little bit. Some of the drivers who've started the race have got out, some of them have stayed in, but just starting to turn this up a little bit more now.
That period after the pit stops, or through the pit stop cycle, man, the intensity was through the roof. So here's our race leader, Ian Chan-Guven, through on Paul Tracy, who's running in the 702 car in the invitational class. Gets the job done. The lead that Guven enjoys over David Reynolds in second place there in the AMG Mercedes. It's 2.5 seconds.
Uncharacteristically scarmy screen there on the Porsche. Whether that was something between the layers of the tear-off strips that are on there, whether that was on the inside of the screen, I'm not sure, but
you do get them when you do put plenty of those tear-offs on the windscreen. You do get a lot of distortion and it gets quite hazy. But you need to run here. You'd probably have 12 tear-offs on the screen because you'll get rid of one every pit stop.
And if you look very carefully, you can see the little tabs,
fluoro tabs up in the corners,
on one side or the other of the air pillars of the cars. My worry would be as the sun comes up, there'll be a time when it's in the driver's eyes anyway, and you don't want it to be any more distortion or anything else that's... I can't stand a scrawny windscreen on a road car. I can't imagine what it'd be like around here. I'm the sort of person who packs a microfiber cloth with me to
Windex and a rag in every car you go in.
Yeah, pretty much. And nowadays, of course, all the dashboards are all touchscreen, and that's the other thing. Fingerprints on... Oh, don't get me started. Down at Hell Corner, a couple of moments ago, a little bit of a run-on for the 111, and that is no harm, no foul for Grant Donaldson in the Mark II, sitting in third in the Invitational class.
It's got excavation sponsorship on that car. I wouldn't want to go much further into the gravel trap, otherwise it would have to do a bit of excavating itself. The battle for second is tightening up now.
Incredible.
Second through fifth. Very, very tight. So David Reynolds aboard the 130 AMG Mercedes that Mauro Engel started.
He's not holding these guys up. No. We haven't had what you would describe as a proper goal for an overtake here. It's still early in the race. An hour and 3/4, hour and 45 minutes into this. So at the moment, again, what's happening from the pits? Are the pits talking to these guys and giving them lap times? Your fuel number doesn't really matter as much as it used to here. So they're asking them to hit their lap time, or they're just leaving the guys to get on with it?
I think you're letting him go at the moment, given it's this early. I mean, should it get a bit spicy and the drivers start taking a few risks, you might just radio in and just remind them to be patient and take their time. But I'm not sure you'd need to radio Jules Gounon and remind him to be patient. So he's going to pick his moment. But David Reynolds doesn't make many mistakes at Mount Panorama. So really, if an opportunity for Gounon presents itself with lap traffic, you might look into it. But at this stage, you just sit in and wait. I mean, Gouvern's got up the road a little bit now. It's 4.1 seconds, first to second.
It's great for that car. They've really worked the pit stops well, and they had that advantage, and they've actually pressed it home from here. You don't want damage on the car that's going to affect the performance here, particularly not straight line performance, or knocking a guard in or taking off one of the dive planes on the front of the car. That's going to hurt you all the way through the race here, and with still over 10 hours to go, that is not a problem that you want to have right now.
At this stage of the race, as a driver, you're thinking, I'm just protecting the front of the car. I'm protecting all aspects of the front of the car, all the aero at the front of the car, all the air intakes, everything like that. You are just wanting, you're not going to take any risks that damages the front. So patience is key right now as they make their way past one of the McLaren GT4 cars. Valentino Rossi just a little bit held up there as they exited Reed Park, but it's the name of the game in this race, is how you manage your way through the traffic, and we will constantly say that these gaps will open and close as they get through the traffic. So they spread out a little bit more now. Reynolds has got up the road, but you'll see within the next lap, that gap will close down again as Reynolds finds traffic himself.
It's not just the sights of Mount Panorama, it's the sounds as well, the grinding of the cars on the ground, the different engine notes, the twitter of the chirping of the turbo wastegate on that BMW. I love the variety that we get in GT and endurance racing. So many manufacturers interested in it now, and it's because of fabulous races like this and the international audience, global audience that it brings. World Endurance Championship, of course, starting in a couple of weeks' time. Add the prototypes into that as well. And GT3 cars going to Le Mans for the first time this year. And many of these drivers will be taking that opportunity, and the manufacturers as well. GT3 has been an unmitigated success right across the world.
Just pondering David Reynolds, and a bit of a feather in the cap for Dave, because you don't normally get a factory driving opportunity approaching 40 like he is, 38 years of age, 2017 winner of the Repco Bathurst 1000. But he is still driving as well as he ever had, and proof of that last year, the Street to Surface Paradise. Incredible race win for the Grove Racing team. The Supercars Championship, proving he's still got everything he's got. It just feels like he's in a really good place in his career at the moment.
He rang me when he just did this deal, and he goes, man, I'm seriously nervous about this. Like, this is a big deal. They're trusting.
Isn't that good, though?
Yeah, it's great. It means something. And he's like, they're trusting me. They really trust me. And I was like, Dave, you know what you're doing, mate. You'll be fine. There's a reason why Maro Engel wanted you in the car.
Multicoloured Audi is leading the the silver version of GT3. That's Luke Yildiz, and the flashing blue number gives you its class. The YOU isn't saying you. That's Luke Yildiz identifier, and the 10 is the position overall.
Well, speaking of David Reynolds, 2017 Bathurst victory, there's the other half.
Yeah.
Really popular win that year. Unpredictable win, but a win nonetheless. And Luke, who's been around for such a long time, it's the Belmont Racing Team. Such a cool looking race car too. Tim Pattinson's worked his art on the livery of that squad. Marcel Zalua and Sergio Perez sharing that car as well. This is the Boycel Pro-Am class leader. It's the Shell V-Power Porsche from Manthey EMA. Yasser Shahin is behind the wheel, a two-time Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia champion.
And Krelsi, how heads up of Yasser comes out right at the sharp end of the field on cold tyres after that first pit stop. His job is not to hold on to second place. His job is to bring this car back to pit lane after his stint, as if it was the most expensive rental car that you've ever had from the airport, and you've got no CDW on it, and it's full excess.
He will be very switched on about what his job today is, which is a Pro-Am class win.
Correct.
Unlike his rival Liam Talbot, who's going for outright, is willing to sacrifice some driving time to do so, Yasser and this team are going for a class victory. Now, if they happen to be in a position to challenge for an outright result later in the day, then brilliant. And when you put Harry King in this car, then it is absolutely going to be in contention for an outright win. But Yasser knows where he's at. Right now, his eyes will be on car 88. That's the Johor Motor Racing 888 entry with Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim behind the wheel, who is between, well, Craig Lowndes is between he and Yasser Shahin. So they're the first and second in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, and he's got, at the moment, around about 15, 16 seconds of a gap at the moment. And that's what they'll be telling him on the radio from the pits. You're doing a great job, hit your marks. This is not the time to fight any battles for that car right now, Gov.
No, that's right. Here's our invitational class leader, Cameron McLeod. Aboard the number 91, beautifully turned out Martini liveried Mark Mustang. And young Cam doing very good things in his career. A lot of raps on this kid for the future, internationally and here in Australia. He was over in the Middle East racing in some endurance racing over there earlier this year. Be in the Dunlop Series next week at Bathurst for 50 Bathurst 500 weekend. The second part of the Bathurst Superfest.
Wait, it's he is very good.
Yeah, he's good.
He is made a mark. Matthew Campbell watching on from pit lane.
Talking about guys that have made a mark.
Yeah, just a bit
just
of one.
a little bit.
Yeah, but just on Cam McLeod, following in his dad's footsteps. So his dad is Ryan McLeod, who has starts in great race, starts in this race and every other race at this place that's just about ever been held. And the grandson of Peter McLeod, who won here in '87 with Brock and the Holden Dealer team. But a great racing family, but he's taking Ryan's approach, which is just drive everything. Get experience everywhere. He's raced Formula Ford into the V8, but he's been running Mark cars. He did the sports sedan round, I think, on the streets of the Gold Coast last year to get some street circuit miles, which was really appropriate. And linking up with Keith Kasuki's team this weekend, and a beautifully liveried Mark II entry. Keith just wants to finish this weekend. That's all he wants to do. Tim Slade did a super job of qualifying that car. And that invitational class is going to be fun to follow that over the course of the day. Right now, he's leading Nick Perker. So he's got some pretty serious talent around him, Cam McLeod. And you knock off a supercar driver in the same machinery, you're doing a pretty good job.
Jan Gouvan is pulling away from this battle for second on down. And that's not because David Reynolds is holding anybody up. So Gouvan's lap time's really consistent. not losing any time through traffic. Really big props to that young driver.
And it's not like Reynolds is holding Jules Gounon up either. So this gap and this is starting to spread the top 5, but Gouven has gone up the road nicely, and that battle for track position after the pit stops was crucial for the 912 Porsche as they continue to lead.
Reynolds in second place, as we mentioned. He's got about a second now in third to Gounon. Then Valentino Rossi also holding his own. And so behind Gouven in that 5-second gap, it's about a second between the next 2 or 3 cars. There's a couple of seconds behind Charles Vetz to the 888 next up, which is Will Brown at the moment. Marcus Winkelhock next up. Leader going up the mountain straight to Griffin Bend. Nice that little battle, and look at it's almost formation driving here, Grillsy.
It's a great way to get a vibe of who's where relative to each other. So there's Winkelhock in the leading Audi. We go back and we're going to pick up behind them Jaden Ojeda. So the Caltex car for Craft Bamboo Racing. Great to have them back for another year. Runners up here 2 years ago. Murrow Engel was one of the drivers that year for this squad, based out of Hong Kong. Hugely experienced race team, headed up by Darryl O'Young, who won this event twice as a driver for Audi. Canadian of origin is Darryl. It's a really successful race team, and they put a really nice program together. And then looking for Joel Eriksson, who's in the number 13 Phantom Global Porsche. There he is in 9th. Back to Liam Talbot. So Liam settled in 10th position in car number 22, 51 seconds from the race lead. The next car will be car 44, Luke Youlden. Some of the lap cars in between. There's the Vortex. It's a cool car. I hope they keep coming back. The 2.0 version of that is 110% carbon fibre. It's a cool thing. The big LS Chevy V8 mid-mounted. Go back to find David Wall there, who is a lap down in the silver class Lamborghini Huracan. Quite a lot of track position back to find Luke's 54 back. The next car in the line is Craig Lowndes. There he is. So Lowndesy has exited Murray's corner and has just slipped his way past Yasser Shahin. So that is a change of position for 12th and 13th, but they are still on the lead lap, 1 minute and 43 behind. There's the Ginetta, great to see that still circulating with Paul Pacini behind the wheel. They're running 29th. And then through all the lap cars and the class leaders, the unmistakable sight and the flashing number on the windscreen of 001 is Yankan Gouven, our race leader. So that's the field, every single one of them. 29 cars started, and at the moment they're all still running, which is great stuff to see.
That battle for second is closed down a little bit. Second, third and fourth. When we saw them last lap around going up Mountain Straight, there was about a second between all of them. It's probably a little under half of that at the moment. As the R now is Jules Gounon in that very bright car is closing up on David Reynolds.
So great battles all the way through the field, but this event is so much more than just a car race, and it has been really busy on and off the racetrack, both in the paddock and in Harris Park, and we sent Jack Perkins out and about to find out what's going on.
This is the Chemical Guys Rides and Coffees, and I tell you, judged on the popularity, every year this is packed full of people, and Luke O'Neill, this is getting bigger and bigger every year at the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour.
It is, mate. This is our biggest year yet. We've been here 7 consecutive years. We started, I think, the first year we had maybe 50 cars. This year we have 95, and we are at capacity. It's growing really well, and it's great to see that the growth of this is with the growth of the 12 hours. It's coming back after COVID and becoming the event that it was pre-COVID. You know, huge. So exciting.
There's some really cool cars here. We've got a mixture of old stuff and new stuff. What's your favourite car here this year?
Look, these two are favourites. This is an old D-type Jag, and a bit of a modern car, modern twist with the R8. I'm a little bit of a fan of a McLaren. Everyone knows that. Anyone who knows me knows I love McLarens. There's the new Artura there, which is the new V6 hybrid, and the SUV of choice, the Aston Martin DBX 707, which has 700 horsepower for you to get the kids to school faster.
Dare I ask, what's the most expensive car here?
There is a pretty stunning purple Lamborghini STO. It is for sale, so we need to talk. It's $888,000.
Sounds like I better ring my bank manager. That's it, Chemical guys. Rides and coffees down here in the paddock.
Well, we've had our coffees courtesy of McCafe this morning, and we're caffeined up. The crowds have settled themselves in on the backside. There's some new sunshades as well on the front straight. What a crowd it's been. And you can barely walk through the paddock, even at 5 a.m. this morning when we came in. Stopping and talking to very knowledgeable fans here, Quilty.
Jack's a proper car guy. I'm surprised, 7:45 in the morning, I'm surprised he's not still down there, just poking around. Oh, what have you done to the rear axle on this thing? Or I've got an LS in that, or what have you done? Cool thing, though, and cool Chemical guys and Rides and Coffee have been a great part of this event. But it's an event, not just a car race now, and that's what one of the biggest evolutions of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour has been, is that, yeah, sure, there's a heap of on-track product, and we've had some great support category racing. In fact, I'd urge you to get onto the Bathurst 12-hour YouTube channel and check out the finish to the combined sedans race yesterday, because it was last corner hero stuff. Amazing.
No spoilers.
Spoilers. But there is so much to do on and off the track, like ride a T-Rex around.
Rexy?
I mean, that's normal.
It's not the kind of wildlife we're used to seeing here out Mount Panorama, hopping around the top of the mountain, but we've seen some sights over the journey, and we've seen plenty of sights this weekend as well. It's great to see so many people here this weekend, and we saw it when we rolled into town early this week. Just the campsites alone, how many were full early in the week, as this race continues to grow in stature.
Some great sight lines as well at the top of the mountain if you're an amateur photographer or you just like pointing your camera at race cars, and let's be honest, why wouldn't you? No big high catch fencing there, so you get some cracking panning shots, or if you're clever and you've got a really fast shutter speed and you can freeze the cars going through, get a nice depth of field with all of you back down into the paddock. It's a great place to come. I know that many of the RSL collective all around the world at the moment are planning to come next year. It's an unusual way to do your lap chart there, One Pearl One.
What I think just getting in early ahead of the Repco Bathurst 1000 in October, when you might need a scarf.
Yeah, a scarf, beanie, shorts, T-shirt, thongs, and thermals all in the one day.
Won't need it this weekend, but start knitting now, and I reckon by October, ready to go. This is our race leader. It's Manti EMA, a bit of a joint forces operation between one of the most successful GT teams in the history of everything in Manti Racing, and EMA Motorsport, which is an Aussie squad headed up by Alex Frames. They've been around for a long time, now running a multi-car operation in Porsche Carrera Cup Australia and in Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia. And this is the leading car. They ran in the DTM last year and won it, which was an awesome job. So really cool to see what this program is achieving. And they're putting their best foot forward, and Ayhancan Guven, the young Turkish driver, is pulling away in front, 6.5 seconds, the leading margin.
And we've gone through another race hour, now under 10 hours to go. I always like the onboard shots, Garth, to see how the drivers are coping with what's going on. I remember the overhead shot we had of the Bentley back down through the years, and just seeing the paucity of movement, how still they are, how relaxed they are. You would not think he was pulling the speeds he's doing. You would think he was driving it around the paddock at the moment. And that's what you want. That's a driver that is at one with himself and the car.
At one with himself and the car. He's just done the fastest lap of the race when we just took that on board, a 3.2, and it looks like he's heading down to Macca's for his Sunday morning coffee.
It does.
So 6.9 seconds the gap first to second. And you're right, John, just looks incredibly calm behind the wheel of this car. And that's how you want to drive. I mean, the energy burnt is energy wasted. And if you're moving around too much or, you know, worried about the rear vision mirror, just focus on your inputs, focus on the job at hand for you. And that's how you go fast. And Guven proving that. So that Porsche continues to show speed. Here we see Valentino Rossi going to work on the rear bumper of Jules Gounon. So Rossi continues to impress on his second visit to Mount Panorama.
I think Crailsey's point that he's had another year of GT racing in this car and building his experience. He did one of the support races at Le Mans. He's been out to the 24 hours at Dubai and done some racing there. In fact, he did that before he came here last year. Just getting that confidence. Everybody in the team says he's been a sponge for information. He's not come in with any kind of attitude. And let's be honest, if anybody deserves and perhaps justifies having a bit of swagger, you know, 9 world championships in motorcycling across the classes. He knows what he's doing on a bike. He'll have had to relearn racing lines because you've got a lot more grip and a more contact patch in the cars. But he's done that, and he's done it in a way that basically he turned to the team and said, treat me like a rookie.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's not like I'm just here to have a bit of a laugh and something to do post-MotoGP to fill my time in. Like, this is, I'm here, I'm going to do this properly. Every time you walk past the garage, if he's not doing an autograph session, he's in the data mahal, working hard, trying to understand what it is that he needs to do. So,
Nick Percat in the lane from the Invitational class in that number 10. The Matt Stone Racing Mark GT. That's a mean looking thing, isn't it? And they are doing full service on that hijack. Just have a look at the brake calipers there.
Maybe a little bit off sequence, so I'm wondering whether they felt there was an issue with that car. Wirtz has got around Rossi, so that's a change of position. Charles Wirtz up to 4th, Rossi back to 5th. So within the space of 1 lap, Rossi's gone from looking to battle to grab 3rd off Gilles Gounon to now losing a spot to his teammate in Charles Wirtz in the Shell number 32 BMW M4.
That must have happened either at Murray's or at the first corner.
Yeah, that's right. So I wonder whether maybe a bit of traffic amongst all that. So here we go on board with Valentino Rossi.
To go a bit deep here.
Just misses the apex at Murray's and up on the curb and snaps sideways. So you're right, John. It happened at both those corners you mentioned. Didn't get the run off the final corner. Charles Wirtz didn't need a second invitation to shove it up the inside down here at turn 1. Rossi let him go.
Yeah, I was going to say, if that's not his teammate, he maybe defends a little bit more. Certainly later on in the race, he'll defend a little bit more.
Yeah. As soon as if you made that mistake at the final corner, if it was anyone other than your teammate, you're just shutting the door straight away to not give anyone that opportunity to get the pass done at turn 1. But you can look at the gap that's given Gilles Gounon now. He's scampered up the road near on 3 seconds after the 2 BMWs were battling over 4th and 5th. Here's our race leader putting down its teammate a lap down, Yasser Shaheen, who leads the Pro-Am class.
So that's 13th now, his lap
down.
Yeah, so everybody beyond 12th, which is Craig Lowndes in the 222, is a lap back. Yasser won't, that is not an issue for Yasser and that 911 numbered car. He's looking for Pro-Am and he's still ahead of Jack Le Brocq, and that's the car he got. Jack Le Brocq in the Mercedes number 48 and Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim also in the Mercedes. They are also right there, so 1st, 2nd and 3rd. The Pro-Am now is 13th, 14th and 15th, and there's a bit of real estate between them.
The car I think will worry about going a lap down is the next one in line, which is Craig Lowndes and Scott Taylor Motorsport. So that's a full pro operation. They need to stay on the lead lap. They're 1 minute and 55 behind now.
Joel Eriksson.
Yeah, he's flying. 2:02.9. And the reason for that is, A, we're getting more evidence that the Porsches are really good over a stint length, right towards the end of a stint. And B, we're getting close towards that pit stop shuffle, which today is going to be a case of in-laps and out-laps are going to win you the race, because it's 85 seconds, whatever you do, through pit lane. So how you attack the circuit before the pit stop, and I think especially after it, is going to dictate how this race plays out. And in a race that traditionally is one where track position is king, if you can get up front, you will have a much, much better chance of staying there than if you're trying to race your way to the front. Those laps are going to be important. So that's why the energy builds just before a pit stop and why it's so high just after it.
What was it, Garth, that Gilles Gounon was talking to us about earlier in the week when they with an hour to go last year. They didn't put tyres on his car, and he's like, yeah, okay, we want track position. And he's like, yeah, like I'm going to be able to hold on to track position when I've got somebody chasing down with brand new tyres on. Except he did.
Exactly. That was the key thing about that whole comment. I was there when he said that, and yeah, I mean, if you're in front, it's much harder to be the overtaking car in these cars, especially because the braking distances are so short and they carry so much mid-corner speed. To pull a move off when you've got two equally matched world-class drivers is really challenging. Jump on board, the run up the hill, and the Shell V-Power Manthey EMA car behind. Yasser Shahin in front, I should say.
Yasser just rolled out of it there before the braking zone into turn 2 for both.
David Reynolds going through.
Dave Reynolds and Jules Gounon. The track position thing is right at the end of the stint.
Yes.
But if you buy track position through the pit stop cycle, you come out on cold tyres in the front, and the car behind you is on a warm second stint tyre.
You'll get
the track position, you lose it very quickly. So that's going to be a real key difference, I think, for the last round of pit stops as we get closer towards the end of the day. How do you do your last stop? Do you make sure you double stint your tyres for the last one, just so that you come out of the pits and you're on it straight away, after what we saw Jules Gounon do last year?
Charles Baird squeezing past Yasser, who's dealing with these leading cars at the top of Mount Panorama. I'm sure the team at Shell V-Power Motorsport Park in South Australia watching on. The Bend, which is the circuit that the Shahin family have invested an enormous amount of money in. Cool new drag strip they've built there. Garth, massive amount of people turning out for Top Fuel Racing recently. The National Drag Racing Championship going along nicely. 30,000 people turn up to the first event there to see Top Fuel cars. Very cool, and a great investment for Australian motor racing. We go back and find the Lamborghini. So David Wall showing behind the wheel of this car. Just the one helmet stop in, so he's double stinted.
Yeah, double stinted. One of the few that did double stint at the start of the race. So just trying to get this car into the race and settled. Get through that craziness of the start in the dark and the first round of pit stops. David Wall, incredibly experienced campaigner. Running this car for Adrian Dietz, Tony D'Alberto and Grant Denyer also aboard, so 4 drivers in the Gen 2 Lamborghini Huracan.
So the Audi is the Luke Youlden car. That's who, effectively, that's who they're racing. About half a lap between those two.
So Youlden as well has double stinted. So those 2 drivers we picked up in the silver class are the only 2 that have double stinted at the start. Oh, Youlden a little bit wide down at the chase. Gets away with that one.
Pretty good guys at life to double stint though, Luke Youlden and David Wall. They've done a lot.
Here comes Youlden now. So it was a timely pickup.
Don't forget, if you're watching our coverage internationally and you'd like to see more of this, well, next weekend is the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship. And if you're watching outside of Australia, you can watch that via Superview, which is available at supercars.com. I know Shay Adam is a subscriber. She's on board with that. Checks out all the supercars racing, so catch that. It kicks off next weekend with the Thrifty Bathurst 500, so 2 250k races, 2 top 10 shootouts, and all the other associated fun. Great support race program too, and looking forward to that. So supercars.com/superview. If you're around the world watching our coverage, and there is an enormous amount of people doing so, jump on board.
Yes. Yeah, I'll be tuned in next weekend. So standard stop, nobody running around. There's no need to hurry. You can't buy time in these 85-second stops. What you'll also notice as well is even when the tyres are done, the car does not drop down onto the ground. That's a regulation, and I like it. If you're going to be fueling the car, it's got to be off the ground or on the ground. It can't be both. So obviously if you're not changing tyres, it stays on the ground. If you are changing tyres, it goes up, the fuel hose goes in, and only when that hose comes out will the mechanic pop the valve at the back of the car and drop the car down. And that's a safety measure. You do not want the car going either up or down while the hose is still in.
Fire up and drive away Valmont is a business owned by Sergio Perez and Marcel Zalua, the commercial interiors business. Very successful. Those two boys have been in business for a long time. They've been teammates forever, but only driving the same car for a short amount of time, because in the past they were racing road-made Porsches against each other, which made it much more competitive. Now they've got the same goal to get there rather than knocking each other off, but they're really passionate about going motor racing. They had a good campaign going last year in a Mercedes AMG. Unfortunately, that car crashed out at the top of Mount Panorama midway through the race. Really good-looking race car. Speaking to Marcel Zalua the other day, he said, we're stuck with this purple and yellow and blue thing now because it's become so popular. They're going to have to commit to it. It's a bit like Adrian Dietz and his livery on the Lamborghini.
Lee Holdsworth aboard the number 9 Audi. Halfway through his stint, currently down in 17th in the Pro-Am class. There's Jackson Evans, suited and booted. Oh no, Sebastian Boos.
Yeah.
Very similar helmets, those two.
So this has been a really good job from Phantom Global.
Yeah.
They're running 9th. Joel Eriksson behind the wheel at the moment. And they're on the same window as pretty much everyone else around them. So 29 laps since their last stop. It looks like they're coming in soon. I have the fist bumps there for Bastian, getting himself and the crew fired up for a stop. But they've played themselves in really nicely. And at the moment, only 46 seconds away from the race lead.
Yeah, Gilles Gounon and Charles Wirtz putting in their fastest laps of the race last time around. We're burning that fuel down. Here we go again, Garth. This is the intensity getting really ramped up as we come to the end of this next stanza, the end of this next 27, 28, whatever it is, laps, as Yasser gives up another position, but that's fine. He's still holding on to... That was Jack. That was
Jack
position.
And for position, not only on track, but in class as well. So, EM Motorsport, AMG Mercedes taking over the lead of that one as some of our front runners come to the lane. Jaden Ojeda and Joel Eriksson. Line astern on track, line astern in pit lane.
Got to be so careful you don't run into the car in front when they hit the anchors and haul it down to the pit lane speed limit. That's 8th and 9th then coming in for a scheduled pit stop, and the 85-second starts as you go through that pit control line.
As you hit the pit limiter. So that was why Joel Eriksson was trying to make up as much time as he could, because the 85 seconds hadn't kicked in then. So he made up a car length or two, did Eriksson.
Sticky right front, but again, that's no problem.
Plenty of
Take your
time
time,
to
lads.
that. Exactly.
Yeah, don't panic.
So tyre changes for both cars, so they'll leave pit lane on a cold tyre. Doesn't look like Jaden Ojeda's jumped out of that car, so he's double stinting at this stage. We do know that Bastian Boos is getting aboard the number 13 Phantom Global Porsche.
Now, critically, Liam Talbot picks car number 22. So Liam's been in that car for 32 laps and more than 1 hour. He has ticked the box from a driving time point of view. There is a chance we won't see Liam drive again today, but that's fine from a regulatory point of view. He's good to go. And Christopher Haase, who is supremely fast and supremely good at this place, will take over. 222 in the lane as well. And this round of stops, for the time being at least, will stop them from going a lap down. But they are slightly out of sequence compared to our race leaders.
The 22 Audi was the first of the front runners to come to the lane in the first round of pit stops. Here comes the number 32, Charles Wirtz. So he drops out of 4th spot. Will Brown in the 888 AMG Mercedes. So they're all coming to the lane roughly the same time. Marcus Winkelhock, he's in.
And we saw people who went long in the first round of pit stops got the advantage.
Gilles Gounon, Garth has pointed out, doing Gilles Gounon things, sets the car's quickest lap of the race.
Second lap in a row he's done that. Just ramping up, as we were talking about, just ramping up that intensity again.
So what he's hoping for is David Reynolds to pit a lap earlier than him, so that Gounon gets 1 lap of clear track, because he's currently stuck under the rear wing, 0.4 of a second behind Reynolds as it stands. The crew team, Scott Taylor Motorsport, continue to go to work on their AMG Mercedes.
And Rossi's car going long again and longer than its teammate, exactly as it did last time. This time it's Valentino behind the wheel, and Chan Guvan as well in the 912 with probably another couple of laps.
The Porsche was the last of those leading cars to stop, remember, in that first round of stops. That's what gave them that overcut, staying out a little bit longer And the longer the race remains green, the longer that plays into the way the day plays out. Because if you buy 2 laps at the first pit stop, you buy another 2 at the second round of pit stops, you buy another 2 at the third, probably 9 pit stops to do this race if it stays relatively green the whole way through. By the end of the day, that's a lot of extra laps you're gaining, even if it's only 2 here and 2 there. So the 32 BMW back on the road, showing Dries Van Tor behind the wheel. Did Will Brown stay aboard car 888, double stint?
Saying that at the moment, we didn't see the stop.
Yeah, I believe Will Brown is double stinting in this one, guys. And check out the pit stop time on that one from Will Brown. 1 minute 25.1. 85.1 seconds in pit lane.
Yeah, so you have that timer in the car that counts down. So that's what it works to. you try and get down to that. Like, as soon as it goes green, your limiter off and go. So here's a couple into the lane.
Well, we're just talking
Paul
about
Tracy. Oh, Paul. Taking a bit too much curb on entry to pit lane, and David Wall giving him a bit of a hurry up.
It's not an IndyCar, Paul. Doesn't have all that downforce to help slow it down.
Not the first to have a moment on pit entry here at Bathurst.
Doesn't have ABS either, so it'll not quite pull up as quickly as the GT3 cars, and that is something that people have to be aware of. Last year's winner, in fact, last 2 years' winning car. But this is actually the car that won the race last year. It had been retired, a one-and-done race winner here at Bathurst, and put into a museum in New York, into the 6th floor of a building, and they decided they were going to unretire it. Bring it out, had to crane it out.
There's quite a high global demand for GT3 cars at the moment, so the manufacturers can't spit them out quick enough. So they had to go back to last year's chassis Sun Energy 1 racing. So that will be Kenny Habul jumping aboard that car now, much in the same way that Liam Talbot has already done his driving time in 22. We expect this to be Kenny's stint for the day. So he'll jump aboard in his quest for 3 Bathurst victories. Gunon jumps out after a very good stint in car 75. Valentino Rossi jumped out of his car, and Lello, Raffaele Marcello, will jump on board car 46. So that's particularly exciting. I love watching that guy go to work.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit long on the driver change there for the Sun Energy 1 team. Car controller with a bit of urgency, wanting that car to get out of pit lane in a hurry. Here comes our race leader into the lane. So they've gone super long again in the 912 Mante EMA Porsche. And does Gouvan stay aboard the car, or does he jump out?
I think for one flexibility for driver time, you pop Matt Campbell in now. And that's a hairy little moment for the National Storage car. So Will stayed aboard that car and work its way past the second of the 2 Method Motorsport McLarens, Tom Heyman behind the wheel of
nice driving by Tom.
Higher car.
Yeah, nice driving by Tom Heyman there to realise that the faster car coming down the inside wasn't going to make it into the pit lane. So leader in the pits, and so is Judd.
Yeah, I get the reason why they were so quick to get the 75 out of pit lane. Check out the pit lane time, guys, 106.8 seconds. They just lost 20 seconds in that stop. And I wonder if it's because maybe Kenny's still suffering a little bit with that back, and they were worried about the driver change being the weak point for him this week.
Yeah, it looked like the driver change was a little longer than anticipated. And at this point that you make, Chad, Kenny Habul still suffering from back injuries after a monster shunt in the lead up to the Spa 24-hour race last year. Yeah, off our race leader prior to this pit stop cycle goes.
So interesting comparison here with Lello left of screen, Marcello in car 46. And we wait for the pit exit for Grello. So Lello and Grello.
Oh, no.
Sorry. Out of pit lane, so clear. And the 912 looks like it's going to retain a net race lead here for this. Raffaele Marcello. 25.7, by the way, the pit stop time there.
Raffaele Marcello, his first competitive laps as BMW driver.
Yep. That's a strange thing to get my head around.
Yeah,
Now that he's made the jump from AMG, at some point Porsche need to hire him.
Yeah,
and
Lello
he needs
and
to
Grello.
drive the Grello car.
Oh my goodness.
It just makes sense to me that that has to happen.
Totally. Given the opportunity at BMW to do some top-level sports car racing in the FIA World Endurance Championship, I'm sure we'll do some IMSA as well in the GTP car, which is Really cool. So let's go back and take a look at how this race has played out. We're 2.5 hours into the Repco Bathurst 12-hour now. Awesome start, as always. Massive crowd watching on from the hill at Murray's Corner, and indeed at the top, that iconic shot coming over the rise past the winery on Mountain Straight. This was a drive-through penalty for overtaking under safety car for David Russell, and this was a broken drive shaft for the Ginetta.
Harry King a little bit wide up at Reed Park, got away with that one. And it really ramped up prior to the first round of pit stops. Sheldon van der Linde that led early, and then once the pit stops took off, did the race come alive. And there's traffic everywhere as everyone's leaving the lane, trying to get up to speed. Some cars on cold tyres, some cars double stinting tyres, going long on their tyre sets. The 912 Mente EMA Porsche jumped this lot as they went to war within the first hour of a 12-hour race. The two BMWs were battling over track position. Former Bathurst 1000 winner Lee Holdsworth just clipped the inside wall of the run down to the dipper. They had to come in for a quick check on that. Valentino Rossi, the smallest of mistakes at the final corner, was the only invitation that his teammate Charles Wirtz needed to get up the inside into turn one. And that was a swap for position. Ayan Guven just disappeared up the road. Mente EMA played a blinder in the first round of pit stops to get them track position, and Guvon did the job from there.
Pit stop number 2 for second of the Manti EMA Porsches, and then M Motorsport will go to work as well on car 48. They've got Erebus guys assisting with this program this weekend. Remember about Erebus Motorsport? Yeah, Supercars champions, but they actually started in GT racing.
Correct.
Right here with an SLS AMG, a Gullwing, won the race in 2013, which was the start of their Supercars journey. So it's cool to have them back in the paddock as well. The Pirelli leaderboards will show you the order after that round of the pit stop. So it's Guven remaining in 912 for a double stint. Philippe Fragas jumped aboard the 130. Marciello aboard the 46. And Dries Van Thor aboard the 32. Then we find Will Brown, who's remained aboard car 888. So a couple of teams doing different things as far as double stinting some drivers earlier. We go back and find Brad Schumacher, who's now taken over car 2. So that's that split strategy working for the MPC Audis. And then we go back to the 222 car, which has Craig Lowndes remaining behind the wheel. Class leaders a little bit further down. Curry Gray and Donaldson looking strong early in 111 in the MRA Motorsport Mark II entry. And reflected in the class leaderboards, it's the 91 car leading the invitational class. Marcel Zalua leading silver for Valmont Racing. And Griffo, great supporter of this race, the AMG GT4 leading the way in the GT4 class. Griffo loves this race. It is his weekend out every year. Passionate supporter of Aussie motorsport and looking forward to the continued rise of GT4 racing in Australia, which is going to kick some goals this year. Talk of somewhere between 16 to 20 cars for the domestic GT4 category. I was talking to Rod Wilson from Zagami Automotive in Melbourne, and they've got 6 McLaren Artura GT4s coming their way. There's a host of BMWs coming into the country. We've seen Method Motorsport here with their 2 McLarens. Exciting times for GT racing in Australia.
I love GT4. I think it's a great category. Really is, and more power to their elbow for encouraging people. New GT4 machinery from Ford as well with the new GT4 Mustang, and we've got a new Aston Martin Vantage GT4 as well. Aston launching their race cars before the road car on which it is based had been seen. And that's really brave of them, causing Robert Liddell's team in the States, actually, Rebel Rock Racing, they ran it in a sort of automotive zebra camel type, zebra camel type livery at Daytona a couple of weekends ago.
These 2 BMWs locked together again, as they have been since.
They've swapped around again.
And that extra lap again has done exactly what it did the first time around. This time it's 3rd and 4th for these guys.
Just looking at the lead, guys, the 912 Porsche over the 130 AMG Mercedes, and they're the same two cars that were first and second prior to the pit stop. But the gap now, and I'm waiting, you often get to get caught out and wait for the timing screen to reset, but the gap's out to 22 seconds. Yeah. It was 5 before that previous pit stop. So whether it's traffic, I mean, Felipe Fraga's last lap was a 2:08, so as he continues to get back up to speed after the pit stop cycle, but 22 seconds, first to second, a gain of some 17 seconds through that pit stop cycle is immense.
Well, I presume Changuven left his tyres on.
Well, that's what the only thing I can think is.
So
that's not 17 seconds. That's
5 seconds.
Big chunk of time.
4 or 5 seconds a lap.
It wouldn't be that much.
Can't
no way. So there's more to that story, but Mante EMA continued to play a blinder with the 912 car and strategy. Let's hear from Shay in pit lane.
No matter how much fun we are having broadcasting this race, it doesn't even come close to what Liam Talbot got this morning. Liam, you don't need coffee when you get laps around Mount Panorama, but what was it like as the sun was coming up?
Yeah, it was super cool. Obviously, you go over Skyline through the S's and you can't see because of the sun coming up, so that adds to the excitement, but it's so much fun out there in a GT3 car, laps of Mount Panorama. Wow.
It seems like everyone's kind of behaving themselves so far this morning. We were talking about how the elbows aren't quite out yet. When are you expecting to see this nervous energy start to manifest?
Yeah, well, it's good. It's an endurance race, so you need to play into the race and don't push too hard too soon. Sometimes you get caught up in someone's accident, so yeah, fingers crossed it stays a bit more clean and see what we can do.
What's the rest of your day look like? You want to go back out for more laps, I know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll get another stint. I'll put my hand up. I'll put it up like extra high. But yeah, super cool, part of the team and whatever it takes. So big thanks to MPC and Audi Sport for putting this on. And happy birthday, Penny, and hi, Kenzie, and hi, Theodora.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
This smile that you can only get from doing the early morning stint at Mount Panorama. Just under 9.5 hours to go. We're still watching the opening exchanges here on the mountain. Valentino Rossi having completed his stint and straight into the data. He's worked hard and hauling a GT3 car around here. We were having this chat earlier on the week, Garth, weren't we? It's easy to drive a GT3 car with all these aids nowadays. These drivers don't know they're born, etc., etc. Some of the most uninformed comments they could possibly have.
I love it when people tell me it's easy to drive a GT3 car because they've got ABS and traction control and a huge amount of aero. So righto, you go have a go and see if you can get within 1 second of the pros that drive these things, because I've tried and I've done a lap or two around here and it is hard work. So for Valentino, that battle that he had straight out of pit lane after the first round of pit stops and the pace that he had to stay on the rear bumper of Gilles Gounon all the way through that stint was seriously impressive. So the 46 car with Raffaello Macciello aboard now continues to run third. And the 46 car slowly making its way towards the front. Started from 9th. And just picking them off one by one.
To be fair, there's a point to be made about that as well, about the bronze drivers. They do an unbelievable job to get even within a fraction of those guys that are in the car. And Kenny Habul's actually, he's come out this morning and talking about that gentleman driver tag being overrated, because they're not. They work as hard at their driving as any of the pros do, and to get within a few tenths of those guns in those cars is a huge achievement.
Have you seen Kenny's state of physical fitness, by the way? He's ripped.
He got on it after that crash, hasn't he?
He's gone right
worked hard.
Works hard at the driving too. It's, you know, it's not their primary source of income, but the gentleman tag probably came from early GT driving, and it's moved beyond that now. Like these guys, like your Kenny Habuls, your Yasser Shaheens, your Liam Talbots, your Brad Schumachers, they are not gentleman drivers.
Stefan Vendel at AMG likes to say late starting professionals. And I kind of like that tag. Lucky Heinz, who's up on the top of the mountain, said he's just, talking about Kenny, he's just diving down the inside of somebody into Skyline. He's lit. He's got the afterburners on, and he's in traffic at the moment, and he's doing the job that he's out there to do. Keep that car in contention, keep all the little bits of carbon fibre on the front of it, and get through this stint.
It's a good little battle pack too as he looks down the inside of the elbow. Is that right, Daniel?
It's V10 of some description.
That's the Lambo. Sorry. Grant did his first 6 of Mount Panorama earlier in the weekend as well on this brand new Lamborghini. Boy, TV lands. Lives just the other side of Mount Panorama, proper Bathurst local. And he's in his first in that car. So Kenny gets by. He's got Jaden Ojeda behind him. That's for track position. And then Bastian Boos, who should be pretty rapid aboard the Phantom Global car. He's actually just got past Jaden Ojeda. So that Porsche continues its march forward. This is the National Motor Racing Museum. It is one of the absolute must-visit places when you come to this part of the world, because it's not just the history of Mount Panorama documented here, it is all of Australia's motor racing history, dating way, way back. There's some cool stuff, 4 wheels and 2, and right now in there is a special tribute to Chrysler and the history of that brand at Mount Panorama. It is well worth a look at. Let's jump down to the lane. We're on board with car 46. A guy that's just jumped out of it is Valentino Rossi. He's with Shea Adam.
Valentino, that was quite the start for you, coming out of the pit lane and straight into the action. How much have you learned in the last year since you were at Bathurst to do that battling out on the track?
I'm very happy of the improvement from last year. Last year was the first race for the team with the car, so we improved a lot the car. But also during the last year, I also improved the driving and the way to bring at the limit the GT3. And I'm happy because I'm a lot faster than last year. And my stint was very good. I can fight all the stint together with Gugnon that won last year and is very fast. And also with Charles, with Verst, with my teammate. And was good. I enjoy a lot. We are on the fight. I mean, the Porsche looks a bit too fast. But the race is very long. We need to understand our performance when we become more hot.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Ciao.
Hard not to be impressed by that guy.
Look, we've talked about him already, but he's not messing about. We were talking about this earlier in the week, Garth, weren't we? He's not come here to make up the numbers. This is not a vanity project. He's come to be a race driver, and by no means is he a weak link in that car. We've just seen him. His lap stint average was a 205 flat in that first session, that first stint that he did.
Yeah, he said that. He said, I was on the rear bumper of Jules Gounon, and he won the race last year. I'm pretty happy about that. And he should be. He should be. I mean, John, you've seen a lot more of him than we have here in Australia. The rate of his improvement has been seriously rapid. That's the wrong line across the top of the mountain there for Mark Griffith. And that car has come to the lane just probably for another check to make sure it's all okay after having that moment across Skyline. But Rossi, his improvement year on year has been staggering.
That's, you know, confidence in the car, confidence in himself. He's raced a couple of GT3 cars with his friends in the past before it all got as serious as it did. And his first outing was in an Audi. With WRT, with Vincent Voss's team. And, you know, when they switched to BMW, that just ratcheted everything up. And I know that he would not be here if he didn't believe he could do it. He does not want to be the weak link, and he's not. And he said to Vincent right from the start, you've got to be honest with me. And they have been, and he's good. Yeah. He is just good. Rather annoyingly, he's a lovely bloke as well.
Ripping.
Fun valet fact, he's also a damn fine DJ as well, because at the last party that WRT had after a couple of test days at Spa, they took over one of the hostelries down in the town centre, and round about midnight, Valet went onto the decks and proved that he could beat Mix and do all the DJ things, not just on vinyl, but on the digital side of things as well. And a good time was had by all. I've seen some video of it. He's living his best life. More power to his elbow. Yep, fantastic.
Absolutely.
And it does. Listen, as somebody who, I live and breathe endurance racing, and if it shines a light on endurance racing and it brings some of his fans from the two-wheel world to come and have a look at this, I think anybody who likes motorsport would love what we're seeing now and what we see throughout the GT3 calendar and endurance racing calendar, up to and including Le Mans, of course, this year. If it brings more people in, I'm very, very happy
nothing wrong with that. Here's the number 130 AMG Mercedes with Felipe Fraga at the wheel, coming across one of the GT4 McLarens across the top of the skyline. And it has just popped up on our timing screen that the 130 AMG is under investigation for the pit stop, so that's the last pit stop cycle. Fraga does get up the inside, and Raffaello Marciello in the number 46 BMW that he shares with Valentino Rossi. And here's the 701 Vortex, the invitational car. And that looks to me like McPhillamy, and potentially, if it can't get out of there, which I think it will struggle, this is the first yellow flag intervention. Now, will it be
Julian
full course yellow, or will it be safety car? So we wait, as will all of pit lane stand to attention right now.
As Julien Bolo behind the wheel of that car, looks like he lost it on the way in. Yes, he did.
Safety car boards and flags, safety car boards and flags.
Car, full safety car, importantly.
So that will mean that we see for the first time in the race the BMW XM coming out of the pit lane. An utterly brilliant piece of BMW M Sport engineering, only the second time they've ever been responsible for a full car. And despite the fact that we're only, what, 8-10 laps, depending on where you are in your cycle, but it is very early on, so a third of the way into the cycle, we're thinking about coming into the pit lane. Now remember, as soon as you put the fuel hose on, it's an 85-second stop. So what are you going to do here? Are you going to just change tyres? And put in, if you're double stinting tyres, do you put a new set of tyres on and warm them up?
After 8 laps after a stop, you're not just doing tyres. So here you're altering your fuel window.
Yep.
So the rule of thumb is that once you've done half a tank of fuel, you come to the lane. Just because we saw the 46 WRT crew standing at attention doesn't mean they're actually coming to the lane. That's standard procedure. See a safety car, get ready, wait for the call.
Right, the investigation continues with the AMG number 130. Let's have a word with David Reynolds and find out what's going on. Morning, David.
Good morning, everyone. How are you today?
We're very well. How are you, more importantly, sir?
Yeah, very early start, but I am chipper for this moment, yes.
AMG factory driver, Dave Reynolds. Let's get this one out the way first of all before it starts getting busy in the lane. What went on in the lane that's being looked at the moment?
To be absolutely honest, I have no idea. I was standing here about to do the interview and it popped up, so I haven't gone and asked the boys yet, but I'm pretty sure I didn't speed in pit lane.
No, Reynolds, Tander here. There's a bit of chat around that potentially you did more than the 32-lap maximum on your tank of fuel.
So, like, obviously we clarified this last night with the race director, and they just don't want us to do 32 or 33 laps under full full quality mode. So, you know, if it's up to the driver to save some fuel and like I was in my seat, I had to hit a certain number, and it was really, really hard with all the blokes behind me, and I was sitting second on the road. So, you know, I was able to go 1 or 2 laps longer than everyone else.
Just hearing, actually, I think it was an aero adjustment that was going on, and our replay crew working really hard to find that bit of tape, so there's a bit of wing adjustment. Right, let's put that to one side and find out what the upshot of that is afterwards. Tell us about the start of the race, David. I mean, not only do you wear all the nice AMG clothing, the Tommy Hilfiger gear, but you get to start the race.
Yeah, mate, I feel $1 million in this stuff, so I'm really proud to be part of the AMG family, and yeah, I hope I can do them proud today. Yeah, my first stint was really good. Mara gave me the car in third position. We exited the lane in second, and I held my own in front of 3-time champion Jules. And it was like a really good dogfight because my car wasn't very good at the bottom of the hill, but it was really fast across the top. So I feel like I could make the distance across the top, and then he would catch me up around the slower stuff. And there was, you know, he was probably managing fuel and I was managing fuel as well. So it made it a really tough first stint for me, but I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Davey Krause here, mate. Good morning.
Good morning, Krause.
Just for those that might not be aware, just tell us how this relationship came together.
So, yeah, I've done this race a number of times. More importantly, I've done it in the AMG side, but my friend Mara Engel contacted me over Christmas and said, hey, mate, do you want to come race with me at the 12 hour? And I said, yep, 100% I'm in. You didn't have to finish the sentence for me to say yes. So it was like a really cool Christmas present he gave me, because I know like he's so fast at this track and he's so good in these cars, and you know I love learning more about this championship and more about these cars, and he's like probably at the top of his game and he's so good at it, and I've just thoroughly enjoyed working with him.
Hey Dave, we've been speculating about how this 85-second pit stop calculation is impacting the strategy. What have you guys been talking about, and particularly as it comes down towards the end of the race in 9.25 hours time?
So yeah, it sort of just adds another element of difficultiness to this race, because normally it's just been a clear-cut race, and fastest pit stop, and there's another element, but it sort of takes that element out, and everyone has the same pit stop time. So it's really down to how much fuel you can save on the track and how fast your car can go. The Porsche looks very, very fast at the minute, but I think we're in the hunt for a top 3 at least. If the chances, if there's a possibility to win, I'm pretty sure Mauro, when he's in the car, is going to take it. But hopefully our car can balance itself out as the race goes on, because on the fresh tyre it was quite good, but on the low tanks and the old tyre it started to move around a bit and made my job really difficult. But yeah, the pit stop time's set for everyone, so you have to take that out.
Davey, very quickly, there's some pit stops happening, but just cast your eyes forward. 7 days, Thrifty Bathurst 500 coming up. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really excited to start with my new team, Team 18, and yeah, I'm going to worry about that on Monday. I'm going to worry about this race today, and then relearn everything again for my right-hand drive. No ABS, no traction control, supercar that does 300 k's instead of 270 k's with a third of the amount or a quarter amount of downforce. So yeah, it's a completely different car. So it's really, really hard for me to come and drive these cars and be on the pace straight away, because I only drive them once a year, and they're just so different than what I'm used to. Even the left-hand drive, I'm still getting used to it. But all in all, I think I'm holding my own and I'm doing okay.
Doing a super job, mate. Thank you. Good luck for the rest of the day.
All the best. See you later.
Well done.
Race well. So 2 BMWs for WRT are the first to take advantage of an opportunity to come in. I didn't see tyres go on those cars, so they're leaving the warmer Pirellis on there, but that's brim filled again. It wouldn't have been a full fill, Garth, but no. that is changing their window and potentially opening up the tactics here.
Well, while we are under the control of the brand new BMW XM safety car, this seems like an opportune time to find out more about what makes this car tick.
For the 2024 Repco Bathurst 12-hour, the official safety car has been chosen as BMW, and BMW has brought the beautiful new XM to lead the field around. I'm here with Brendan Michelle, the product manager for BMW Australia. Brendan, this car is phenomenal intrinsically, but the racing aspect of it and the design, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, well, it is a fantastic car, and we are very excited to be here at Bathurst this weekend with our very special, our first ever BMW XM. Fantastic car, unbelievable drivetrain in this car. We've got a 4.4 litre twin turbo V8 combined with a hybrid system in this car. It's producing 480 kilowatts of power. Top speed of 250 kilometres, 0 to 100 in 4.3 seconds, which is just unbelievable performance of a car that sits in this upper end of the luxury SUV segment here in Australia. It's also got a fully electric range for those that want to be a little bit more sustainable, of up to 80 kilometres around town of fully electric driving, which is very impressive for a plug-in hybrid vehicle as well.
And this car, you talked a little bit about the speed, but the comfort, and we are going to get the car out on the track, the driver's comfort and the cockpit. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it is a new interior design on this car with a big focus on the driver cockpit as well. So like traditional BMW fashion, everything's angled and geared towards the driver and getting the best out of performance of the car. No expenses spared in the interior of this car, very luxurious on the interior.
We mentioned performance, and that's what BMW is all about, and especially when it comes to racing this car with very special ties to the GTP BMW V8 hybrid as well.
Yes, that's right. A lot of the technology built into this hybrid car has been copied across from our V8 hybrid, which we'll see at Le Mans in June later this year.
And guys, for people at home who haven't gotten the privilege to see that car in IMSA competition last year, 5 podium finishes, more than any other team, including the win at the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen. It's going to have to last twice as long for this race, but I guarantee you at some point during the 12 hours, this BMW will be leading the way.
And it is doing that exactly now. Ground up design by BMW M Sport, taking in everything that they have learned down through the years. And when you think that the only other car that BMW M Sport have done in its entirety was the awesome BMW M1 back down through the years. A couple of people taking the opportunity to come in and refill their fuel tanks, but still having the 85 seconds, remember, from pit in to pit out. Not taking tyres, they're keeping the warmer Pirellis on. We've got a guest in the Global Broadcast Centre. Normally, I talk to this man, and we have done in the past, when we've been side by side on broadcast duties for Petit Le Mans or one of the American IMSA races. Paul Tracy is joining us. Paul, welcome to the Repco Bathurst 12 Hours. Tell us about the story of you getting to this race.
Well, you know, I came in 19 with Paul Morris and Keith Kasuki, and then loved it, absolutely loved the track, loved the venue, loved coming over. I always loved coming to Australia to race on the Gold Coast, and I was dying to come back, and then COVID happened, and there was really no opportunities, and then I got asked to come back again this year, and just loving it. This track is just, it's so epic, it's so challenging. It's one of those tracks, and you know, in the States, some of the tracks we have in the States, they're wore out, the pavement's wore out. If you push hard, it doesn't reward you lap time. This track, when you push to the limit, it really rewards you lap time.
You had some good times up at the Gold Coast, didn't you?
Yeah.
You had a couple of great races there.
Yeah, no, I love it down here, and you know, the field is super competitive, and I can't believe that this is the first yellow we've had, because the GT guys have been going at it. You know, when you compare it to Daytona, it was the first part of the race, the first few hours was crash-ridden, and these guys are going at, you know, breakneck pace, and really no incidents with any of the GT cars, other than this GT4 car that just had an off on its own. So that was really the first yellow, which is a surprise.
And it's back in and back out again. It's just got to be laying down a bit of gravel all over the place from the trap at the
mufflers are
top of the
loose
hill.
too.
Yeah, that's going to need a bit of remedial action.
This you know how it goes. This yellows breed yellows, right? So this could shake things up. You get these guys all lined up with fresh tires and a new driver, and you see the opportunity to make a move, and this is when they get racy.
You're looking sharp again, and
yeah.
You know, is this the start of you coming back and doing some more endurance racing?
I hope. I didn't lose all this weight for nothing. it was a lot of hard work.
Well, there's a couple of us here
riding bicycles.
Can you give us a little training plan?
No, it's you know, I got to a point there where I wasn't happy with how I looked. My body was starting to hurt. My knees were hurting. My hips were hurting. And I was just carrying around too much weight. And I woke up on New Year's Day a year ago, and I said, that's it. I'm going to get back down to race shape. And threw my leg over my bike and ride my bike every day, 30, 40 miles, and go to the gym every day and watch what I eat, and don't drink too much alcohol anymore. I saved that for Saturday night.
Nice.
And I dropped like 45 pounds. So I'm not exactly at IndyCar weight, what I used to be, but I'm pretty close.
PT, cool to see you here. I watched you race Champ Cars on the Gold Coast, which was awesome. That's what Aussie fans will probably know you most for. Just, you clinched your 2003 championship up at Surfers Paradise. Just the fond memories of that event must still be pretty current, I imagine.
No, like I said, I've always loved coming to Australia. I have relatives here. I have some aunts and uncles that live on the Gold Coast. Been here for, you know, 30 years, and have some family here. And you know, there's just the people have always been very kind to me, and just love seeing me come down here. So I always get a warm feeling when I'm here.
Got a huge international audience all the way through the week, actually, because we had the additional coverage on Friday and Saturday morning. I always get asked in the IMSA paddock by drivers, is it really as good as you make it out, Hindorf? And I say, no, it's better. Talk to that. Give us a driver's eye view. I get to sit here and watch it and drive around at 60K.
Yeah, like
you've been out there. Tell us about this.
You know, there's some really great tracks in America: Laguna Seca, Road America, Road Atlanta. Very challenging, but this track is on just another level to that. I mean, I guess the only other place you could compare this to is like going to the Nürburgring or going to Spa or somewhere like that. It's just so challenging, and there's blind corners, and they're all super fast, super high commitment. And like I said, if you don't commit, then you're just slow.
Yeah.
And you really have to stick your neck out to get the lap time. And that's where these guys that are the V8 guys that do this race, they're so good around here, like Brock Feeney and these guys are just got a lot of experience, and they just know every inch of the track.
And it's we've got to remind people this is a public road for the rest of the year when we're not racing either here at the Superfest these 2 weekends or a couple of other dates through the years, and of course the great race in October. So that means the road's got a camber on it. It's got a crown on the road, and that affects you as a racing driver much more than it does when you're a street driver.
Yeah, not too bad. It doesn't have a big crown, but some of the corners, like turn 2, a little banked, and then you go up the hill, and it's a bit of a bowl turn. So, you know, it's good. From what I hear, if it rains, the water runs off the track pretty well. Whereas a lot of the tracks you go to, you get big puddles and rivers going across the track, and that gets real dangerous. So, you know, for a public road and having street cars drive on it, there's an amazing amount of grip in this surface. The surface has really got high grip.
Danny Studdard, Max Twig, Jeff Emery, 3 ripping guys that have been around our sport a long time. How have you found working with them and the IRC team?
Well, we're team old guy over there, so we're all in our 50s. Jeff started the race, and he he got in, he couldn't see a thing. We didn't, you know, this is the IRC car it's basically a club sprint car. And it's not really designed for endurance racing. So they put some little off-road headlights on it. And they said, oh, yeah, they'll be good enough. You just follow other cars and you'll be fine. It's like, right. Jeff got it. He's like, I can't see anything. So it was, you know, he just struggled around there for a little bit till the sun came up. And, you know, we're in a situation where, you know, we've got kind of sprint brakes. So we don't have enough brake to go the full 12 hours unless we really take it easy. So it's a bit of a throwback. We've got to drive the car like Ford versus Ferrari movie. We got to save the brakes for the end of the race, or else we're going to be in big trouble. So we're just running at a pace, trying to stay out of trouble, knock lap times down where you're just comfortable, and just let things play out.
You're the Christian Bale character.
Yeah.
Ferrari, sure.
Yeah. Not as good looking as Christian Bale.
Well, you know, you've got your admirers, PT. You always have had. All right, so if you're the Ken Miles, that's really. So, are you hoping for something in the class? It's quite a competitive little class, that invitational class.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you got some really fast guys in there as well. You've got Hill, and you've got Percat, and you know, Slade. These guys are all veteran supercar guys. They're super quick. They're half my age, Percat and Hill. So, you know, and they're very quick guys. So, like, I can't expect myself to be at the pace that they are. But, you know, these cars are, like I said, they're not endurance cars. They're sprint cars. So the key is going to be getting to the end of the race running.
No waving coming from race control.
10. I don't know what you're doing. We have multiple messages for limiters to be deactivated.
So that was an interesting, that is the Hollinger car.
Paul's class rivals, that's the Superclass Racing Matt Stone entry. So John Hollinger behind the wheel, 21st outright, second in class, just behind Hadrian Morel. So lights out on the BMW XM safety car, and Ayanko Guven will lead the field back to green. He's got track position, and he's got a couple of lap cars between himself and Felipe Fraga.
Yeah.
And that's key because you cannot overtake Paul until you get to the control line.
Yeah, you got a couple of GT4 cars here right in the front of the group here in the mix. So that's going to make it frantic when they get up over the top of the hill and go across the mountain with those guys in the mix.
Remember the 2 BMWs sitting back there in the queue, the M-coloured one and the Shell coloured machine. Those cars did come to pit lane. They gave up a tiny little track position and off for one of that is the Merc GT4 car, isn't it? Locking up the right front there. That again, I think, was turning in on the grass, and now it's 3 wide, going up Mountain Straight. Just looking to see if all the Pirellis have survived on that red GT4. I think they have. The McLaren Artura, the WM Waste Management car, right in the mix as well. It gets a big hit from the 32 BMW with Dries Vanto behind the wheel.
Yeah, Van Tor gave the
teams. Stewards have
GT4 car a
imposed a
little shot in the bumper there. Now it's going to get real tricky for all these guys going across the top with that McLaren right in the middle of the field.
One percenters can win or lose you this race here, and a drive-through penalty is coming the way of Mercedes-AMG Team Group M for that infringement during the pit stop. So we saw the rear wing adjustment while the refueling was occurring. So they will have to serve a drive-through penalty. So 33 seconds transit time they are going to lose as a result of that.
And imagine if that had been called 10 minutes ago, that would have been negated with the safety car. So, you know, it is that snakes and ladders board that Lowsey had out the other day.
Yeah, those are the little things, like those little mistakes, you beat yourself in a race. You make a mistake like that on the last pit stop for that car with that Feeney's in, it could cost you the race at the end of the race if you make a mistake like that.
You may notice that that isn't Garth Tander, whose voice you just heard. Paul Tracy, PT, alongside us, making a second trip to the Mount on the restart. We've been talking about tyre warm-up as well, Paul. How's that going, and how does that affect, again, strategy, whether you change tyres or not? There's only 12 sets of tyres through the race, in fairness, or through the race weekend.
Yeah, certainly our tyres, you can't double stint. They're a smaller tyre. They're only a 315, whereas the GT3 cars are a 325 tyre, much bigger tyre all around. But they're saying the GT3 cars, it takes about 3-4 laps for them to get up to temperature in quali light fuel. But when you put a full load of fuel in, you got more weight in the car. It drives a lot more heat into the tire a little bit quicker. So, you know, the temperatures now are coming up. It was cool this morning. Tires should come up a little bit quicker now that the temperatures are coming up.
Getting racy again towards the sharp end of the field. Chris Haas are at the end of a group of cars that starts with the battle for what, third, fourth, fifth, and on down with the two BMWs, Marciello, Lello in the 46. When then Dries Vanthoor had that little moment in the 32. They are teammates, different coloured cars. Then it's Brock Feeney, then Bastien Buys in the Porsche. Kenny Abul doing his stint as well, and that safety car, he's burned a bit of time.
Tight there, that's real tight. You had to look down there, and you don't go through there two abreast, no way.
How difficult is it when you've got one of those GT3 cars that carries so much mid-corner through there when they get to you at McPhillamy Park?
Yeah, well, you can see now there's more urgency now. The first hour, these guys were running nose to tail and just kind of feeling it all out, and now you see these guys are starting to run a little harder, stick the nose in.
And that's Alessio Picariello at the head of that now. He's a lap off the lead, but he's right in the hunt, of course, for the Pro-Am category. In fact, he's leading his class, sitting in 11th place, but just off the lead lap by 2 or 3 cars that are ahead of him. The BMWs want to be coming through here because they want to be up the road after the
loose end there.
Wow.
Yeah, big step out, lock the rears, and the BMW is now going to make a lunge down into the last corner.
Got to let him go here. Picariello's not silly. He knows that that's not his battle.
Well, that's Raffaele Marciello, so he's going. Yeah, he's committing down the inside. We've seen him do incredible things at this place. The sister car will follow it through with Dries Vanthoor, 2018 winner. Philippe Fraga's going with Guven for the lead, 3/10. Remember, the Porsches have taken a little bit longer to get up to proper operating temperature with their Pirelli tyres, but with that looming drive-through penalty for 130 coming soon, and they need to serve that within 3 laps of being notified with the black flag.
I think Fraga's got to be the busiest guy in motor racing. He's in GT3 cars, he's in LMP2 cars, he's in LMP3 cars, he's in Brazil stock cars. This guy's all over the world every week.
There's plenty of endurance racing to do. You've obviously been keeping a close eye on the GT3s, Paul. What do you reckon to one of those around here, and maybe you doing some more driving?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. Obviously, there's very limited opportunity because there's only so many of these factory cars, and they're all factory drivers. But I mean, if I ever got the chance, I'd love to do some long races, maybe Daytona, or be a third reserve driver or something.
Here's Raffaele Marciello trying really hard at the Audi cutting and just clipping the inside wall there. Well, this is his first race as a BMW Works driver. Maybe he just hasn't judged the width of his car. Did he catch the wall there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta be so careful you don't knock the toe out or even break the toe link. get up on top of the hill and break a toe link, then you're basically a pinball bouncing off the walls all the way across the track.
What's your driver rating now, Paul?
What's that?
Are you still a gold?
I'm a silver now. I applied for a bronze because I just turned 55, and the FIA turned me down. They said try again next year.
All right, okay. No wonder I can't get a drive-in bronze when Paul Tracy's likely to be there as well. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. Just under 9 hours to go here at the mountain.
All right, I'll head back down. I'll come back up and see you later.
Thank you, Paul Tracy, for joining us.
Okay.
Great to have PT and his insight with us. Looking very sharp into silver driver. I'm going to keep saying that, Paul, but I want a piece of the action if you get a drive. I'll be your manager.
It's just been suggested by Shay Adam. Corvette next year, apparently.
Oh, yeah, Corvette. Yes, good point.
Both members, Shay's dad, Bill, and Paul, both members of the Canadian Motorsport Hall of Fame. That's cool. That's cool. I saw him drive a Lola Champ car for full-size racing on the streets of the Gold Coast, and that was very spectacular. And Aussie fans will know Paul. He raced our own Will Power a lot in IndyCar racing, right up to the end of his open wheel career. Cool moment.
And an accomplished broadcaster as well.
Yeah.
When I said he was next door to us, he was NBC network talent at IMSA for a long time. He has absolutely worked to get himself back into fitness, and he's taking this really, really seriously.
Between he and Kenny Habul.
We're going to have to get on our cycles again, aren't we?
So there's a bit going on there. So while all that was happening, Philippe Fraga brought the 130 into pit lane, cruised through at 345 metres at 40 kilometres an hour. So 33 seconds transit time disappears for that team. And we've talked about this for years, that it can be the tiny little 1%ers that can make or break this race. That, you know, we've had 4 laps of safety cars so far in 3 hours of motor racing. So in long green flag runs, you throw 33 seconds away, especially when the field is all compressed and locked up together like it was on a restart. That can be massively damaging for your day. The other side of that is it's a long race, so you can get it back. But man, it's the last thing you need to be doing.
And if you're watching online, either here at the, you've got the timing up online, either here at the track or further afield, remind yourself that that 130, that pit stop wasn't a pit stop. That was a drive-through. It'll still show as an extra number in the pit stop column. But make yourself a little note, because it's the sort of thing we forget later on, and we'll need to for you to let us know.
Good to be back in the box. 1, how good's Paul Tracy?
Yeah.
2, remember last year's race winner had a drive-through penalty.
Yep.
So it's nice and early. If you're going to have a penalty, have it in the first half of the race. Gives you plenty of time to fight back. So the 130 now finds itself roughly 1 minute off the lead of the race. So
and people
plenty
were
of time to get back in the game.
People were asking, what was that penalty for? Are you not allowed to make aero changes during the race? No, that's not the case. It was the fact that they were doing it while they were refueling, while the hose was in the car. That's what grabbed them the penalty. Guven then by about 3.3 seconds. That little scrap that was going on behind and getting past the GT4 cars has opened up a bit of a lead again for the young Turkish Porsche sensation, who's doing a brilliant job, double stinting the Pirellis and himself, and he's leading here and got clear track ahead of him. Beautiful day for him at the moment.
Supercars season 2024. A lot has been learnt, a lot has changed, and we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12-hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars, unforgettable.
And Will be an unforgettable way to start the Repco Supercars Championship. It all starts next weekend, the Thrifty Bathurst 500s. Head to supercars.com to get your tickets and get trackside and join the many people that will stay the week in this part of the world as part of the Bathurst Superfest. Lots to see and do in between the events, and then it all starts on track next Friday. All the coverage coming your way in Australia, but also around the world via Superview. Supercars.com has all the information. Changing of the guard again in the Supercars Championship. So looking forward to seeing how all of that plays out. We're 82 laps in to the Repco Bathurst 12 hour. We've been going 3 hours and 8 minutes now. And the leader is Ayankan Guven by 2.7 seconds. 49 laps he's been in the car. 17 laps into this stint into pit stop. So there's been quite a few cars that have gone off sequence that took the opportunity of that yellow to get some service done. So 5 cars, including Raffaele Marciello, Vantor, Feeney, Ojeda and Haase especially, all took the opportunity of a yellow to peel off into pit lane.
Will Brown, am I interrupting breakfast or morning tea here, mate?
Yeah, I think this one's morning tea. Had a bit of breakfast before the stint this morning.
Now, first stint as a Triple Eight race driver. Hey, it was all happening there at the start amongst those BMWs. Talk us through your first stint there.
Yeah, no, it was a fun first stint. Obviously, the BMWs came out on cold tyres, but they've got pretty good straight line, so couldn't get past them. But, yeah, probably got to pick up a little bit of pace. Obviously, Brock's doing an awesome job now and some fast laps, so hopefully we can build into it throughout the day and come home strong.
You didn't change tyres. You left Brock on your sort of lightly used ones. How's that going to play out through the day, managing the tyres, managing the driving time and all the stints?
Yeah, I think it'll be good. We double stinted the first set of tyres, and then I put a green set on and warmed them up for Brock, being the nice guy I am, and there he goes. So, yeah, no, it'll be fine. I think a few people double stint tyres throughout the weekend, throughout the day. They seem to be lasting pretty well.
This is only your second time in the GT3 car. We did it a couple of years ago. How is it driving these different cars, Mercedes, Porsche and whatnot?
Yeah, it's definitely different. I tell you what, it's a lot different to the supercar. So, yeah, just trying to get used to that. But it's a long race, and it'll be a good one.
Looks like we've got a spinner at Forest Elbow, so I'll go back to the commentators.
Oh, no, this is not
right in the middle of BMW M Forest Elbow. And it's the Super Barn AMG car. This is the number 47 machine that's gone around. I don't think it's hit anything, Garth, and nobody hit it. Oh, no, apparently there has been a bit of a coming together with the 111 side by side. Oh, dear.
Oh, big contact on the inside wall for the 111 as well as they fight over the apex at Forest Elbow. So Theo Kunduris aboard the 47 Superbarn AMG Mercedes. And that was the 111 marked Mustang that was involved in that one. Rylan Gray aboard that. So
straight into
Gray's
pit for
come
Rylan.
to pit lane
Yeah.
to check, but that was a heavy contact with the inside wall. The rest of the field getting around. So Kunduris did a nice job there to actually calmly get reverse gear and get out of the way and press on. So bit of an argument over the apex. No, well, actually, that car had the least damage coming out of it. So
I don't think they had done anything wrong there. I mean, there's a little bit of room on the inside, but I'm not sure where Rylan thought he was going to go. At some stage, he's got to turn left into the corner. No harm, no foul for the Superbarn car that continues up on Mountain Straight.
We might have the Pirelli pit bunker, but there are far more advanced technologies in the STM garage. This Mercedes team knows how to figure out strategy. Craig Lowndes, we've just established on the board what everyone has done so far today, but how is the Mercedes?
Yeah, we're getting there. We're just sort of moving Cam along. We want to get to this 84 and we can shoot up to 98. Get our lap back, that'd be really nice. The car's okay, it's just a little bit twitchy under brakes, and that's something we're trying to rectify as we do some running around. Thomas started the race, he said it was actually quite greasy this morning, cold conditions and everything else, so again, just got to be careful, we just stay out of trouble, circulate around. We're about 5 minutes short of the lucky dog, so if something happens from now on, we'll get our lap back, which is really what we're looking for, because we know we've got a good, consistent car, maybe not a fast car, but at least it's consistent.
Do you think as the day heats up, the Mercedes will continue to get better and better?
Well, I hope so. I think that this track will evolve definitely over the day, and at the moment it's got a bit of cloud cover, but if it does rubber up, it'll definitely help us because the car is a little bit loose. So if we can, that'd be really good, but we'll have to wait and see. Like at the moment, Cam's in the car. Both Thomas and I have been saying the same thing about the car and the way we're explaining it to the engineers. So as I said, we're chasing it a little bit, but hopefully it'll come to us later in the day.
As far as time out of the car goes, is there any better way to recuperate than to have a smile and a laugh and to just enjoy yourself?
Well, we do, as you said, with the fun garage. So Thomas has been really the joker, and of course he's got the multi-spring. So he's saying if we stretch it this way, it's a softer version. That's a harder version. So yeah, Thomas is really the one that's keeping us all amused at the moment. We've got to do something.
Well, yesterday we saw an on-track camber adjustment, as the team put it. Not from you guys, from a different team. I like the movable spring movement too.
Yeah, we've got all that going on. And as we said, we've got the strategy board, we've got the wind weather station over there. It's not spinning, so it's obviously very calm at the moment. So it's calm before the storm.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Control intentional teams. Stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 111, breach of driver conduct.
That was for that unnecessary contact up at the BMW M elbow. That car now in the pit lane. That one is going to sting a little bit because there was damage to the 111 Invitational car. Ryland Gray brought that car into the pit lane, and a little bit of damage to the left front. That was the side that hit the wall when he was trying to squeeze down the inside of the Superbahn number 47 AMG. That car, the Superbahn car, has continued. 8 3/4 hours still to go, and the pace heating up again at the sharp end of the field. Traffic dependent, of course, but the gap has come down. The number 912 Porsche 992 GT3 are now being caught by Raffaele Marciello, and Dries Van Toort is only another second or so back. So the two WRT turbocharged BMW M4 GT3s right with the leader now, after Chan got a good run away from the restart, helped for a little bit of slower traffic in between himself and the rest of the field. But it's at the end of the stint when the Porsche tends to come alive and the fast laps are coming in. Remembering, Garth, that those two BMWs have got probably 10 laps more fuel in those cars than the Porsche. The Porsche did not stop.
That's a good point, John, that both BMWs came to the lane under that initial safety car that we had in this year's race. So they've bought themselves a much bigger fuel window at the end of this stint. So remember before the safety car, Guven had a gap of near on 23, 25 seconds. And so that safety car's, one, negated that track position, but two, by Mante EMA not coming to the lane, they're going to have a different fuel window. That's not going to make a huge amount of difference right now. But if we go stint on stint on stint on stint to the end, that 10-lap fuel difference, the differential in the window, could be the difference between making it to the end or not. You don't know right now. No. So all you're doing is you're just giving yourself a bigger window. You always, through the race, we always talk about just make the windows bigger. Give yourself more flexibility in your strategy. And I think BMW have done that now. Whether it works for them later, they don't know. We don't know. That's what makes 12-hour racing so good.
Yeah, the margin 3/10 now. Marciello's been taking lap time out of Guven, so there's 11 laps the difference between pit stops, and Dries Van Toort's gone with them both. But 5.2 seconds covering the top 5 cars. The drive of the day for mine so far has been 13. The Phantom Global Racing Porsche have dragged themselves from well outside the top 10 up into the 5. It's been a really good stint from Bastian Boos. Joel Eriksson did a lot of the heavy lifting early after Jackson Evans started that car. So they've got themselves within 5 seconds of the race lead. The safety car helped them a little bit, but they did a lot of that work on their own. The other thing the safety car helped was a bit of extra time for Kenny and for Brad Schumacher behind the wheel of those two pro cars as well. It's exactly what happened. Car 75 12 months ago as well.
8 hours and 40 minutes of the Repco Bathurst 12 hours remain. And we've already had one or two little pointers as to where the performance and potential advantage lies. We've seen in the early running, albeit in the cooler conditions, particularly of the track surface here at Mount Panorama, that going an extra couple of laps on the pit cycle can give you an advantage. Double stinting the Pirelli tyres and leaving the warm tyres on can give you a bit of an advantage. And at the end of a stint, the Porsches are very quick indeed, and it is one of the Porsches that leads, one of the new 992 ship GT3Rs, and it pulled out a 20-second lead. That's all gone after the first safety car, then about 3.5, 4 seconds on the restart. But the two WRT BMW M4 GT3s are hunting as a pack at the moment, Garth, and the top three go up through the cutting to the Audi cutting as one.
1 second covering the top 3 cars, 5 seconds covering the top 5. So that safety car has condensed the field, certainly. Richard Craill, you mentioned that the drive of the day so far is the 13 Phantom Global Porsche. Bastian Booth at the wheel of that one, and he's doing a great job first time here out Mount Panorama. So they continue their march forward from deep in the field after qualifying.
Approaching the 3.5 hour mark of this race, so a quarter of the way in, and this is how it's played out so far. The start in the pre-dawn, 5:45 a.m. on Sunday morning, as is tradition. And as the light came up, so too the intensity in the first round of pit stops. The BMWs were slower, the Porsche better. It got track position and got to the race lead. And this was incredible stuff. Cold tyres, a mix of drivers, some fresh, some not. Big moment for Lee Holdsworth, just brushing the wall on the run down into the dipper. This was the GT4 Mercedes AMG, which has otherwise had a pretty good day so far. The 701, the Vortex French car making its debut at Mount Panorama. This was the course of the first BMW XM safety car period for the race. It was on the circuit for 5 laps. On the restart, a nice free kick for Ayanke Guven because he had 2 lap cars in between himself and the 130, which was driven at the time by Felipe Fraga. He would have to serve a drive-through penalty, however, for a pit lane infringement. Meanwhile, the BMW helping move one of the Method Motorsport McLarens out of the way. The 46 with a brief brush of the wall at the Audi Sport cutting. This was the adjustment that caused a drive-through penalty. If you want to do work like that, if the car has to go in the garage, is the regulation, and they had to serve a drive-through as a result for Mercedes AMG team Gruppe M Racing. But after 3 hours, 20 minutes and 45 seconds, car 912 leads the way, and we're going safety car because the number 91 Mark Carr has found the fence at turn 2 at the top of Mountain Straight.
5,
so a second
4,
safety car period
3,
will be called.
2, 1. Speed limiters must be implemented.
David Stewart, Deputy Race Director, calling the shots from Motorsport Australia Race Control. So whether it's a full course yellow or a full safety car, they do get a countdown to go down to 80 kilometres an hour regardless, and then the safety car will pick up the leader of the race.
Yeah, it's Hadrian behind the wheel of that car, and Hadrian Morel and the Mark II in that very striking livery. Very mean-looking cars, those machines, but that is potentially, well, oh, he's lost it again on the way in, and he's gone straight across to the unguarded concrete on the other side of the circuit. So starts off sliding the car, and then it spears across to the right-hand side of the circuit.
Yeah, just wide. You can see as it came into shot, he was already wide and offline, so in the marbles and in the dirt, and then just too much. The lock could have opened the wheel a little bit, let the car flow, but it's unfortunately gone around, got that inside wall, as John said, and heavy damage to the front of the 91 Martini livery. It looked spectacular at the start of the race, a little less spectacular now, unfortunately, and that was the car that Tim Slade.
And the leaders were on the scene.
So that was just local yellows at that stage, because you can see the green flag waving, so they sort of resume hostilities once they get past it, but there's just enough room to get around the back, so you can obviously see why we've gone safety car.
So the pits will stay open, and now we've ascertained why the accident happened. We can look ahead to what happens from a strategy point of view, because it's been 23 laps since our leader pitted. I wonder if they take this opportunity to dive in for some service, for some fuel.
But the BMWs don't need
14
to.
laps. No,
Yeah. If I'm the leader, you're coming. If I'm BMW, I'm not.
Correct.
So.
And now's the time to do it as well, before the field's packed up. So get into pit lane as quickly as you can. You're going to lose less track position
Correct.
now.
And that's what BMW did nicely at that last stop. That's why they're still at the front of the field with an effective extra stop.
Correct.
And driver change it will be for the leading car, I reckon, here.
You can't go any more than a double stint for time behind the wheel. So Guven's been behind the wheel for 55 laps. So he jumped in at their first pit stop.
Done 2/3 of the race so far.
Good news is that Adrian Morel is out of that marked car and making his way into the arms. Oh, the beach is coming as well. So they're just extending again here, Garth. That's interesting.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've done another, what have they done? 14 laps, BMW, since the last stop. So the rule of thumb is you get a safety car if you're halfway into your stint, you come.
Yeah.
So for Porsche, it was a no-brainer. BMW's obviously decided, well, we're only going to get another 14, 15 laps up the road, and we're going to have to come again anyway, so why not do it under safety car?
And plus the two drivers in the BMW have only done 26, 25 laps. So they're okay in terms of their stint. They can do another full stint.
And they're okay, whereas Guven had to come, so this has actually fallen at a pretty good time for them.
So did BMW do tyres? I reckon not. They might send them here and have the advantage of having fresh tyres.
Well, they didn't do tyres last time. Remember, they just did fuel. So, is he from Chandler Lane? He might know more.
I'm just down at the Audi crew at the moment because they were one of the teams, at least with the 22, that did take that last pit stop for fuel for Christopher Haase. And I can see for car 2 that Winkelhock is about to get in, so that would suggest that Schumacher with those 22 laps has achieved a part of the race where they think that they are good to get home with their 2 other drivers. I'm trying to scurry down pit lane to see what they're doing at the 75 to see if they're going to try the same thing with Kenny Habul. And just watch out for that driver change if they do, because that's their weak point this week.
Yeah, only 25 laps on the Pirellis for Raffaele Marcello and Dries Vanthoor, 26 actually for Dries. And here they come down the lane, and just waiting to see the Sun Energy car rolling out as well.
We're hearing both BMWs took tyres, and I think Kenny's probably going to be able to tick the box as well. So he got in the car just on 8 a.m. local time. It's now 10 past 9. So he's done that 65, 70 minutes, almost exactly what he did in the race last year. So I wonder if they pull Kenny out of car 75 now to tick that box. So we heard Brad Schumacher's done enough as well. So this is a fascinating little period of the race where things could change. And we think car 22, the Audi, may well shuffle to the front.
That is fascinating, isn't it? I was I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried that mandatory pit times and fuel stints and run stints might just take the edge off the strategy here. But we're still talking about it, and people are still making different choices, Garth. So they do feel that there's still something to be gained.
Well, these mid-stint safety cars are what throw the joker in the pack. So do you take it, do you not take it? So the 22 Audi with Christopher Haase at the wheel, they took the last safety car, and they haven't taken this safety car. So they've now bought themselves track position, but they're only going to have track position for 15, 16 laps, and then they're going to have to come back again. So that's worked in their favour, and that's what we were wondering whether BMW were going to come or going to stay, and they've come as well, so they've lost track position. So the only one on that alternate strategy now is the 22 Audi.
Yeah,
and I think Kenny Habul as well.
16 laps into a stint for Chris Haase.
Correct. So that's another 16 roughly for them. Maybe a bit more, because the safety car, you don't burn as much fuel.
So I think the 22 can afford to stay out if they want to. Habul, 25 laps in the car, so within 7 of fuel range, basically. So I would be surprised if they don't pit this time by it. That's the view at the back of the BMW XM. That's cool. Like a tracking shot, that's outstanding.
High vantage point.
Yeah, not wrong. Matt Campbell is behind the wheel of car 912 now, the Porsche that was the race leader before this sequence. And then Maxime Martin back behind the wheel of 46. So he's taken over from Raffaele Marciello. Charles Wirtz is back behind the wheel of the 32 BMW as well. So both BMWs, not only did they take tyres, they took drivers as well.
Yeah, and that if you're changing drivers, it makes sense to do the tyres and give the new driver a new set of boots. They will take the, if they're brand new, they'll take the edge off them a little bit behind the safety car, but they're still not going to be up to full.
No, but you can certainly build more temperature on the safety car before you go green.
Yeah.
Lucas Stolz is ready in the lane, has helmet on, has Hans device on. Not a lot of action as to whether or not the folks down here at Sun Energy One are going to be leaping into the lane anytime soon. So the longer that they push Kenny Habul into this stint, the more flexibility they will get later in the run. So that is the advantage of keeping him in there for now.
But
they've definitely gone off strategy, haven't they?
Do you think, Chad, they'll wait for deep in this safety car maybe to make that change? So it's still done under safety car, but right at the end of the safety car. You'll give up track position, but you might tick the time over that you need to for Kenny.
Well, they've achieved the time already.
Yeah, I think they're safe on time, absolutely.
Okay. I bet it gives them a bit more time later in the race on that flexibility, I guess is probably what Garth means.
Yeah.
Is that the longer that he sits in that car, it's one extra lap or one extra minute that you get the flexibility back with Stolz and Goon on later on.
The other thing to take into effect, Chad, is that the lucky dog rule is in effect now. So if you are one lap down or more, you will get that lap back. You'll get waved around as the lights go out behind the safety car. You will then get waved past. So you will gain at least one lap back on the race leaders.
In today's Repco Rewind, we head back to 2014 when Aussie racing legend Craig Lowndes delivered Ferrari a Bathurst win, holding off GT champion Maxi Book in one of the best 12-hour finishes to that point.
Surely he can't go from that far around. They're side by side. He's gone through. He knows it's into the lead, but the Ferrari has the racing line and there's no way through. The leader gets held up. He's got to go one way or the other. Here comes Maximilian Burke down the middle, over the top of Brock Skyline, and there's nothing in it again.
Here goes Book. He'll try around the outside again, but Lowndes drives it down the middle of the road. He'll hold on.
It's going to be down to the traffic. It's the dawn of King Lawless and holds up the leader. But once again, Lowndes positions his car right in the middle of the road. But here comes Burke round the outside. And he's not coming from that far back. He's not coming from that far back. Craig Lowndes brings home Alan Simonson's Ferrari and wins the Liqui-Moly 12 hours for 2014. Bathurst delivers. Well done, mate.
It was at that point we knew this race was properly serious stuff. A thrilling finish to the 2014 Bathurst 12-hour with Craig Lowndes holding out what was then Maxi Book, the FIA GT World Champion at that point. Ferrari versus Mercedes. It was an awesome race.
There was actually even more drama than that Repco Rewind showed, because part of the way through that package, Krillsy reminded me, I got so excited that I knocked over all of the timing screens in front of us.
This is why we're currently under the control of the BMW XM safety car. Hadrian Morale exit of Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend. And the leader scraping through on the outside there. And while that's all been going on, pit stops. Heart of Racing are in pit lane, and Ian James will jump out of the number 27 car. So while this procedure goes through, when the lights are extinguished on the safety car, the cars that are one lap or more down will gain their lap back. They get waved past. It's not a full lap. They get about 35 seconds. They get waved past at the top of Conrod Straight when the lights go out on the safety car. But this is how the leaderboard sits right now. Still a bit to unpick through all of this, because there's a whole bunch of different strategies playing out. The main one is that car 75 yet to stop, 26 laps now into a stint. The next 6 cars have all just recently made pit stops. So they've just topped up either fuel drivers and tyres. And here are our class leaders. Brad Shields leading the silver class in the Valmont Racing Mercedes. John Hollinger leads the way in car number 10 for Superglass Racing, and Matt Stone. And Marcus Flack, young gun, rising star in the world of motorsport in this part of the world, is leading the way in GT4.
Hearing from one or two eyes over the top of the mountain, thank you, Scott, that there's still one or two little enclaves of cars that haven't quite made it onto the back of the safety car train, and whether that's a little bit of confusion from a driver, because it only needs one at the head of the queue as to how fast they can go, or whether they're limited to 80. You are allowed to go a little bit quicker to catch up to the back of the train.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we heard in the previous safety car that there was repeated attempts to get one of the cars to turn off their 80-kilometre-hour full course yellow limiter. So it's still, certainly for the Australian drivers who haven't done a whole lot of full course yellow stuff, just understanding when is the right time to turn it off to catch the train. And now that we have seen that car of Hayden Morale make its way onto the flatbed, the track is clear, so they are able to form up behind the BMW safety car. We're just theorising here, guys, whether that they're going to bring Kenny Hibble right at the end of this safety car period to buy a bigger window. And he goes past the lane. No, he doesn't. He comes to the lane. So it's Kenny has fulfilled the minimum 40 minutes.
Correct.
But if he does just 40 minutes, it makes the driver windows for Jules Gounon and Lucas Stoltz super tight. So the more that they can open the windows for the drivers, it gives them more strict flexibility as well.
Down here with Sean Guven, the star of that second stint. You were out there for such a long time battling elbows out, and your lap times were so consistent. Talk about your first time at the mountain. Is it everything you expected and more?
Yeah, first of all, when I go out with cold tires and leading, it was quite pressure, first time in the mountain, but yeah, I tried to take it easy without losing the position. At the end, I managed to keep it, and then yeah, the pace was great, and during the stint, team asked me if I would like to do double. And yeah, I say yes, I would like to do it. I feel great. And then yeah, second stint will be a bit harder. Now with safety cars and everything, I think race changed a little bit in terms of direction. Everyone in the pack now. So yeah, we will see. But so far, car feels great. And yeah, definitely with Lawrence and Matt and with the team, we have a strong package.
You have so much virtual racing experience. That's really where I first heard of you. How different is it when you actually get out there and there's elevation?
Yeah, first of all, I find out in the track walk when I start going uphill, like already in turn 2, I feel okay, that's quite different. And also yesterday, maybe in free practice 4, I think, maybe you guys remember, I have a small moment. So also it's a little bit different, but the same compared to like off lines. When you miss the limit line, there was no grip and the wall is super close. So yeah, it's lucky that I find the limit in the test without hitting the wall. And yeah, so far I'm super happy with the track, so I really enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully we can finish where we are.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Find me a race car driver that doesn't want to do a double stint at the start of this race. Yeah, that's right. Don't exist. The track's cool, cars are gripped up. Let's have a go.
Car. Maintain speed 80 kph, lights out at 19.7. There will be a wave by. There are multiple cars entitled for a wave by. Please maintain driver's right. When you reach Forest Elbow, turn 18, please.
So multiple cars means all cars from a position 11.
Yeah.
So 2/3 of the field are coming on by here to get a lap back. That's good news for some of the cars. So the first one getting a lap back, Cameron Waters in the 222. Scott Taylor Motorsport car, Yasser Shaheen as well. So,
and it's brilliant news for Lucas Stoltz, because it means quite a lot of cars that would have been between him and the bulk of the GT3 pack, the rest of the top 10, is what we're talking about there. So he drives back, but it's almost like a class split.
Yeah, back onto the field that he's racing heads up with. So that's a really good point, John. And I wonder whether the Sun Energy team have also thought that through and thought, well, they're going to get wave buys, so we're losing track position, but we're not going to get caught in the slower cars on this start.
And he's charging round, putting energy into his Pirelli tyres as well.
They would have popped out, had they stopped at the very start of this safety car, they would have popped out 6th or 7th in the queue, just with the split with the track positions when everyone was doing 80 k's an hour before they packed up. So really, they've probably only lost 3 or 4 spots total through that process. What it also does is take us from 10 cars on the lead lap to 16 on the lead lap. So we get an extra 6 cars that will get that lap back. And this is the wave-by process now. So that's Cameron Waters behind.
So what you do if you're Cameron Waters, from this point on, you are head down, going as hard as you can, because you know the track's clear up the road. So you need to maximise this opportunity now. You're not going to catch the back of the train.
So the lights are out now, and they go back on.
Yeah. I wonder whether they're waiting
for all the cars to come through. But no overtaking, by the way, for the cars that have gone through. So once they've gone through, what's the horrible
one of them's gone off. So is that Ibrahim's gone off. So you see one of the cars, you are allowed to pass if the car goes off the racetrack. So that was the Honduras car. So Ibrahim was doing what he had to do. That's what he had to do. You have to go, and you have to go hard. But on a cold tyre, just overrun it at the chase.
There's absolutely nothing worse when you get the wave by than somebody just pootling around and taking their time. He's just overrun himself there.
And I can tell you, he would have had both feet on the brake pedal there trying to stop that car, because you know on a cold tyre the ABS locks you out and there's nothing you can do about it. So those guys are running and running hard. The rest of the field coming to go back to green. Matt Campbell, who's just jumped aboard the leading Mante EMA Porsche, takes him to the line.
So restarts have been vigorous today. Let's see how this one plays out. So those cars that have unlapped themselves are running up Mountain Straight towards the top of the mountain. So they get about 35 or 40 seconds back. Up the hill they go. Campbell with a great restart. Martin behind the wheel of car 46. This is Mick Grenier, the Canadian, behind the wheel of the National Storage 888 entry. Charles Viet's in front in the WRT BMW. Behind him is Jackson Evans for Phantom Global. This car right in the mix now, having started a lot further back. Maxi Goetz, the German, in 77, the Caltex car, and a pass up the inside. Kelvin van der Linde has got behind the wheel of car 22, so they also stopped through that sequence, and he's got himself up to 8th place.
Porsche's jumped away a little bit again on the restart. This is becoming more than just coincidence. We're seeing a pattern here. Porsche good at the start, good at the end of the run as well, and Matt Campbell's lit up that 4.2 V8 at flat 6 and started to pull away. Sorry, I had a bit of all of a
engine in it, have they?
Yeah, I reckon it's just a
928.
It's just a caged Matt Campbell. He's been caged up for 3 odd hours wanting to get in this race car. So just unleashing some energy that's been caged for a while. So you're right, Campbell's 1.2 up the road on this restart.
And what that safety car's done, Garth, is basically cleansed the top 10 bar one car. Actually, I stand corrected, it's cleansed the entire top 10. So only Maxi Goetz has stayed in the car for longer than 3 laps. So everyone else is fresh aboard that car since the safety car. Maxi's been in it now for 18 laps in that 6th place, number 77 car.
And it's put pretty much everybody as well, Crailsey, on to the same pit stop strategy.
So we talked about the cars that were unlapping themselves with the first lucky dog of the year. The first car that did that was Cam Waters. He's just making his way out of turn 2 up towards the Audi cutting as the leaders make their way down to the final corner. So that's how much you get up the road. You don't get the full lap back, but you get the opportunity, should another safety car come your way, to get on the back of the train. So you've got to go and run because you know that the leaders are fast. They're going to get to the rear bumper again. So Waters, although he's not on screen, in position 11, needs to continue to run to keep that car on the lead lap for as long as possible.
Yeah, I quite like the lucky dog rule in that respect, that it doesn't give you that full free lap.
It's not a free
kick.
You've
still got to work.
You've got to work and work hard.
Really, to get you back into that equation. Here's Prince Jeffrey under pressure from the Lamborghini at the top of the mountain. So not for outright position, these two. Ibrahim currently scored in 14th position. Tony D'Alberto 17th, but there's a lap between them. So they're cars that have unlapped themselves. So that gives you an idea of where the cars that went past the safety car are at the top of the hill, while the leaders are running up now, just past Reed Park to Solomon Park.
Got people asking about, oh, side by side, thank you. Coming through, coming through. A couple of people asking about the green dots on the scoring pylon. If you're watching around the world, it's the Supercar co-driver graphic, that isn't it, Frozen?
Yeah, in normal circumstances, yeah.
What colour does the third driver have? Question without notice.
question without notice, I don't have an answer for without notice either.
Not often that Richard Quayle's
come back
stuff
that
for
one.
words, but I got you there. Mark that down. Back to the leading bunch. Maxime Martin leading his teammate Charles Wirtz at the wheel of the number 32 Shell BMW. Michael Grenier is back in aboard the 888 AMG Mercedes, and Jackson Evans for some laps in that Phantom Global Porsche.
There's some talent in that top.
Calling that nail, those names, isn't there? Serious GT3 dudes.
Grenier, Evans, Gertz, Engel, Kelvin von der Linde,
Winkelhock, Stolz. Cam Waters knows how to go around here.
Yeah, I mean, that's extraordinary. And they're only 1/3 of the driving talent in all of those cars. I mean, this event just goes from strength to strength, and the international side of it has been awesome. Absolutely awesome. Let's go on board with the number 22. This is sitting right in the pack up Mountain Straight. Garth Tander, talk us around this.
5th gear, over the hump, up Mountain Straight. You leave it in 5th gear, let it rev out. Lap traffic on the inside at turn 2. You hesitantly want to go around the outside because you know it's dirty. So 3rd gear off turn 2, and you need to defend into the cutting because you've had a poor run. Back to 2nd for the run up the hill. Car always goes taily there. It is flat over the hump here. You'll grab 4th just before you turn into Solomon Park. Flow as much speed as you can. Sometimes you grab 5th down here. Sometimes you leave it in 4th. Kelvin leaves it in 4th. He'll grab 5th on the exit. There you go. Just the tiniest of lifts from McPhillamy, then hard back into the throttle. Flow the car over Skyline in 5th, down to 4th, down to 3rd, down to 2nd before the dipper. The car will bottom here. There you go. Gets a good run off the dipper. Currently, we're chasing Maro Engel down to Forest Elbow. Flow the car in 3rd. An earlier turn in to Forest Elbow, 2nd gear for the run off Forest Elbow. And strangely, the fastest part of the racetrack is where you have the most time to relax. So grab 5th gear, have a look at the dash, see where the tyre temperatures are, use the slipstream effect behind the AMG Mercedes to see if you can tow up to the back of Maro Engel, but you'll be doing well to outbrake Maro Engel down into the chase, braking at about 110, back to 3rd gear. Flow the car
control, attention
out
all
wide.
teams. Black flag, stewards have imposed a PULP penalty to car 9, breach of safety car procedure.
Dean Fiore aboard the Hallmark Audi, getting the black flag. 2nd gear at the final corner for Kelvin van der Linde. A little adjustment to the brake bias there as he makes his way down to turn 1, and that's 2nd gear as well.
And a PLP, by the way, pit lane penalty for those of you on the international thing. Pass for position as WRT go side by side. They're blocking the track there. And it is restored with Max Martin getting back ahead of Charles first. There was just a little stutter coming out of the first corner, Helg's corner from Martin in the M-Power coloured car. Again, I think that might have been more aggressively fought had they not been teammates.
So Martin has got clear air behind it. Oh, he turns into the grass. How many times have we seen that this week? So just too wide on entry, loses the rear in the grass, gets away with it, but then has to go straight into defence mode from his teammate. And that was then how they exited turn 2. This is another replay. Oh, the 111.
It's just come back out again.
Yeah, so that's drama. Is that on the outlap from
I
their
think it
damage from
was.
earlier at Forest Elbow? So
Ryland Gray behind the wheel. It's shown in pit lane again now, leading their class not too long ago. We talked up that invitational class, and it's been dramatic for
it's
one.
given us plenty of excitement, hasn't it? So Ryland Gray, very young, just starting out in his professional motorsport career, so learning all the time.
Attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a pit lane penalty to car 93, breach of a pit stop procedure.
Tony D'Alberto, that's Ball Racing, and the report is failing to turn the engine off during the stop. So that probably explains why Tony's just set that car's personal best lap of the race. He's been told about the drive-through, and now he's driving angry. Try and make up as much time as he can. 94 laps for that car. They're 2 laps back. as this intense battle pack continues. And while that battle's been going on for second place, Matty's Campbell's just disappeared up the road, 3.1 seconds, the leading margin now. While this this is awesome. So Mick Grenier for Triple Eight. Jackson Evans is in behind him in that blue and gold Phantom Global Porsche. Then Maximilian Goetz for Caltex in the 7 car for Craft Bamboo Racing. Maro Engel. So they were 32 seconds behind the leading group before that safety car with that drive-through penalty. Right back in the mix now, only 5 seconds from the race lead. Only 3 seconds out of second place.
Less than 7 covering the top 10.
Correct. So 3 different manufacturers in that group. And people complain about balance of performance. This is why we have it. It's to level the playing field a little bit so that front-engined cars, mid-engine cars, rear-engine cars, cars with different cross-sections, frontal areas can all race together. Mistake up ahead there.
There's a lap car, it's Honduras, AMG, Mercedes getting well out of the way of this lot. Do not want to be part of this at all. 6 cars in a queue making their way down the mountain. 7 seconds covering the top 10 after near on 4 hours of racing.
Hello to Jimmy Broadbent, international sensation, and no mean racing driver as well. He's tackled the Nürburgring a couple of times. Jimmy, nice to know you're watching and listening. Need to get you down to have a go at this one. Just coming down to 8 hours to go, and it's back on at the mountain.
It's an iconic shot looking back from Murray's Corner all the way up Conrod Straight as the leaders exit the chase. There is our race leader. There's the BMWs warring on, the teammates with the Mercedes, the Porsche, and then the couple of Audis at the back of this queue. That's the car in 10th place, 6.7 seconds only from the race lead.
Well, I'm down in Sun Energy 175 garage with Kenny Bull. Hey, great stint out there. Tell us about the car and the conditions there in your opening run.
Mate, yeah, really happy. Everything went fine for me. A lot of dust, a lot of dirt, a lot of oil around the place. I was a little bit conservative. We were worried about gearbox temperature this morning in the first stint. It kind of went up a bit, so I was, you know, being the owner, I get a little more nervous than they do, so I was probably a little conservative. But I mean, I was happy. I did 5s, plenty of 5s in the race, and kept it all in one piece and stayed out of trouble. So,
mate, your pace was brilliant. A lot better than some more fancy drivers. Now, in the press, you've been reasonably vocal about the term gentleman driver. Tell us how you sit on that.
Yeah, some of these guys get paid too much, you know. They should be going faster. You know, I'm 50 years old, and I think I matched about half of them or more. But, no, it's something that Crusher came up with and we talked about. And, you know, sometimes you get put down a little bit. You know, the gentleman guys out here, the weekend warrior. But, I mean, I've been racing for 35 years, and there's plenty of places like Daytona. I'm the same speed as my teammates, you know. And I'm not looking for any of that glory, but, you know, I don't want to be kicked in the balls either and be called a mobile chicane.
Now, you've had a bit of back dramas from that crash last year. How's the body holding up, and will you get back in the car later today?
Mate, it's a shit show. It's more dramas than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. It took me about 5 seconds to get out. When you sit in one spot, it just freezes up, and then it's hard to sort of unlock it, and then once you move around, it's fine. But, you know, not bad for an old guy with a bad back and 2 bung knees.
A lot of chat about Jules going for 4 in a row. This is you going for 3 in a row. And if you could do that, you'd match some pretty big names like Peter Brock and Larry Perkins. That'd be pretty cool.
That's the dream, you know. I mean, I grew up watching those guys, and that was life. You know, that's what made me want to be who I am, not just in racing, in business, and in family and everything. That's the inspiration. So, to be honest, I'm happy with what I got, and I don't have any preconceived ideas. It's very tough this year. Our car's not as fast. So we're lacking some straight line speed, and we're a little heavier, so it is more difficult. But, you know, all that matters is the last hour, so let's see.
Thanks for your time, and we'll catch in with you later in the day.
Thank you.
Well, over in the Pirelli pit bunker, we are fully dressed at the moment, and we're shaking hands because we've got Davide Dilaretti down here with Shane Rudzis from the Bathurst 12 Hour, and I'm happy to announce that they've extended their deal with the 12-hour Pirelli to 2028. So it's a good news story down here in the bunker right now. Davide, that is wonderful news. Can you just tell us how excited Pirelli is to extend the partnership here with the Bathurst 12-hour?
Absolutely. So we're very delighted to extend this partnership to 2028. As you know, GT is very important for Pirelli, and the Intercontinental GT Challenge, which Bathurst is part of, is an extremely important race all over the world, and we're delighted to continue and build upon our 117 years of motorsport.
Bit of action going on the track, but we'll keep our chat going right here, mate, because it's a lot to manage, isn't it? A lot of tyres and a lot of staff. Can you give us some of the numbers?
Yeah, absolutely. So this weekend we brought around 3,000 tyres and about 40 staff in total that are assisting all the teams and making sure that tyre management is dealt with properly.
And what does that mean for the technicians up and down pit lane? Because I see a lot of men and women in Pirelli shirts diving in and out with tyre gauges in their hands.
Absolutely. So they basically have shifts for 12 hours. They've been here since the early morning, and they're in and out, helping teams and making sure that all tires are managed properly and providing them with any assistance they need with the tires. So that's part of the package that we offer as well.
Well, I think your staff could be very busy in a minute because I believe we've got another safety car period here, but that is wonderful news. Congratulations to Shane and the team at the 12 hour, and congratulations to Pirelli on extending that wonderful relationship out through the year 2028.
Top of the mountain, Yasser Shaheen in the bunker. I need more than a sand wedge to get it out of there, Garth, and waiting to find out whether he jumped or he pushed. He's almost exactly where the vortex ended up, and he was in close with the Heart of Racing car. The SMS front machine. Was there a little tap here? I think there might have been a bit of hip and shoulder.
This one will tell us, John. Glenwood.
Yeah.
In the M Motorsport. Not enough room there. He can't pass unless you're side by side. So
doesn't need to be much, does it? Because the car's,
the car's right there. The car's light and unweighted anyway, and then you can see around goes Yasser into the gravel trap, doing its job and arresting the car. But that takes out one of the real contenders in the Pro-Am class.
Yeah, my apologies. The M Motorsport car, not Heart of Racing. We're a little bit on a different part of the racetrack with Alex Riberas at the moment, but he will, of course, gain a position as Yasser is already down to 4th position. That was the battle for the lead in Pro-Am, wasn't it, that was going over the top. So a genuine battle for not just for overall, but also for class position. Yeah. But I suspect that will be being looked at just over our heads in Motorsport Australia Race Control.
I don't think it'll take much time to work that one out.
Yeah, it's a tricky part of the racetrack to get through there, get a pass done. You need to have, you can pass the slower cars, like the class cars, but when you're passing for position, GT3 versus GT3, that makes it a real challenge. So safety cars out. Do you come to the lane or do you not? And 888 have come to the lane, as has Craft Bamboo, as have the 130 of Group M. So all the AMGs are in the lane.
It's 10 laps. You know, you were talking about that before. It's another 10 laps.
Yeah, so
now, if you've just got into this, as most of these drivers had, they just had a new set of Pirelli Racing rubber the last time around, so they will not change tyres this time. No, you see, there are tyres.
I think Mick Grenier just overshot the pit box at National Storage Racing there.
By half a postcode.
Well, and I think part of the reason was because the sister car was in the lane as well. So Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim in the 88, see that car just being dropped off the jacks now. It is relatively tight to get in there, especially when you've got your 2 team cars.
Well, there's the 4 AMGs. They're all line astern up that end of pit lane, so they're all doing their service. I mean, even though you've overrun, it doesn't really matter because of the 85-second rule. So the 88 leaves first because it was there first.
So tyres going on 888.
Interesting. When was that last in the lane?
Well, Grenier's only been in the car since the last safety car, and the Craft Bamboo car not going anywhere was there.
It did not launch, so they've lost some track position there over the 130. Yasser Shaheen gets back going again and have a go at the gravel.
Get off the racing line. Get off the racing line. Had to actually use the windscreen wiper there. He had so much dirt on the screen, and he's doing it again down Conrod. Now he's can't pass that car moving slowly, and it's gravel central.
So
right where you need front grip as
Forest
well.
Elbow, there we are, Forest Elbow. This is the first cars coming to the scene where Yasser Shaheen had just been depositing half of the gravel trap from McPhillamy.
So what this safety car does do is it works for Craft Bamboo Racing from a driver point of view. Now, this is under safety car on the exit of the dipper, and the Vortex has turned around or been turned around.
Was it getting a tow? Why is the safety truck there?
Well, I'm not sure whether maybe was the Vortex the first car on the scene after Yasser Shaheen got going. We've got a replay. Let's check it out, because that is a strange place to be parked. It hasn't got a helping hand. You can hear it in the background. It's just gone around. So
that's lighting up the rear tyres, and they're trying to. And the safety truck, the Amarok, VW Amarok pickup was there. Now, the Julien Beaulieu, who was in the gravel earlier and brought out our first safety car, but for the first look at the BMW XM, he's still at the wheel of that car, and he's going to be guided by the marshals as to when he can turn around.
So this is good for 222. Not only did they get a pit stop, and by the looks of it, a driver change as well, but they were a car that got the lucky dog, the wave by the last safety car. So they were a good 3/4 of a lap behind. On the lead lap, yes, but track position not great. Safety car gets them right back from a track position point of view into the mix. So this is great for 222. And just to finish the point on the Craft Bamboo car, Maxi Goetz was 25 laps into his driving stint. So they weren't far away from needing a pit stop.
Coming anyway, that's
right.
right.
So it's actually worked for them as well.
So even for Cam Waters, if he goes a lap down, should the leaders pass him again, you get it straight back now with the lucky dog. But you want to, if you can, hopefully they've timed it so you can get back out in front of the leader under this one. So there you go, he leaves. So what you got to do now as a driver is you've got to check the red light at the end of pit lane, make sure that's not on, it's still green. So
yeah, he's fine.
The 222 gets out and they will get to the back of the queue. So nice recovery for that team.
Guys, we've completed the first third of the race. Under 8 hours to go.
Just under 100 laps.
Yeah. Been a bit bitty. Looks like the Sun Energy one's coming back down the pit lane. Yes, indeed. So this will be a top off of fuel as well.
Remember, they pitted right at the end of the previous safety car, so they potentially have had the shortest run of everyone.
Now, Lucas Stoltz, just 9 laps since he got into that car. So again, this is a car that will not take tyres. They'll leave the tyres that were put on 9 laps ago, keep the heat in the Pirellis, and get back around to the end of the safety car. There'll be a few cars that are waved by, and he'll be back on the end of the safety car train for the restart.
Oh, Sydney Harbour at daytime looks just as good as it does in the dawn. One of the most geographically diverse and experienced-rich states in Australia, New South Wales. And within just a few hours of where we're looking at now, you can find yourself on the beach, or you can be in wine country, rainforests, or at this place, the mecca of speed at Mount Panorama Bathurst. Great place to come and visit, and it has all been very, very busy of late.
Yeah, and I'm really interested that we've seen so many different uses of the pit stops and the new pit stop procedure. It's been far more diverse than I expected, to be honest. And Chad's down in the lane watching a few more of the ramifications of the pit stop strategy.
Yeah, we are setting up to do a little bit of a strategy update, which I know the fans do enjoy down here in the Pirelli pit bunker, but I was just watching what happened with the Vortex car spinning through the dipper, and it got me thinking to a conversation that we had a few nights ago, fellas. It might have been over a plate of nachos and a couple of margaritas, actually, about are there any parts of the racetrack where you could get into trouble if you're driving around under full caution with your safety car limiter on? Now, that was one area that Garth had raised as a potential, because essentially you'd be going at more than the race pace through there under safety car conditions, and I wonder if that's what's caught the Vortex out there, having that limiter on but trying to get through the dipper essentially flat.
That's a really good point that you make, Chad. I think the two corners that would catch your attention at 80k an hour are the dipper, where we saw the Vortex have that moment, and Forest Elbow.
Yeah, totally.
So, and also you think, well, 80k an hour is not that fast for a race car, but you're not braking the car prior to the corner, so you're not getting the car
into the spring or into the suspension, so then you're not loading the tyre. So the car dynamic and the reaction from the car is very different than just staying on a limiter. The car stays much flatter and the front tyre is unloaded, so potentially might wind more lock on that when the front tyre grips, it just rips the rear. So that's a great point that Chad makes, that potentially trying to get through the dipper at 80k an hour has got the vortex out.
Yeah. I've spoken to a few racing drivers who told me they try to do a full lap on a cruise control at 60 kph in a road car, and you can't. Same thing, exactly the same thing. There's no way. Plus, you can't use the full width of the road either, of course, because there could be a bus coming the other way or a bin motor. That's what I encountered the first time I came here 13 years ago. I had just reminded my driver that it was a two-way.
Don't forget, next weekend, round 1 of the Repco Supercars Championship. That'll be a one-way road then.
Yep.
The Thrifty Bathurst 500, all part of the Bathurst Superfest. And you can grab your tickets at supercars.com. If you're overseas and you can't make it to Australia in time, head to supercars.com and sign up for Superview and watch online. Catch all the action from the opening round of the Repco Supercars Championship, and of course live coverage around Australia on Fox and 7. So every angle completely covered. It is going to be a massive weekend, and just a few storylines in the Supercars Championship world at this point in time. A week out from the opening round. Looking forward to getting some wheels turning and seeing how it all plays out on track. Move on from the off-track off-season.
The number 911 Porsche has continued out around the circuit. Yasser Shaheen not bringing it into the garage, despite the fact that the crew members cleared out their nice, comfy little sitting area. The crew actually just did something very ingenious, sending 2 members out onto the wall with their cell phones. One taking a photo of the front of the car, which they determined looks pretty okay. One taking a photo of the back. It's not actually that bad of damage. It looks like a single strafe on the diffuser. So the crew is talking about it now, but they've elected, at least for the time being, Yasser's going to stay out, eat up more of his drive time, and this should not be an issue that turns into something worse. In the meantime, Harry King is still sitting in one of those comfy chairs that the mechanics moved, fully helmeted and anticipating his drive time starting, well, he thinks pretty soon.
The reason that they've stayed out, I reckon, Garth, is because they're going to get the wave bike, because they've dropped off the lead lap in class. And he'll want to get the wave bike and get back on the 100th lap, which is where the Greg Wood-driven car, number 48 car, which was involved in that incident, still to be decided whether that is going to get a problem,
that's a good point you make, John. Absolutely going to use the lucky dog, and we've got cameras everywhere here this weekend. Even still, we have one up in Chad Nailon's penthouse at the hotel next to the racetrack. He can land his helicopter on the roof there, so that's why he has the penthouse there.
Ian O'Brien up there, otherwise known as Fish. And from the awesome Did You Know stats, he was an Olympic gold medalist in 1964.
Yeah.
In breaststroke.
Bonus points, I was going to say bonus points for which sport, but Fish sort of gives it away.
Yes. I wonder where that nickname came from. That's outstanding up at the top of Rich's Mount Panorama, gets that great shot. And then the next corner down is the great Johnny Walker, who's up high on a cherry picker, giving us that amazing shot down from basically the exit of the elbow, real old school Bathurst shot all the way down Conrod Straight. People checking out their program. You can get this online as well. And even though the race is halfway through, you can still grab a copy of this as a souvenir. Jump online to the Superstore. The team there have put together a very, very nice publication that will keep you entertained for hours, even post-race. Garth, some very nice stuff in there.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of anecdotes in there, Crailsy, that'll keep you entertained. Probably should have got one of those before the race started to do a bit of preparation, so I could understand what was going on.
I have literally read it cover to cover.
Yeah.
It's really very good, and I've had at least 4 people asking me to take some back. So I will be taking some printed material back all again. Crailsy just doing a little bit of research even as we speak.
It's a good
You
story.
carry on, John. I'm just doing some research.
It's a good story on page 38 about the history of the Alan Simonson Pole Award. So it goes into quite a lot of depth.
That would have been
about
handy on Friday, on Saturday.
Yeah,
very good.
Good event preview.
There's the Ford
Ford Supervan.
Let's do this. They do this in the cricket, so I think we can get away with it too. There's the Ford Supervan. That's been on track this weekend. That's been outstanding. No, great publication. Highly recommended. Grab it online. Good value. Nice print quality.
Great
endorsed by
quality.
Richard Crail.
Was actually co-written.
There you go. I
Few
wasn't
little
far off.
lines in
I
here
wasn't
as
far
well.
off.
So no big words in this, which is great.
No, it's a very
Everyone can
simple
follow.
language.
Lots of pictures and not a lot of words.
Good publication. Souvenir stuff.
Mustn't be far away from going racing here soon. Should be good news. The field have bunched up behind the BMW X4 safety car. Hopefully, we're not far away from going green very shortly.
So expecting one more lap at least, and because the teams have been notified of the wave bye, popped up on the timing screen, which will come when the lights go out. Cameron Waters watching from pit lane. Tommy Randall, I think that is, watching from pit lane. No, that wouldn't be because Tommy's behind the wheel, so it would be Cameron. Go with your first choice. Rousey, come on, they're not lousy. With a hat.
Hard to tell with those hats.
Race control to safety car at turn 18, reduce speed to 80 kph.
Well, hey, listen, there's 3 drivers in there so far between the 2 of you. Named all 3, correct? So has to be one of them.
He's just
How many times do you reckon Craig Lowndes has stood at pit wall and watched cars go past the Bathurst?
Tip of the hat.
Hey, Lowndes, if you're going to wear a big hat like that, make sure the wind don't blow it off onto pit straight. We don't need to be doing an extra lap under safety car for debris for Craig Lowndes' hat.
Race control to all pits. Race control to all pits. Clouds debris on the track.
Please ensure that all hats are secure.
I don't know how many times you would have been watching from pit lane, given he won so often here. He was always in the race car. 7 times a winner in the great race, 2 in this race. More podiums than any other driver in the history of Mount Panorama, including his hero and hero to many, Peter Brock.
So everybody from position 14, Alex Riberas in the Heart of Racing, and I really do mean the Heart of Racing AMG, the number 27 car, that very nice light blue version of their colourway that we have seen so often around the world, are entitled to the wave bye. And as before, we'll get that started on Conrod, and they will take off. Now, the good news for Alex is he's the first one, so he does not have any GT4s or anything to hold him up. Colin White is back out in the Ginetta. He'll get a wave round as well, but I don't think he's ahead of Alex, because, and we got asked this on the socials, hashtag B12HR at RSL_studio, got asked this on the socials, can you overtake another class car if they're tootling around and just bimbling? You can't. No. And that is one of the most frustrating things that you can ever have as a top class car, because you are seeing your opportunity, Garth, to make up ground just ebbing away.
I think the wording in the rule is obvious mechanical issue or something like that. So if the car is dragging itself back to pit lane with 3 wheels, yes, you can pass it. If it's a class car and it just happens to be slow, you have to follow it. And for the lucky dog cars, for Alex Riberas, who's the first one to go on by, the trigger for them is when they see green flags. That's when their race starts. Then you can overtake, because they don't have that trigger of the safety car peeling into pit lane.
Yeah, that's a good point, because wherever they are on the track, you do not have to wait to the control line before you can overtake. You can overtake as soon as the green flags come out around the circuit, and the teams will be on the radio counting down to you as well to let you know when the green flag is likely to come out. We're going back to green at the mountain with 7 3/4 hours to go.
And that's the scene looking down towards Conrod Straight, the old drive-in theatre there, and out towards the city of Bathurst in the background. Heading for a top of 28 degrees here today. Very, very gentle breeze, if any at all. And the humidity at 73%, but the feels like humidity, if that's such a thing, actually feels lower than it has been for a lot of the week. It's been very muggy here in New South Wales, in the country at least, and thunderstorms rolling through. There is a forecast for it this afternoon, but right now, picture-perfect conditions. Quite a lot warmer now than it was at the race start, just 14 degrees at 5:45 a.m. this morning. The BMW XM safety car has peeled off into pit lane. Matthew Campbell will lead the field back to green and hits the gas just before Murray's corner. He leads Maxime Martin, Charles Vietz, Jackson Evans, Matty's old mate and housemate and teammate in fourth place in another Porsche with Kelvin van der Linde, the first of the Audis in car 22, right back in the mix. Behind him is Marcus Winkelhock, McGrenier, Murray, Engel, Jaden Ojeda, and Lucas Stoles rounding out the top 10 in 75.
And just mixing it up a bit there, Matty, because he went right at the start of the hash marks, the grid marks, last time around. So before he got the Murrays, this time he waited till afterwards. So he's not showing a pattern there.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is be predictable when you're the leader at a safety car restart. So Matty Campbell, very slow restart. And what you try and do when you do a slow restart like that is you want to leave or gas it up right at the most convenient place for you and the most inconvenient place for the car that's following you. So what you do is you wait till you're in the mid-corner, you go, and then the car behind you has to go before the mid-corner, jumps on the gas, understeers wide, and you jump up the road and you go. So Matty Campbell, plenty of tricks up the sleeve of his race suit that he's starting to show early. But you're right, you don't want to be predictable. So next time, I guarantee you, he'll go somewhere in the middle.
I tell you what, though, Max Martin has reacted to that because he's pulled in a couple of cars' legs as they went across the top of the mountain. We know that the Porsche is good on restarts. We know that it's good at the end of the stint as well. Everybody in that top group of cars came to top off fuel the last time we had a safety car, so it's only from Grenier down into the pit lane for that particular stop. Through to the chase, and here's the back of the line that didn't get all the way round. That's the Vortex and Julien Boyot in the Vortex, staying to driver's right. He won't cut across here. He's going to make it a little bit tight. One or two of the drivers in that, what, third, fourth, fifth to 12th pack are going to just pinch the corner a wee bit.
Well, it's 6.8 seconds covering 13 cars, all of them on the lead lap of the race. 104 laps in already, down to Brad Shields, who's 13th, the last car on the lead lap in that Valmont Racing Silver class, leading Mercedes AMG. And Daniel Gillison going slowly in the IRC GT car, 21st outright at the moment. And scored second in class, Garth.
Yeah, and I saw that car had shortcut across the shortcut loop at Skyline. Here's a contact from the 9 Audi, Dean Fiore, up the inside of Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim. As they, don't forget, those are the Lucky Dog cars making a run for it. So Fiore getting up the inside, not for position, but certainly for track position. Talking about track position, our leaders have already caught the back of the Lucky Dogs, the slower GT4 cars. So the Ginettas well out of the way. Now they're trying to get up the inside of the Mercedes GT4 car at McPhillany. Really tricky to get it done there. The leaders are through. The 130 of Maro Engel goes around the outside, and then you've got to be so careful here going around the outside. Look at that. That's such a graphic example of the marbles, the dust and the junk for the run down to the dipper.
Some of which was put there, of course, when Yasser Shaheen came back down the mountain. It was Colin White in the Ginetta. He's a very experienced driver, and he did a great job of staying out of the way. Just announced a full British GT campaign for this season. Wish Colin all the best on that.
Got a shot of Thomas Randall in the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport AMG Mercedes right on the rear bumper of Lucas Stoltz. So don't forget, it wasn't that long ago that car was a Lucky Dog car, and then they got this previous safety car to work for them, came in, got fuel, and they're well back into the game. So nice use of these safety cars for that team to get themselves back close to the top 10, currently running 12th. And here we go, Stoltz around the outside. You can hear the marbles in the guards and just look at the dust and junk. And I can tell you, it is so slippery
And that's a scary moment.
Yeah, I was
teaming. Oh, no, come back.
Well, I was teammates with Kelvin van der Linde here one year. We were leading the race and he went around the outside there and it didn't end as well. No. So into the wall. So there is a blanket rule at Audi. You do not go to the outside there because of that.
Well, that was a pretty sure order year, wasn't it? Up the inside of the Mercedes Arturas. Four cars. They've been running line to stern almost all day, those two.
Formation flight, those guys.
For the Marcus. Motorsport. Chaz Mostert, a director there, just getting them at all the wrong places, and a little free kick from Matt Campbell in front as they get to Tom McLennan, one mate Porsche racer who's just getting gobbled up around the top.
Outside at Reed Park. It's going to be outside again at McPhillamy.
Marcus Winkelhock first, and now just a little hesitation for Jaden Ojeda in the Caltex car.
Lucas Stoltz is right there. Right there.
Spare a thought for the GT4 drivers. Like, where are they meant to go?
Oh, there was contact.
Yeah, where are they meant to go? Because there's such a queue of cars coming at you here.
That is,
what are you meant to do?
That is the second time this race where a BMW has got into the back of one of those McLarens. And I think it was the same one, the 32, Charles Viet's behind the wheel.
There's literally not a gap in the queue to change lanes to get out of the way. So you literally just have to wait and hope that you get on through.
Endurance racing, patience is such a part of it. Have another look. Coming out of the dipper. Oh, if there wasn't contact, it was really close. It looked like the McLaren had a big slide, which indicated that it could have had a little nudge.
Yeah, so it's Chaz Mostert at the wheel of that one, and he was pulling the car tight to get offline, leaving the dipper. And Wirtz wanted that bit of real estate as well.
Strikes me that we probably won't ever say this again at this next sentence, but that Artura, the least aggressive and exotic-looking car out there. If you saw that car, if you saw that car on the road, it would turn heads, and it looks pretty stock, you know, and it looks tiny in amongst the big wide GT3 versions of the cars around it. And I don't mean that in a bad way at all. It's just an observation.
It's all relative, isn't it? In the Bathurst 6 hour, that thing would look like a spaceship.
Exactly.
Against some of these things, you're right. Well, Matt Campbell, through all of that, has gained 1.6 seconds over Maxime Martin. Probably the bigger loss there was Charles Vietz in the second BMW, who gave up almost 2 seconds to his teammate, and there is the margin as they run up the hill behind the IRC GT car.
I should say hello as well to Kevin Hinton at McLaren. By no means taking a pomp there.
Oh, no, we love them. They're really cool.
It's the undercover GT car here. It's brilliant. And maybe have more of them, please.
We weren't far away from having some McLarens back this year as well in an outright capacity.
Just announced their colour scheme for the WEC. And an homage to JJ Leto's win at Le Mans in 1995. The Wayno Clinic car that won that year, and JJ driving, I think, a triple or a quad skid stint during an absolute storm of rain overnight. At times he was 30 seconds quicker a lap than the rest of the field.
4 hours and 20 minutes now into the Repco Bathurst 12 hour, 106 laps in the books. And this is how it all started early on. Familiar sight now of that Shell Helix BMW leading the way. And it's had a good stint towards the front of the field today, the first round of pit stops. That's what they say when they mean hit your marks. Literally, smash them. This was frenetic stuff after a round of pit stops. 4 track position. Teammates Will Brown was in the thick of that. The first racing safety car. We started under safety car, but this was the first full course situation in the race, was the Vortex spearing off. This was a drive-through penalty cause for Group M Racing. They've since rebounded from that and run comfortably inside the top 10. This was a hairy moment at the BMW M elbow.
Rylan Gray trying to get up the inside of Theo Koundouris. There was contact at the elbow, then big contact at the exit of turn 2 for Hayden Morale in the 91 Martini Mark Mustang. Maxime Martin tried the high line, turn in from the grass. That didn't end well. And the BMWs raced side by side. Then this was the next safety car. Glenn Wood trying to get up the inside of Yash Shaheen at McPhillamy. Contact, and Shaheen finds his way into the gravel trap. Ultimately, he got himself out, but that is the world's most expensive front-end loader making its way back to the lane. The Vortex had a small moment under safety car, but ultimately, the 912 Porsche, Matt Campbell at the helm, continues to lead here at Bathurst for the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour.
And the gap is about a second and a half to Maxime Martin for BMW, Team WRT's teammate Charles Vert behind him. And the top, what are we down to now? The top 14 are all on the lead lap. Just waiting for Prince Jeffrey Abraham to come around. He's just dropped off the lead lap, hasn't he? So yeah, top 14 still on the lead lap on our Pirelli leaderboards. We'll give you the runners and riders in the classes as well. With Bazell watches, Glenn Wood for Motorsport, a leading Pro-Am silver is Brad Shields in the Valmont. Tigani, number 44. Nick Percat has got to the head of the Invitational class. And I managed to miss the last one there.
Chazzy Mostert, leading GT4.
There he is, down 23rd position. I see him now on the screen.
See, you're just not used to calling Chaz Mostert leading a class.
Yeah,
you're used to calling him leading outright.
That's a fair point, well made.
Yes, despite being mulched by everybody on that restart, he's surviving, and his team on debut doing a really good job. This is the leaders running up the shelf now towards the Audi Sport cutting. So still a little strategy update. 19 laps into a stint now for the first 6 cars. Are all on the same pit stop strategy from a fuel point of view and a driver point of view. The next 4, so 888 down. Mick Grenier running in 7th position. Mara Engel in 8th. Jaden O'Jade in 9th. And Lucas Dols in 10th. That group of Mercedes AMGs all pitted during our most recent safety car. So they're only 9 laps into this current fuel cycle. So we sort of split the top 10 almost in half. And the race leader somewhere in the vicinity of 12 to 14 laps, given we have had quite a bit of yellow recently. That will extend the stint a little bit from a fuel economy point of view.
So still early days to be talking about fuel windows to get home with 7.5 hours left in this one. But the teams are just playing around with what they can do. And at some point, and like I said, way too early yet, but you start working backwards from the end of the race. So just getting an understanding of how the track position will work out. Oh, big moment there. I think it's Yasser Shaheen still aboard the 911 Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Porsche as they try and recover from that moment at the top of the mountain.
They haven't lost much time at all. In fact, he's just passed Jeffrey Ibrahim for track position in Pro-Am, and so they're
on the lead lap, the tail end of the lead lap. So they got a lucky dog from the safety car that they were involved in.
Yes.
But then here we go. So Yasser's going around the outside and just being a bit too polite, gets away with it. You don't want to go much wider than that. I've shared a car with Yasser Shaheen, and he is so brave. So brave, to the point where I say, Yasser, we don't need to be this brave so often.
Yes. They stayed out after that incident to get the lucky dog. The car's a bit dusty, and it's trailing a little bit of one of the streaks from the diffuser veins, just parting company. And the leader coming up to that part of the circuit as well. Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim out the way.
So Shaheen's on the lead lap, but he's only on the lead lap by about 20 metres.
Yeah.
So here comes Matt Campbell, teammate ultimately to this car, but he's not going to hang around and do him any favours and not lap him.
And the problem for Yasser is that the class leader, this wouldn't matter if he was the class leader, but he's got 2 other class cars in front of him at the moment.
Yeah, that are on the lead lap. Correct. I mean, it's not a big deal. We've seen how well the lucky dog has worked under safety cars, so you can get that back in the future.
From Austria, right turn lover, hello, Johannes says, what happened to the pretty KTM GT2? Unrepairable damage after that practice incident, but Krilsey, you'd spotted the team haven't packed up and gone home. They might have packed up, but they're still here.
No, I'll tell you where they are. Stand by as we watch this lap. They're right there on the 505 Conrod Straight, drivers left. That's where Garth Walden Racing staying. The whole team there. They sent a shot early on this morning on the balcony of very nice property there. That place has an amazing man cave out the back with years of Bathurst memorabilia tucked away into it. It's a little secret hidden gem of the mountain, one of memory. So worth checking out if you ever get the opportunity. So g'day to GWR. They're watching on. Matt Campbell, meanwhile, clear in the race lead.
So half an hour of race time we've gone through, gentlemen. 7.5 to go. And at the front of the field, Matt Campbell more than holding his own against those two very fast BMWs. Down at the first corner, Colin White has found out why they call it Hell Corner. Hell's Corner. Colin.
Just bowls
a better than that.
Small wide on the exit of turn 1. Here's Prince Jeffrey Ibrahim into the lane. So the Triple A race engineering crew go to work. Prince Jeffrey climbs out. Fuel and tyres, so full service for this car. Let's see, catch whose helmet jumped in there.
Started by Jamie Whincup, car 88. Early hours.
I don't think we've seen Jordan Love yet, so might be his turn. Matt Campbell continues on his merry way, leading this one by 3 seconds.
So we're riding looking at this Grello Porsche. Brand new car, 992 generation Porsche. It's new, it's fast, it's leading the race. It's got a former winner on board and a guy who won the Daytona 24 just a couple of weeks ago. Let's crank it up, shall we? Enjoy a lap of Mount Panorama with Matt Campbell.
If you hadn't worked it out, we gave you the onboard on Matt Campbell as he headed on to Conrod, and he's back around for a full lap.
It's a scene on Conrod Straight. There's the race leader, which is going at a fair clip at the moment with Matt Campbell behind the wheel. Very close to matching his quickest lap of the race last time by. Margin out to 4.1 seconds. Maxime Martin runs second for BMW. His teammate, Charles Vitz, running third. Jack Perkins, meanwhile, is in the lane.
I am, Richard, and I just thought I'd take this moment in the race to grab one of these LED displays that you'll see in the front window of every car on track today. This is courtesy of SAS Technologies. These devices are made in Germany. They're called LumiRank, which stands for illuminated sign, and the rank, which shows you the positions and things like that on the racetrack. 512 LEDs. It only weighs 260 grams, and it's got its own active cooling device. And this little part here is the antenna which relays the information back. So what information does it show? Driver's surname, first 3 letters. The colour of the numbers represents the class the car is racing in, and then it will hold the name for 3 seconds, and then for 4 seconds it'll tell you the position the car is running, and if it's flashing, that means that car is leading its class.
It has devices like that, Quilty, have transformed multi-class racing, not just for the spectators, but for us as commentators as well, particularly in darkness, when sometimes you can't see the colours of the car. You certainly can't see even illuminated number boards if you're looking directly at the front of the car. So to be able to see 011 on the front of the car, you would know that that was Greg Wood and he was in the Pro-Am class because of the colour of it. You could do all sorts with that as the
blue
battle
flag
pack comes over the top.
Yeah, Brock Skyline and the AMG GT4 car just bails across the runoff there, which is probably a sensible life choice when you're getting to that point, being mugged by all of the race leaders and the Ginetta earlier that lap as well. This is Superbarn Supermarket's car in pit lane. James Konduras was behind the wheel. He and his brother Theo, one of 3 sets of brothers in the race, James and Theo.
That's
the brothers
got to be a record.
Vantor and the brothers Van der Linde, which is really cool. So these 2 boys from Canberra head up Superbarn Supermarkets, and they've been putting together a really good team with David Russell also sharing the driving duties aboard this entry. So run by Tigani Autosport. They're running a Mercedes AMG and an Audi, so hedging their bets. And that's just an idea of the Lumi rank that Jack Perkins, who what we haven't seen was him trying to program PER and then 001 aboard it just secretly for his next driving experience.
Alrighty, so we are over 1/3 race distance into this year's Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. So let's take a moment here in the Pirelli pit bunker to dive into how this race is tracking. I'm going to throw it up and down with the commentary guys. We're going to chat about how this race is tracking and what we think might be happening strategy-wise. Guys, I could probably hear your brains wondering how far into this race we're going to go. We've had a few safety cars, haven't we? So if we go to our form guide, it'll give us a bit of an idea as to how we're ripping through this race at the moment. We're travelling at just 25 laps per hour, so it's going to leave us somewhere around the 2019, 2016 marker. We're looking at getting bang on 300 laps. Now that's at the current form that we'd be going on, and obviously with the 2 formation laps that we had since we started. So it's a slow start, but remember last year we had, what, 4 hours and 4.5 hours or something crazy, all the way up to the checkered flag. So at the moment we're looking at, I can actually check that with my green flag run button. There you go, it was 4 hours and 45 minutes last year, green to the checkered flag. So if we do get a big green run, fellas, we can expect that number to blow out. But the cool part, let's get the commentary boys in on this one. Let's go to the strategies, because I'm happy to say that we've got some live strategies queued in and we can now dissect how this race is starting to unfold. So, fellas, give me a number that you can see from along the bottom, and we'll chat about how their race is going.
All right, well, we may as well start with the leader. I've got somewhere I do want to go, but let's start with the leader, 912. So walk all the way to the other end of that very large TV.
Ta-da! Now, they're going for a pretty basic strategy at the moment, which is drive it till it's empty, stop. Drive it till it's empty, stop. Now, you're allowed to do 32 laps in a stint, remember? Why did they do 33 at the start? Because there was a safety car, so it wasn't normal race conditions. So they're allowed to go a little bit longer. That strategy, guys, reminds me quite a lot of that one, the one that won the race for Bentley. There's a chance that they're going to do this in 10 stints, 9 stops. So that's the Porsche sort of wild card at the moment. They're not worrying about coming in and filling it up every time the safety car comes out. They're trying to do exactly what the Bentley guys did a few years ago.
Okay, so let's follow that up with one of the combinations we've been talking about, which are the Audis, who are rolling the dice with a bronze driver in their lineup. So what about 22, currently 5th with Kelvin Van der Linde?
So they started with Van der Linde in the car. He's back in there now. So it would look something like this if I got my red key out. He's sort of doing these ones at the moment. That's orange, but, you know, colours aren't my forte. So that's how they're tracking at the minute. Where they got their work done is obviously here, because they were able to get Talbot in and get his chunk of the race out of the way. We believe that he doesn't have to get back in for any other reason other than, can they keep going? What colours are they? Red, white, red, white, red, white, all the way down to the end.
Chad, question without notice.
Please.
And you probably can't, because you won't have their numbers preloaded in your computer screen, but the 13 car Phantom Global have come from nowhere and now running inside the top 4. And I'm just curious, you might have to come back to us on that one. But how have they done that?
Well, I'll show you exactly how they've done that. I'm just going to go 13 here for a moment, all right? If my numbers work.
And this was the secondary part of my question. I wanted to see you do this on the right.
All right, here you go. What's the best strategy, Garth?
Very good.
Go fast.
Be fast.
Very
Jackson
good.
Evans in particular has been very quick in that car, so that's how they're in such a good spot at the moment. Now,
I love how you simplified that for us up here in the commentary box.
Thank you.
The next one, Chad, are the cars that stopped in that last safety car. So any one of 888, 130, 77 or 75. Let's go 888.
Yeah, so this is the fill it up every time the yellow comes out strategy, which is very similar to a NASCAR or a supercar, which essentially means you're trying to take those free pit stops as you get them. So for this one, Grenier started, they handed over to Will Brown. There was a safety car, but he took that first one. He did only a little stint to the next safety car. Feeney did only, 14 laps before giving the thing back to Grenier, where they took some tyres as well. So that is the other way of doing it. And then before we get back to you guys as well, there's a few people wanting to know how the 75 is tracking. They're doing a little bit of a mix at the moment. They're hedging their bets by trying to take the safety car stops when they get them. But the thing is there, Kenny just did 27 laps. I'm trying to remember what he did last year. I might be able to pull that up, actually. He did 28 laps, so there you go. So very similar to what they did last year.
And by the way, the 13 car, thanks, Chad. Brilliant stuff, mate.
There you go.
The 13 car has, generally speaking, been doing a full tank of fuel.
Yeah. So they're mirroring the 912 at the front of the field.
They've been a little bit shorter on a couple of the stints where they have been so close it would be bonkers not to come in. But they haven't been doing any of the interim stops that Chad was talking about, the let's come to pit lane if it's a yellow strategy. That's not what they're doing.
That last safety car absolutely line ball the 13 with the leader.
Correct.
Yep. So that sort of slightly out of sequence early. They're now all on the same lap from a pit stop point of view. Chad's right, that car has been awesome today, and Jackson's doing a nice job holding off Kelvin van der Linde. These two, among many, are all in a big WhatsApp group, I'm told, which I imagine makes for some pretty exciting banter in between race meetings. They're all good mates. All these sort of early to mid-20s drivers that all sort of come up through the ranks at about the same time. There's a great camaraderie between them when they're off racetrack.
Well, and Paul Tracy made the point earlier on about how many races people are doing now. Because GT3 in particular, Garth, is a global category, if you've got a good reputation as a GT driver, you'll be in demand, and there'll be lots of places. And it's like the travel and circus coming to town. All these guys are seeing each other every other week.
Yeah, and because they're racing these cars all around the world every weekend. So we heard from Jamie Whincup earlier in the weekend. He was saying one of his teammates, Jordan Love, has done 4 weeks in a row in an AMG Mercedes at 4 different venues around the world. Kelvin van der Linde was having a big look at the back of Jackson Evans, and he gets the job done down at the chase. Does he close him down? Just gets it done. And now Marcus Winkelhock is involved in wanting to have a look up the inside into the final corner. Evans shuts that down.
Watch Winkelhock on the comeback in the red and white KFC Audi R8. He just got on the throttle a little bit earlier, thinks about going to the left-hand side, going into the first corner, thinks better of it. He'll try and square the corner off again, get right underneath the wing of Jackson Evans' Porsche as they head up Mountain Straight, and sitting behind them is the National Storage car that's been there and thereabouts. One point about the Lumi rank, by the way, that we were watching earlier on with Jack, brilliant stuff. Quite a few marshals have tweeted in, including Kuiper Hoffman, who's in the US at the moment, makes a massive difference to the marshals as well. The flaggers around the circuit, particularly when the class leaders are coming up to lap traffic, because you can pick them out straight away with the different numbers.
Just looks like Evans struggling a little bit for rear grip in this car. They're getting close to the end of their run in this stint. And definitely the car balances were starting to change. I just stepped out of the box earlier, and the sun is certainly starting to take effect. So the temperature's starting to rise, and when the temperature goes up, the track temperature certainly starts to rise. So the car that you had this morning, feel-wise, will be very different to the car you have right now at 10:30 local time.
Whilst this traffic is picking their way through the Team McLarens again, the Artura, just a little parish notice is that Yasser Shaheen has come into the pits, and Harry King on his outlap at the moment in the number 911. They've now dropped down to 4th position in Pro-Am, and Yasser will be absolutely incandescent that he got nudged off while fighting for the lead.
So they've had to pit under green with that because they elected to not stop after the incident.
Correct.
To try and maintain track position, which worked for them for a while, but it's probably bit them a little bit now because they're giving away a lot of time in the green flag.
Because what you're preying on is another safety
Correct.
car coming quite quickly, and then you can get in and get your service done and join the back of the queue. So that's what worked for Cam Waters and his team. It didn't quite work out for Yasser Shaheen and EMA Mente Racing.
Not far away from the next round of pit stops either. Safety car will change the sequence a little bit. Matt Campbell by 6.7 seconds. And we're talking about temperature coming up. And this is a really interesting phase of the race, because it was about this point last year where the BMWs just started to lose a little bit of their effectiveness relative to the cars around them. As the ambient temperature comes up, the heat comes up, turbocharged BMWs gave away a little bit more. That is the biggest question mark of this race for me now, is to see how those cars perform over the next sort of 3 o'clock, because they were good at the end of the race last year, Garth, and the 32 car ended up, I think they were less than 50 seconds away from that winning battle.
But they just lost so much time in the middle part of the day. That's, to be honest, that's the main reason I jumped out of the box, to go and have a feel of the temperature, because you can look at we're getting told it's 23 degrees, but the feels like has such an effect on the car. Oh, the Ganetta wide, just kissing the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow. Certainly not the first time that has happened. It won't be the last.
Very uncharacteristically untidy from Colin White. He's very quick in those cars. He knows them very well indeed. First time here. Could be making a difference, but he's a fairly uncompromising character, so he'll be driving that car as fast as possible, even though having had that right rear drive shaft problem when Owen Hizzy was in the car early doors. They are 12 laps down on the next car on the overall, which is Lionel Amarouche in the Vortex. I'm trying to work out how far back they are from Mark Griffiths in the AMG.
Mark's 107 laps.
And they're on 70, so 37 laps.
But only 4 cars in that class, so if one was to drop out, then there's still a shot at a podium. We've just got to survive and get to the end. You get the feeling and the impression we're not far away from stops either. This car's just set the fastest middle sector of the race. So VDL going at it.
You've seen that before. In the 3 laps prior to a pit stop, the timing screen all of a sudden lights up with personal best.
Winkelhock in 6th place as well in the first sector. Jaden Ojeda last time by in the middle.
It's almost like they get you here on the radio. We're going to box in 4 laps, and then they drivers go, let's go.
Right. Well, again, because of the 85 seconds, there's no point in saving fuel. You just turn up the wick. You know, use that fuel. Off you go. And particularly if you know you're going to change the tyres as well at the next stop, Garth, you might as well. There's no point in leaving any performance in them.
Certainly not going to reuse these tyres after this weekend. So you've bought them, you might as well use them.
And there's just, with that pit stop time, there's no real incentive to go and lift and coast and save and wobble around, and they're all going to be interesting. And Van der Linde will be the one to capture all of this, and Maxime Martin can't go through. Van der Linde will try and go around the outside of the BMW and Charles Wirtz. There's no room there. They'll finally get to them on Conrad, but a busy moment for the 2 BMWs and the Audi.
Really excellent driving by a battle pack that goes from 2nd all the way down to 6th position as they hit traffic, just coming down through the S's towards the BMW N elbow. The positions have stayed the same, not sure entirely how. Jackson Evans got a real good draft up behind them, so in fact we're going all the way back down to Maro Engel at the back of that. Oh, the issue again for the Vortex. Dirty tyres, I think, there for Lionel Amarouche. Certainly ran long at the final corner. Maybe slightly late on the middle pedal as well.
So this battle pack energised again. This is 2nd, through 7th. It was through some lap traffic at Forest Elbow, bunched them up and energised them. They were all battling over position. Kelvin van der Linde wanted to go around the outside at Forest Elbow. Haven't seen that done too often in the past.
Engel's on the back of this now as well in the 130, so that's all the way down to what is that 8th position.
And remember, that car has had a drive-through penalty, so they are back in the game already. So this is what energised this pack and brought them all together.
This is great. So
the Lava Rouge trying to stay out the way.
But how's van der Linde just goes, oh, well, outside, no problems.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Well, true. That happened in a massive battle for second place in 2015. Lawrence Van Thor just went, I'll just go to the outside. That might work. It might pay off. It's such a van der Linde thing to do as well. So he's up to 4th place. That car looking really good now. The Audi, the race is sort of coming back to the Audis a little bit. They split their strategies early on with the bronze drivers in those 2 cars.
So, curious, Rich, have both the Audis done something similar to what the 75 car done, and it got their bronze driver time done already?
They're done, yes, 100% done.
So, I mean, those drivers, the bronze drivers, would like to think that they are going to get back in the car at some stage.
They're not getting back in the car. So Brad Schumacher ticked his box quite comfortably. They did 25 or 26 laps, which is more, from a drive time point of view, was 60 minutes plus. They only needed to do 40. And it's not mandated that they do 40. It's based on the other 2 drivers not being able to do more than 340 minutes of the race. Because if you breach driver time, the penalties are enormous, and it kills your day. So they need to be careful with that. And all the teams take pretty good count. In fact, it cost Audi here 2 years ago, 2022, in the Pro-Am race, which was held in the depths of May. It was freezing cold. They got it wrong with driver time with both of their cars, and it probably cost them a shot at victory that year. So it's something that teams need to be very, very careful managing. But we're very confident, Chad, that those Audi teams have ticked the boxes in the same way that 75 Sun Engine 1 have as well.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see drivers, you know, not exactly at the bar in the last half of this race if you're Talbot or Schumacher or Kenny Habul, because with that minimum rest rule of 1 hour and the 32 lap limit, that's almost, big one with the BMW across the cutting.
Up into the fence hard and almost over it too. One of the key contending cars, it's Charles Weerts, has had a very large accident on the run up to the Audi Sport cutting.
It's going to be a safety car immediately for that. And that car has gone a very long way up in the air. Debris on the circuit. And full course yellow. There's a wheel and tyre that's become separated. This is at the Audi cutting. And again, it was traffic involved in that as well, with the Ginetta in the mix in the GT4 class. Very narrow part of the circuit, akin to a street circuit round there. And Motorsport Australia race control assessing the situation. The BMW XM will roll again. 7 hours and 8 minutes to go. And Charles Weerts then climbing the wall on the outside in that 32 BMW, the yellow and red car, whilst in the battle for second position.
Everyone's going to pit. They're right on the window. The Ginetta's got damage to the right front corner. That's Dries Vanthoor, who was so good in this car early on today. They have been electrifying all weekend. Pole position for Sheldon van der Linde. Only driver into the ones in the Pirelli shootout yesterday afternoon. Lifted the Alan Simonson pole award. Was pleased with it, but said tomorrow's the money day. Tomorrow's the day that counts. And 4 hours and 50 minutes into the race, their day is done.
That shows how close they were to a pit stop. So Weerts trying to go around the outside of the Ginetta and absolutely right on top of the wall.
That's a low percentage move there, even on a GT4 car, isn't it?
Here we go.
He's got to make a decision.
There's nowhere.
Where's Colin going to go?
Yeah.
Colin's up against the wall on the left.
Yeah.
Unless Scotty beams him up, that Ginetta isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the Ginetta had signalled its intentions. It was staying to the inside, but just the smallest of contacts tripped the BMW up, and so lucky it just rid the top of the concrete fence and not up and over. We've seen that in that part of the racetrack in the past. And
utter desolation.
BMW team, that side of the garage, Dries Van Thor, disbelief. Sheldon van der Linde had his helmet on, ready to go, and we were teasing the pit stops were not far away.
They were coming. They were all coming. It wasn't going to be that late, but probably the next one. As a result, they're all in now. Pit lane, everybody in. 7 cars, 8 cars, all rolling into pit lane for another round of pit stops, which they'll get under yellow.
However, with nearly 5 hours gone, that's the first major contender that has gone out.
Well, that's the first GT3 car that's crashed.
Correct.
This weekend.
The whole weekend, which is just completely balmy that we've got that far into it without that kind of a drama for a key contender. So Manthey EMA go to work on 912. It's the unique way of cleaning a windscreen on a 911 Porsche is to jump on the front. The car's dropped and away we go.
Pretty sure when you get your road car 911 Porsche service, they don't clean the windscreen like that.
Well, you wouldn't appreciate that from the local Porsche centre.
I'm not having that, thanks very much. I might have PPF all over mine, but I'm still not having that. Thank you very much indeed.
So a couple of cars have stayed out. Jaden Ojeda stayed out in 77, but remember they're a little bit out of sequence, so it's been 22 laps since they stopped, so they're going to get a turn at the front. Lucas Stoles has stayed out in 75. The driver's been in the car 30 laps. The car has been out 21, so they're out of sequence as well. So Laurence and Van Thor back behind the wheel of 912 now. And then M Motorsport executing a driver change for the number 48 car. Glenn Wood out, no penalty by the way, being applied for that contact earlier with Yasser Shahin, and the Janetta now in the lane as well.
Look at the wheel, it's broken the centre out of the wheel, and obviously the front bar all damaged. So this car's been in the wars all day.
All right, let's go back and unpick this. So the run up through the kick towards the cutting. Ferocious impact and riding the wall like a stunt bike on the outside of the Audi Sport cutting. And this from our fixed camera, basically the apex, and you can see the car sliding and sliding, and the reason the camera stops is because it's pushed the wall back into one of the camera cables.
Yeah.
So there's a driveway right there.
Yeah, there's a gate there.
It's called the cutting. It is accommodation you can rent, and there's a temporary fence put there, so as the BMW's hit it, it's broken the camera cables for
there.
Yep, our camera's on the cutting.
You can see that fill in there. At first look, it looks like Collins in the middle of the road, but from the onboard of the 22 Audi, he's right over to the left-hand side of the track. I do not see what he could have done differently there.
The Ganetta's like straight out of turn 2, signalled its intentions. I'm staying to the full left of the circuit. Unfortunately, it's right on the pinch point, right on the apex of the entry to the cutting, and Wirtz has just misjudged it as he's turned in. The smallest of contacts. I mean, it was going to be big damage to both cars anyway, but obviously once it's gone up and on the wall, then significant damage to the 32 car. There's Sheldon van der Linde, Dries Van Thor, wondering what could have been.
Disconsolate is the word that applies to both of them right now. I asked if either of them would mind having a word, and they both said no. Right now, it's not a time where they want to say things and regret saying things, but I was in the WRT garage actually when that contact happened, and the uproar from the mechanics was, well, I'm sure you guys could hear it from the booth. It's just one of those things that when disaster strikes on the racetrack and it's the team that you're standing with, it is quite the cacophony of sound. But yeah, the crew immediately sprung into action for the sister car, the 46, which came in from second place. Maxime Martin got out, Valentina Rossi got in, and now they've shifted one pit box forward. Both pit boxes are available for both cars, and they did the service on the car that wasn't blocked coming into its stop, because another kick in the gut, the Team 19 AMG was in its box as well. So busy pit lane down here, but good on WRT for keeping composure at least to not screw up the stop for the car that is still in contention.
Certainly have to be somewhat emotionless when you're in the garage and you see the other side have a drama. You still have your car you need to work on. So the 46 crew get the job done. Pit stops underway while we're under the BMW safety cars. We clean up at the cutting.
Well, huge incident there. And whilst we get the opportunity, let's say thank you very much indeed to all of our course marshals, medical staff, and indeed all of the volunteers. It takes a literal army to put on a race of this magnitude. And, I said to Pam this morning as I came in on the gates, they all do it with a smile on their face, even getting up at the crack of dawn. 269 trackside officials and many more in the car parks, etc., around the environs. And we are under the XM BMW safety car for heavy contact between Charles Weerts and the Ginetta of Colin White going into the Audi cutting. And the team shaking their heads there. WRT, a very well-organised team. They are all racers. Vincent Voss, a very accomplished racing driver in his own right, founded the team with René Verbiste and Yves Weerts some years ago. Goes back around about 14 years, and they have had significant success in everything that they have done. Became a BMW works team, factory team, just over a year ago, after a long association with Audi.
We got about 20 minutes into practice one on Friday and went, ooh, traffic's going to be a bigger role this year.
Yeah, we did.
And I don't think any of us thought it would be that big a role, but it's endurance racing at Mount Panorama. They're the little, in this case, massive moments that can make or break an afternoon. Jaden Ojeda in the lane now for 77, so they've elected to take a safety car stop anyway. They were 10 laps away from peeling off, so it's probably a good decision to get that stop out of the way for the Caltex car.
Every overtake that you make here, Garth, has to have a little calculation in the driver's mind, doesn't it? You've got to do risk versus reward. We've got 7 and a bit hours to go. Yeah, you're in a great battle. But was that worth it?
It's been brewing, though, hasn't it? It's every time that we've come across lap traffic, particularly across the top of the mountain, the three of us have been holding our breath as the field made their way through. There's some shots of just how big a contact it was, like taking big chunks of concrete out of those concrete blocks.
What it does do is make the racetrack wider, Garth, because there's 50 years of paint and different signage and all that on it. And that has gone right through to concrete and removed some of it.
It used to be the BP cutting a long time ago. You reckon that's the green plate?
Correct.
That's the green paint there?
This from a couple of people. Is this time for multi-class racing to be gone and make it a GT3 only race at Repco Bathurst? My answer straight away to that is no. It would significantly change the race, and the joy, one of the real joys of this race, is that it isn't just another GT race. It is multi-class, and long may it remain that way. That's my 10 cents.
Well, there's the Opera House, Sydney and New South Wales, home to unique and diverse natural and cultural experience. They can energise you like nowhere else. It's warm and welcoming, inclusive, and there's always something new to discover. The Opera House there, and we've had some big performances there over the years. Simple Minds were playing there just recently. I think Ice House were there a couple of years ago as well. Some great Aussie bands, and of course, all the concerts and stage shows as well. Great place to go and visit, and just a couple of hours inland, you find the BMW XM safety car, and just a couple of metres below where we are, we can have a chat to Cameron Waters, who's been driving the 222 STM Mercedes, who find themselves in the top 10. Cam, good afternoon. How are you? How's your day been so far?
Yeah, g'day guys. Haven't had a bad day so far. We lost a lap pretty early on, but got it back, and yeah, Tommy did a really good job then, and got the old fella in now.
The old fella.
I won't tell him I said that.
Don't worry, we are telling him. You've just told the world. Cam, what has it been like? I mean, you're probably young enough. You grew up as a Craig Lowndes fan, no doubt. So what's it like actually sharing the car with CL?
Yeah, it's been amazing, to be honest. So I'm doing all the test days, and even this weekend, it's been a lot of fun. The vibe in the team's been so much fun. I've raced Craig for years, and you know, he's always hitting me and passing me, so it's good to team up with him. This whole team's just got these mad vibes. Pairing up with Tom, and they've got whistles, and they've got it all going on, spiders and all.
Now, we'll get to your setup behind you. Oh, what is going on there? We'll get to your setup behind you in a minute. I want to talk about your off-season, mate, because you've kept yourself sharp by running a 1,000 horsepower sprint car around the racetracks of Australia. How's that gone for you?
I wish it was 1,000. It was only 900. But yeah, I've had a lot of fun in the 410 sprint car over the summer. I did probably 20 shows, so most of the weekends I was in the race car. So yeah, had a really great off season. Got a few podiums, a few heat wins, and yeah, had a lot of fun. But back to what I usually do now, and that's asphalt racing.
Now, give us a little guided tour of what's behind you, mate, because I feel like the catering department down there is outdone itself.
Oh, mate, we got it all going on here. So, yeah, we got fruit, not very much fruit, obviously. Chips, lollies, chocolate, more fruit, which is no one's eating the fruit, but yeah, lots of chocolate and fried food, which has been the hit of the day so far.
Cam, I'm loving the fact that the biggest platter there is the one that's full of chocolate. So clearly that's a fast mover in that garage. But eyes forward, obviously we've still got 7 hours left in this one, but then a very big weekend next weekend. First round of the Supercars Championship right here at Bathurst.
Yeah, obviously we've got a lot of racing to go today. We just need to keep it clean and be somewhere in there at the end. Raw car speed, we're probably not quite there, but keep it clean around here. You never know what can happen. And got a massive week here next week as well, round 1 of the Supercars Championship. So looking to get back in that car and hopefully we can kickstart our year in that pretty well.
Karma Tainoff in the booth. For a few years now, your team have been promoting Get Checked and prostate cancer charities and awareness. Really important message that you guys are putting out this weekend.
Yeah, it's amazing to have the prostate cancer on the car this weekend. I guess there's 2 parts of it. We're trying to raise awareness of men to go get checked, and then the other part of it is we're trying to raise some funds as well. So 2 things we're trying to get sorted, and so far it's been amazing. All the fans have been coming up and donating plenty, and we've raised a lot of awareness as well.
And we can see the QR code there. You can scan that at home and donate to that. They've raised an enormous amount of money over the last couple of years. Last one, mate. Post-motor racing, possibly an acting career coming your way. I saw the Tickford Racing launch video. Very impressive from you and young Thomas.
Yeah, we've been doing plenty of acting lately. I don't know if it's good, but I've had a lot of fun doing it. So at Tickford, we're trying to do stuff a little bit different, have a bit of fun with our social media, and you've got a fair bit more in the pipeline, so watch your space.
Well done, mate. Great to see you. A good day so far. You're inside the top 10. Go well this afternoon.
Cheers, fellas.
It's Cameron Waters, Scott Taylor Motorsport, the 222 car, and as we've touched on, a great cause that team's raising awareness and huge amounts of money for.
Hey guys, we've got the 911 Porsche into the pit lane, and I just want to point something out. They finished the service on the back of the car, but look at how it's now missing 2 strakes out behind the exhaust. That's actually from the floor, and that carbon is not something that you can just simply bolt new ones onto. You can, but it's a longer process. In order to get that additional downforce on the rear of the car once again, they would have to change the entire floor, which involves removing the bumper and a lot more nuts and bolts than I'm sure that they want to do. So with Harry King behind the wheel, he's going to evaluate if this car is okay, downforce-wise, for the remainder of the race, or if they are going to lose too much, perhaps we get to a situation where they then feel that they have to change the floor, because the downforce levels are only going to get worse and worse as the race goes on. And critically, they just put sticker Pirelli tires on the car. That tells me that they are already struggling with the balance of the car, the fact that they did sticker tires the last stop as well.
I wonder if it makes a difference going around left-handers and right-handers, as they've only lost part of it. Asymmetric setup might work for them. You never know. It's a predominantly left-handed track. Behind the BMW XM safety car. And we've seen rather too much of it. We love it, but this time, well, in fact, every time, absolutely no choice other than to go to it from race control. We have got the full course yellow option this year.
What is going on? So
what's he going to catch
that is
with
ultimate,
a bait that big?
That is ultimate practical joke territory.
Yeah.
And there are people I know that would have a serious issue with that being dropped in front of them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a concern.
Just coming up to midnight in the UK, already into Sunday if you're joining us in Central Europe. Hello to Chris Whitfield, who's celebrating his birthday. Your granddaughter Tessa has asked us to say hello to you. One of a huge international audience who's tuned in around the world, throughout Europe and all the way back into the USA. And the list of drivers is getting longer and longer. I'm going to say what I said earlier. Yes, it is as good as we say it is. In fact, no, it's even better. This is a dream place to come and watch. And if you can put something together to bring another car here, then do come. I know there was a couple of cars that didn't quite make it this year that we were hoping to see. GT4 pit stop down,
Control to safety car, maintain 80 kph. Lights out this lap, please. Wave by to commence from turn 18.
Well, that's good news. A couple of points. So cars that couldn't make it, and speaking of McLaren, g'day to Garage 59. They tried to get here, but the shipping dramas unfortunately meant their McLarens weren't able to make it. But they, I believe, are keen to come back next year, which would be great, because every time we've had an outright McLaren here, they've been really spectacular, and were runners-up here in 2020 behind the Bentleys. So it'd be cool to see the McLarens back. On the safety cars, this is officially the 5th safety car period of the race, which equals the total number of last year's race. But remember, 4 hours and 50 minutes at the end last year, green the whole way through. So we're at the same point as we were last year, 8 the year prior. So that pit stop underway, and Jesse Bryan, his first stab at Mount Panorama, takes over from the boss, Chaz Mostert. And there's a little bit of WAU colour down there as well, because Chaz has drafted in some of his supercar team to help out the pit stops at Method Motorsport this weekend.
I do like that Artera. It's a very unfussy design for a supercar, very clean. And the GT4 version making its debut here on the mountain.
The other point I was going to make about the Shaheen car was that they'll get a lap back this lap and put them back on the lead lap. So I don't think they're pitting to change diffusers and lead that. They're close to being back in contention for the Boycel Pro-Am class. So I can't see them stopping to change that for the sake of a couple of aero components at the back of the car.
Chaz Mostert debriefing after that most recent stint aboard the 25 GT4 McLaren. As the rest of the field continue to form up behind the BMW X safety car. Hopefully we're not far away from going racing here at the Bathurst 12 Hour.
Supercars season 2024. A lot has been learnt, a lot has changed, and we've got a lot to look forward to. It starts with the Bathurst Superfest. Following the Bathurst 12 Hour, it's time to kick off the new season at the thrifty Bathurst 500.
Brace yourself for another great race, Australia. It is showtime.
This year, a new champion will be crowned. Take your pick. It could be anyone's.
Who gets the job done today?
Ticket information can be found at supercars.com. Supercars, unforgettable.
It's an exciting period. We're coming into the start of the Repco Supercars Championship, 23 to 25 of February next weekend. Part of Superfest, and you can get your tickets at supercars.com. And if you're watching, one of the many people watching from overseas, Superview available from supercars.com. These are the cars being waved by the safety car. And what that means is we're going back to green flag running very, very shortly. The BMW XM safety car will resume its position in the middle of the circuit. The flashing lights will go out, and Laurens Vanthoor, the hugely experienced, very fast Belgian superstar, will lead Porsche back to green flag running with Valentino Rossi and Kelvin van der Linde right behind. And if that's not an exciting trio at the front of this field, I don't know what is.
Yeah, the remaining BMWs, we say, all right, taking bets now. When does Laurens go? We saw Matt Campbell do 2 different types of start, right on the start of the grid hash marks coming down into the final corner at Murray's, and then round about at the apex as he got straightened up the second time. What do you reckon, GT? You've got Rossi behind you. What are you going to do? You're going to make him wait, or are you going to give it a squirt early?
It looks like he's going to make him wait by the looks of things, because if it was an early restart, you would have gone by now straight out of the chase. So Vanthoor taking him deep. He went earlier than Matt Campbell. So that implies you need a braking application to make the apex at the last corner. Vanthoor's opened a small gap
over Valentino Rossi, just under half a second as they cross the control line. Kelvin van der Linde goes to work straight away, trying to get temperature into those tyres above the number 22 Audi for the first run up Mountain Straight on this safety car restart.
Rossi struggling with the front end of that car as he turned in. It was a little recalcitrant, but he did get it to the apex, and he hasn't felt the need to have to pull into the middle of the road and defend. So that was a pretty good save by the former two-wheel champion.
Got my attention there was the gap that Rossi put on the Audi up Mountain Straight. Like, holy smokes, that thing can climb the mountain.
So we were talking about the performance of the BMWs as the day got warmer. Tick at the moment.
So
it's
far.
okay, yes.
There is some cloud cover coming in over the circuit, but holy cow, did that BMW get between turn 1 and turn 2 in a hurry?
The Americans would say it's got some motor. I was going to say watch for Kelvin van der Linde because I got the feeling he wouldn't stay third for long, but
he's got no choice.
No, it's not up to him at the moment. This fast South African. Joel Eriksson behind them in the Phantom Global car that's just been creeping up on it. It's been a great story of the day so far. And then Will Brown first of the locals in the National Storage AAA car running fifth. Winkelhock, Fraga, Goetz, Lowndes in ninth. And Brad Shields doing an awesome job. Silver class car still on the lead lap. The Valmont Audi and in the top 10 outright. That's huge.
Let's get this one out of the way early before we get half-time in this race. The Phantom car has ghosted its way up into the top 5. Okay?
You've done well to sit on that for over 5 hours.
Well, it's taken them that long. They've just come through, spirited their way through.
I'm surprised it didn't get rolled out in FP1 on Friday at about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Done very well there, John Hindhelt, to hold on to that one. Talking about holding on, Valentino Rossi has absolutely gone with Lawrence Van Thor on this restart lap. It was half a second when they came to the control line on the restart lap. It is no more than half a second at the end of the first lap after going green.
But remember what he said after his first stint, Garth. He was hanging on the back of Jules Gounon, who's won this race 3 times on the bounce, and he was really proud of that, as he should be. He's got target acquired on that Grello car.
Jules Gounon's just passed Brad Shields to get himself back into the top 10. So they also stopped during that safety car sequence and put Gounon back into 75. So he's at the back end of the top 10, about 7 seconds away from the race lead. Let's go back and have a look at this. So the Shell Porsche from Manthey EMA. This was the car that was in the gravel trap. This is a Pro-Am battle that's continued for some time. Jordan Love and Harry King. So the pros are behind the wheel. Two really fast, young junior GT drivers. And this is Harry King, who was here in October in Carrera Cup and won the weekend. Trying to find a way past Jordan Love, who's won here in Carrera Cup a couple of years ago.
Those two cars leaving Forest Elbow make their way down Conrod Straight, tucked in behind the number 47 Superbarn AMG. Quindurus brothers, back to the lead.
Is that Grello car has not broken the toe. Their top 3 just pulling away from Joel Eriksson in 4th position, but I mean, we're talking degrees here. Porsche, BMW, Audi in the top 3.
Traffic coming up ahead of Lawrence Van Thor. So you look at the top of the crest on Conrod Straight. By the time we get down into the chase, they'll be on the rear bumper of that traffic. Got the way through. You've got 3 laps of being a lap up on the leaders, and very shortly it's going to go a lap down again. So it'll be some of the invitational class cars. That'll be the first that the leaders will make their way to.
And that's a nice, sorry, Krilsey, that's a nice place to catch him there, so he can pull out to the left-hand side and hopefully make a little bit of time. Rossi's coming through the inside as well. That was a late manoeuvre, but fair play on everybody there watching the mirrors.
Well, it sure beats getting them at the middle, great.
Yeah. But you wanted to get it done before Mountain Straight because those invitational mark cars have a huge amount of grunt up Mountain Straight, and a GT3 car sometimes struggles when they go head-to-head with them. Look at that. So there you go, Van Thor not able to get around in a straight line the 111 Mark II Mustang. So the leaders through before they get to the top of the mountain. Van der Linde's lost a bit of ground to Valentino Rossi, who's absolutely stuck to the rear bumper of Lawrence Van Thor.
Lawrence is an awesome talent, 32 years of age now. This is his 7th visit to Mount Panorama. Last time he was in 2020 in a Porsche with Earl Bamber, in Earl Bamber's team, with Craig Lowndes also driving. This is a guy that's won the Nürburgring. He's won the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He's won the GT LM class in IMSA competition, GTD in IMSA competition, and won at Le Mans in the GTE Pro class as well. He's ticked all the boxes. He's a factory Porsche driver, very fast, very aggressive. It's awesome to see guys with his level of ability scything his way through traffic through the BMW M elbow.
A guy who's followed on a very similar path to Lawrence is Jackson Evans. Jackson, man, the battling out there was just phenomenal to watch. What was it like from the vantage point of your Phantom Porsche?
Yeah, look, it's pretty intense out there. You know, since the green flag, it's been pretty exciting, and you know, we're making good progress in our Porsche, and you know, having a lot of fun at the same time. It was cool to have a battle there with Kelvin, pretty close mates. So yeah, no, really enjoying it, and it's nice to see us moving forward.
Watching the weather outside, your crew just pointed at some wet weather Pirellis as if we might need these at some point. Are you thinking it might stay dry?
Yeah, look, it's always hard to say here at Bathurst, but you know, fingers crossed that it maybe stays dry. At the moment, it seems like we've got a pretty fast car, but I guess if it does come by the weather, it's the same for everyone. So we'll tackle that when it comes to it.
Good luck for the rest of today and next weekend when you're making your full season debut.
Awesome, thank you very much.
6 hours and 40 minutes to go. Repco Bathurst 12 hours. And it's getting a bit spicy again at the front. And every time that lean pack comes around, good to see the Ginetta back out again. So Colin White got it back from the scene of the accident about here. And it's now been replaced. A little bit of race tape there. Right in the danger area again. It is so tight, it is so narrow, and there is so little room to pass anything.
Breach of safety car
around
procedures.
There. And that was for the 701 for a breach of safety car procedures. So that's Liam Lamoureux in the vortex. He'll have to come back down through pit lane. Garth, I mean, it is a pinch point. You use that exact word. It is a pinch point, and it is. We should make a point. There's a lot going on in the socials about that incident, but it is always the responsibility of the faster car to make the safe pass.
Yeah, it is. And Weirt's tried to get around the outside and just misjudged it by the looks of things. So the Ginetta did everything right. Stayed full left. You made the point that it can't disappear and just take itself out of the situation, so it's up to the faster car to get around safely, and unfortunately that wasn't the case. The car that was leading the start of this one some 5 hours and 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, and it was a great opening to the race in the traditional early morning light, battling between the two WRT cars again with traffic involved. First safety car, the XM BMW had to come out when we had the vortex into the gravel at the top of the hill with Julien Boileau, and there was a little trip up as well, and then a really odd one just wide, and the Martini Invitational class car, the number 91, into the wall at Griffin's. This one was a bit contentious at the top of the hill. That was the battle for the Pro-Am lead, Garth, and just a little tap, no action taken on that one. Colin White in the action. We'll see him again in a moment, actually. But some great racing going on at the front of the field. Really sensible driving there, which we didn't see later on.
Yep. So it was this moment here that we've been talking about. One of the real contenders taken out with Charles Weirtz at the wheel, getting caught as he made his way around the outside of the Ginetta. Heads in hands moments for WRT. Absolute disbelief that one of their cars was taken out of the game. Lawrence Van Thor continues to lead. This car has led pretty much from after the first pit stop cycle. And Mante EMA control this one. Van Thor leading over Rossi. Van der Linde running third for Audi. Joel Eriksson continues Phantom Global Racing's impressive run so far at the Bathurst 12 Hour.
And another year where the pole-sitting car doesn't win the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour. 2017, the last time that happened. Just a look outside the top 10. So a lot of cars still on lap 129 following that last safety car, down to 16th position, which is awesome to have that many cars on the lead lap, which will obviously pay off a little bit later on in the day when we come down to a race to the flag. We'll confirm the class leaderboards for you as well, with thanks to Boycell Timepieces, great Aussie company. Lawrence Vantor, of course, leading the pro class. Ross Gunn on top in Pro-Am now. That's been an ever-evolving battle for Heart of Racing by SBS. The Bathurstian, Brad Shields, still 12th outright for Valmont Racing, leading the way in silver. Cam Hill, Canberra's finest, up to 18th position outright and leading the Invitational class. And Jesse Bryan in 25, the leading car in the GT4 category in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura. 6 hours and 36 minutes to go in the Repco Bathurst 12 Hour this year. We're 130 laps in the books, approaching that magic 1,000K mark. And then it's on to see how far we can go in last year's race, the first to crack the 2,000-kilometre mark since Bathurst 24-hour race a very long time ago that you've got fond memories of, Garth Tander.
It was a long time ago, Rich.
Very long time ago.
I didn't bother talking about that one. It was that long ago, but almost like it took twice as long to get that race done as the 12 hour.
Yeah. How'd you go?
Went okay. Yeah. The thing about a 24-hour race is it's twice around the clock. Yeah, that's
how that works.
Just got to live with it. Got to live with it.
Once is enough for today.
Yeah, we're
going to cram plenty in. Don't you worry about that.
Oh yeah.
If you're wondering what the big number 1 is there on the dashboard of the Group M AMG, that's just the driver selector to tell us the nominated number 1 driver is behind the wheel of that car.
I love the way the GT3 cars don't even have full steering wheels now. It's full Bruce Wayne Batmobile stuff. Yeah, it's a yoke. It's a driving yoke, not a steering wheel. The GT3 steering apparatus getting even more complicated. Not quite as full of switches and knobs as the old GT Le Mans cars, which had 4 different sets of panels behind them and about 74 switches. But we're getting there.
Yeah, they're getting there. Every time I jump in a GT3 car, there's more and more buttons there, more paddles to move, different modes within ABS, different modes within traction control, different throttle maps. On the Audi, the clutch is on the steering wheel.
Did the Audi have the brake balance on the steering wheel?
No, the Audi still has the brake balance knob, electric brake balance adjuster, which is down on the centre console.
How often would you use that in a lap around here? We see the supercars every corner.
The brake balance? No, you pretty much said it. It's more about fuel load for the Audi. So you adjust the brake balance for the fuel load. You use the ABS map more if you like, because in the past you used to have different amounts of ABS intervention, 1 to 9, for example, whereas now 1, 2, 3 will be a certain ABS map, 4, 5, 6 will be a next ABS map, 7, 8, 9 will be another, probably a wet ABS map. So you have various different maps for different degrees of how bumpy the circuit is, different degrees of how much grip the track has. So that's what you adjust more to these days.
And same for TC, traction control?
And same for TC, and also for throttle maps as far as how the throttle works, whether it's a linear throttle map or a progressive throttle map or a digressive throttle map. The manual's getting bigger every year when you get a GT3 car.
You lost me at paddles, to be honest. From all of that.
Stick shift.
Stand on the throttle and it goes real fast.
Thank you. Succinct as ever, Mr. Tander. Thank you very much indeed. Little threat of weather over to the far side of the circuit. But at the moment, nothing but plain sailing for Lawrence Vantor, who's just set that car's best lap of the race on a 2:03.1. The Pirelli, the Repco fastest lap, is a 2:02.987. Joel Ericsson's car set that earlier on in the race.
About to be beaten though, because Lawrence Vantor's going quickly. Last time round at 2:03.14, quickest lap for that car on lap 131. 2:03.0 almost beats it. So he's got a turn of speed, which is backing up another thing we've been seeing today across the duration of the race. Philippe Fraga just wide on the exit of Murray's. is that as the stint goes on, that Porsche is really strong.
So I was just taking note at the start of this stint after the restart that Van Thor brought that tyre in very gently. And you know, we were celebrating the fact that Valentino Rossi was hanging onto the rear bumper of Lawrence Van Thor, but I did wonder at the time whether it was just Lawrence just bringing the tyre in gently, because what that does is it just extends the performance of the tyre deeper into the stint. And we saw him do that right at the start of the race. His in-lap was absolutely mega, and that's what launched him to the front of the field and maintained the lead. And that was 100 laps ago, the work that he did on 3/4 of a lap.
7 laps of this stint for Lawrence Van Thor, and indeed for the guys behind him, have been run under safety car, so they will go longer on this stint than 32 laps. He's on his 32nd lap since he rolled out the pit lane right now, and that gap is growing towards 3 seconds here from Valentino Rossi in second place, who is more than holding his own.
Oh, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Valentino Rossi is still only 3 seconds behind Lawrence Van Thor.
Yeah, and pulling away from Kelvin van der Linde.
Yes.
Which is no mean feat. So Porsche, BMW and Audi, the top 3, the first of the Mercedes AMGs, who have a numerical advantage in the field this year, 10 of them, which equals an all-time record in this race, in fact, for the most number of any one brand. Now, is this a change of position? It is. So Maxi Goetz gets a run on Felipe Fraga, the Brazilian.
That's off song. It's off song. Fraga's car is off song.
So Grupa M Racing, they had a drive-through penalty early on for working on the car in pit lane.
You could hear it in the camera, you could hear it in the audio. It was certainly did not sound like the traditional AMG Mercedes thumping sound that they have. So
and Felipe Fraga doesn't just get past in a straight line as good as Maxi Goetz is, and he is very good.
Yeah.
Let's have a listen.
Yeah, he's short shifting. I'm surprised he didn't come to the lane that lap.
2:08.1 for Fraga, plays a 5.8 for Maxi.
It's going again. And he was doing something on the dash. He changed something, whether they can do an alt control delete on the run. But that is absolutely a different note than the noise it was making coming down Conroy.
As sweet as a nut now.
We'll get the team onto that in the lane to see if they can get to the bottom of it, if the Grupa M team want to communicate exactly what it is. The track record this squad have got here have been unbelievable. 2 podium finishes, could have been 3 in 2020. They crossed the line 3rd, but they got a penalty for a pit lane infringement, which dropped them to 6th at the end. So will they fight on, or are there dramas for one of our key contenders? This race continues to play out. And right now, it appears that this 28-year-old Brazilian, Paul Tracy knew a lot about when he was up here in the commentary box with us earlier today. Vastly experienced guy. It's only his 2nd visit to Mount Panorama. In fact, he was part of this team in 2020 in that race that I referenced. So a safe pair of hands, 12 laps into this stint, following that last safety car when everyone peeled off into pit lane.
Seconds covering the top 6 as we continue. 6.5 hours to go in this year's edition of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. Felipe Fraga, I'm just curious as to what took place with this car 1 lap ago, because it sounded like it wouldn't pull the skin off a rice pudding, to quote the great Dick Johnson. But all of a sudden, it's back alive again and pressing on. There's Jules Gounon in the background behind Fraga. I feel like that car's just gone underground strategy-wise for a little bit here. Just ticking a few boxes in the strategy column to get themselves in a position for later in today's race. So Gounon down in 9th, Fraga 8th. Lawrence Van Thor 3.6 seconds up the road from Valentino Rossi in 2nd. Kelvin van der Linde for Audi still 3rd. The 2 AMG Mercedes that we have on screen for you right now, 8th and 9th.
Yeah, it's not healthy. It's middle, it says 7.5 last time around is not race pace. So we'll get to the bottom of what's going on with this team and shoot in on hunting him down. Sun Energy one car 18 seconds away now from the race lead. In this extended little green flag run since our last BMW safety car period.
All the curb and a little bit of grass on the run down the dipper. Nothing wrong with the steering wheel in that car.
It's clearly going around corners all right. Trying to make the most of mid-corner. Doesn't have much squirt up and down the straights.
Janetta in the firing line again there?
No. It's just Jordan Love Lawn Mowing Services leaving turn 1.
That's a very fast and expensive mower.
That's right, just a little bit wide on the exit of One for Love. He's got Harry King disturbing him in the rear vision mirror on board here with King. The 911 Shell V-Power Motorsport Park Porsche.
Beautiful day here at the Repco Bathurst, 12 hours temperature just coming up.
So Chad Nalon has been out and about the precinct and catching up with great supporters of Australian motorsport, form of Shannon's.
Yeah, Shannon's have been such a wonderful sponsor for motor racing in Australia for a very long time. Such great supporters, and they're continuing that support here in 2024. Check it out. This is the Shannon's Super Rig. It's positioned down here at Harris Park, so you've got a wonderful view of the last corner here at Mount Panorama. There's lots to see inside and on top. Of course, you need some simulators for everyone who's down here and want to get their hands on the actual racetrack and feel what it's like to be out there. We've got a bit of old school Holden versus Ford on the simulators here this weekend, so that's pretty cool. There's some interactive touchscreen stuff inside where you can play little clips of legends of motorsport, the Shannon stuff that celebrates the tremendous history of racing, particularly here at Mount Panorama. There's an underside to one of Jim Richards' old Mustangs, which you can walk under and check out the exhaust system, what that would have been like. They've done a pretty cool job in building that. When you walk all the way to the top, you have an uninterrupted view of the circuit, particularly the last corner. The Shannon's crew have done a great job at making this portable so they can take it to every corner of the country. It spends about a third of the time in the city and about 2/3 of the time out in rural Australia, which is pretty cool. It's going to get to over 60,000 people in 2024. At the Grand Prix last year, they had 30,000 people go through this wonderful rig. So a great initiative from the team at Shannon's. If you're lucky enough to be here this weekend, come and check it out. Have a play on the sim, go on the roof and check out the action.
And there it is, just on the right-hand side, the exit of Murray's Corner. Nice work by Chad there. Shannon's are incredible supporters of Australian motorsport as well. They've been involved for such a long time. Dating back, Jim Richards, one of their great racing ambassadors. They support the third generation's Richards now in the form of Clay, and more trouble for the Janetta. It has been in the wars today, and it's now, well, it's actually taken out one of the little thrifty signs at the top of Conrod Straight.
So in Hissy Creelsey, the young British driver, I think he's had a whoopsie coming down the hill, has he?
Yeah, that's just out of Forest Elbow. Little kink as you head onto Conrod Straight. So not sure whether he's done that by himself or because it's a strange place to have a moment. There's no real lateral load on the car there.
Speed limiter in 10.
And so we're going safety
full course
car.
Yellow.
Because, yes, full
Are we
course
good
yellow.
no, safety car.
Okay.
Safety car.
So there's
Okay.
WRT
Speed limiter must be engaged.
having a look at the 32 M4 BMW. Trying to work out how they're going to get that in the shipping container to send it on to the next one, because there's a lot of damage to the rear of that car.
This yellow has come at the perfect time for the Group M Racing Mercedes crew. You guys hit it square on the head. They were having some issues with overheating, and the discussion in the garage that was going on was, can we make it until the next possible yellow or pit stop window before we need to bring the car in to then use what are effectively scuba tanks to try and blow out debris from the intakes? The answer was, ooh, it depends when that pit window opens, because if it is as it should be, Probably not. Lots of fingers crossed. But the good news is the yellow's out, and there are sticker Pirelli tires out in front of their garage now being laid out, as well as for their neighbors, the AMG Team Craft Bamboo racing car. And both of these Mercedes will be coming into the lane, but it is an overheating issue for Felipe Fraga that they have been monitoring. And just a quick little note for you guys, on this 77, you might have noticed that Maxi Getz and the Juice have done all of the driving up until now. It's going to stay that way until we get into the second half of the race. They're planning to hold back Danny Juncadella, keep him fresh, and then, well, use him completely in the second half of the race. But they think there's a serious advantage to having a fresh driver when everybody else is starting to get just that little bit of tired in the peak heat of the day.
So they've got Danny Juncadella on full charge at the moment, and they're going to completely discharge him. Oh, so a moment here, so then contact. So that's leaving the dipper.
Yeah.
For the Ginetta, and then, yeah, so obviously damage to the car.
That's a tooling,
So,
it's gone.
and another wheel, so it's punched the centre out of the wheel. We saw that in its previous skirmish with the BMW up at the cutting. And rear toe link gone, front wheel gone, and that's ultimately why it's parked to the left of the circuit, out of here, out of Forest Elbow. It's just on the start of concrete.
Round Forest Elbow with a rear steering and not having a front left-hand wheel. Oh, and he'll be disappointed with himself for that. He holds himself to very high standards. He is a young man with a very big future in endurance racing. So remember where you saw and heard about him first. Leader to the pit lane. Now, this is spot on, actually, because they're just completing lap 32. They could have gone a little bit longer. So absolutely no point in staying out any longer for Lawrence Vanthoor. He'll trundle up to the Grello sign, and the mechanics will go to work.
So, top 4, top 5, top 6. Cars all they make their way into pit lane. Vanthoor out of the driver's seat as we await who will arrive. Brand new tyres going on the 912 Porsche.
Yankan Guven will jump back in, was very impressive early on. It's his first visit to Mount Panorama, this young Turkish driver, but very experienced. Everyone in the lane, so top 10 cars all peel off. So everyone basically on the same strategy. The only difference is a couple of drivers have double stinted. So Kelvin van der Linde's been in the car 47 laps. Marcus Winkelhock 48 laps. Everyone else has only had a relatively short stint. So it wouldn't surprise me if we see some teams electing to keep drivers in their cars. And this will be a round of pit stops where the in and out laps don't count because they can't be any quicker than 80 kilometres an hour. So as long as you hit your 85 seconds, pit in to pit out, you're going to be okay.
So Audi got stuck actually behind its own team car there. So the 22 might have been a chance to get in front of the 46 BMW, but they'll leave as they entered.
So driver change for the Porsche. Rossi remains behind the wheel of 46. Chris Haas's taken over from Kelvin van der Linde in the 22 car. Ericsson remains behind the wheel of 13. Brock Feeney now in 888. We wait for car 2, who had Marcus Winkelhock. Maxi Goetz remains in 77. We heard from Shea about their strategy. Gilles Gounon still behind the wheel of 75, and Ricardo Feller's actually lost one spot in that. Yeah. But he's now behind the wheel of car number 2. In fact, he's lost 2 spots. Out behind Gilles Gounon. So a few little changes in that last round of pit stops. 5 now complete for our leader, 6 for the car in second position, and that's how the top 10 stands on the Pirelli leaderboard as we approach the halfway point of the Repco Bathurst 12-hour. That's the second page, and some walking wounded towards the end of this that have dropped a couple of laps off the back of the field. So 137 laps to the leader, 130 for Jeff Emery behind the wheel of the Invitational Class 702 car. And then, unfortunately for the Ginetta team, looks like their day may well finally be done after pretty eventful morning so far at Mount Panorama. Class leaders, Brad Shields still leads the way in the silver class. Cameron Hill in car number 10, so that's the Matchstone Racing Superclass Racing IRC GT car. And then Jesse Bryan, who's done a really good job the Method Motorsport car, and his first look at Mount Panorama still leads the way in GT4 as we run behind the BMW XM safety car.
If you think that's going to end the Ginettas' day, if Colin White's got anything to do with it, they are the Black Knight of motor racing. Tis but a flesh wound.
It's missing an arm and 2 legs at the moment, so if they continue to punch on, all power to them.
They're perennial, never say die sort of attitude with that. Our Spirit of the Race award in the 24-hour series quite often goes to those guys, because Colin just doesn't know how to stop racing.
Garth and I were just sharing a knowing look at a weather radar. John, I'm sorry, we...
It was Valentine's Day earlier in the week. That's a nice big heart coming our way.
Yeah, well, I just actually, while you're doing the leaderboards, I just quickly jumped out of the commentary box to have a look at the direction the weather is coming from, because you can have all the radars and the video and all the rest of it in the world.
Meaningless.
Sometimes you just got to stick your head out the window and have a look, and it's very, very dark that way, towards turn 1.
That way.
That way.
I believe that is the west.
Yes. So there is a front rolling in. It's very, very localised. Very, very small rain shower. Well, intense, but very small as in the ground that it's wetting.
To the point where it built up the other side of Orange, been following the weather radar and is heading this way.
So we're not promising you anything, but we're just letting you know that the sky's very dark in the westerly direction. Those of you that do know about weather at Bathurst, it does come in new and unique ways every time.
Never ceases to surprise. Well, and that scene on the flatbed truck, it looked to me like the Ginetta was going to the, we're not going to take any further part in the race yard, probably next to the Shell BMW. We'll confirm that.
That's a bit embarrassing, considering they came together earlier on.
Well,
yeah, that's going to be awkward, isn't it, when they roll in there?
That's a conversation.
Fancy seeing
no
you
one
here.
wants.
Yeah. So the genetic guys will be asking to drop it on top of the BMW.
And vice versa.
Yeah, well, yes.
It's always
I'm sure there's
two sides to every story. And you're never wrong when you're a race car driver or team.
How many sides to the story? How many drivers were involved and add one, actually? Probably. And the answer is N.
Yes, and then the internet has its say as well. There'll be all sorts of judgment. There's the XM.
Fabulous piece of kit, that, Creelsey. The entry-level version of the car, the 50E, has over 500, no, nearly 600 horsepower when you put the electric motor on it. The Red Label edition has 738 horsepower, 550 kilowatts for you on a street car.
More than you need to pick the kids up from school.
Yeah, that's a 4.4 litre BMW. It's the V8 engine, the S68. And that's an upgrade from the regular model, which has 360 kilowatts, or nearly 500 horsepower from the electric motor. You add on 644 horsepower.
We're winding the Shannon's time machine back to 2020, an insane day that saw many spins and monster crashes.
Nails the tail wall. Oh, there's contact from behind, and it's fired it across to driver's right. This will be a big job to get this car back on the racetrack.
Again, it's the top of the mountain that's claimed another victim, and again it's one of the Irish 14 Valvoline cars. Now 4 cars have a big wiggle at exactly the same point. Very yellow. Kirchhoffer out of the car, steps out of what is left.
Watched a lot of motor racing at Mount Panorama. I've never seen that there before.
That's how.
He's walking away.
That was the 2020 Repco Bathurst 12-hour, just the Saturday, one of the more insane days we've seen here at this place, and that's saying something. scorching hot conditions. We had an Aston Martin upside down at the top of the mountain, huge impacts, dramatic day. A huge shootout at the end of the day that Matt Campbell got pole, and the following day we saw Bentley break their Bathurst Duck and win the race just before a massive thunderstorm hit Mount Panorama. The Bentley crossed the line and then it rained, and there'll be shades of that by the looks of that shot, looking out towards the west with really big dark clouds, and they are coming this way. We've had this in the region for the last 3 days we've been here, and it's either gone to the north or the south of the circuit, but that is heading directly for us at this point in time.
It's a little bit earlier in the day. Yeah. It had been sort of mid-afternoon the last couple of days when it's gone either side of us. That big shower, though, in the Bentley yard, Gilles Gounon literally said a prayer as he was coming in, because he could see the weather coming in, because the Bentley was not good in damp or wet conditions.